My mother was a tailor. She sewed my new blue jeans. My father was a gambling man down in New Orleans. Wait, what is it? It's House of the Rising Sun. A minor, C, D, and F. A minor, C, E. A minor, C, D, and F. A minor, C, and E. A minor, C, and D. F is a hard chord. A minor, E, A minor, C, B, and I gotta learn this new F placement. And F, A minor, E, A minor. My mother was a tailor. She's sewn my new blue jeans. Okay. What's up, guys? Do you believe in astronauts? Do I believe in astronauts? I mean, yes, I believe that they exist. What kind of question is that? Okay, wait, I'm gonna tweet that I'm live right now so I can get all the, you know, country music. Not exactly country, but, you know, something like that. I'm gonna see if I can do this without a headset because last time I was streaming, the audio was coming out from this monitor and apparently it wasn't, I don't think it fed back into the mic, so I don't think it was distracting. So if I can do that without, if I can do this stream without wearing a headset, that would be nice. I mean, I don't mind headsets, but sometimes it's just a little, I don't know, I just kind of prefer not having it sometimes, you know what I mean? So, let me do a little, whoops, live now, whoops, live now, about to discuss porn experiences, and probably some spiritual implications with Augie. One moment, guys, one moment. Let me make sure. I can't seem to access my stream page. I don't know what's wrong with YouTube, but it's kind of just, I mean, I know I'm live, but I don't know how to, it doesn't let me access my creator dashboard right now. Like it's stuck on loading, but that's okay. I still see the chat, so I guess it doesn't really matter. What's up, no one? Did you read my comment in your last video? Yeah, I responded to it. Did you read my response? I did read your comment. And I responded. I mean, basically what I said is, I basically just said that, well, it's not that I'm caught up on the category or the definition of drug so much as it is, what I'm trying to say is there is a stigma attached to the word drug. So either we get rid of that stigma or we include porn in the drug category, which might end up getting rid of this, I don't know, whatever effect that has. In other words, it's just not a useful, and I think that is a problem. You know, you might not view it as a problem, but I do think the word drug is a label that people are able to dismiss an entire category of things if it's a bad drug, or just accept an entire category of things if it's a prescribed drug or whatever. But I'm saying, you know, we have to expand our definition, our understanding of that word, if it's going to be used at all. I mean, if we just don't use the word drug, I mean, fine, maybe that's, I don't have a problem with that. So it's like, in other words, either destigmatize the word drug or, yeah, I mean, it's just, it needs to be updated, the term. I mean, I forgot exactly what your grievance with it was. It'd be better to get rid of that stigma. Maybe, yeah. I guess this is the way I'm doing it, though, is by being like, well, you see this word drug, it can mean so many different things, and it might as well mean porn. And if it doesn't mean porn, then it's, then it's just not a useful word. I mean, that's really the point. You don't see the word, well, because I do think, I don't know, it's hard to explain, actually. Maybe it'd be better to have a conversation, but okay, I'm waiting for these guys. It's 5, so I'm gonna give them a call. Wait, let me try this one more time. I'm taking guitar lessons. I'm really bad, obviously, but I do want to get better. A minor, A minor, C, D, and F. And then it's A minor, C, D, and E. No, it's not even D. It's actually just A minor, C, D, and F. I need to practice a lot, but you get the idea. I feel like Link poisoned the well of language further by associating porn. No, see, that's, the word drug is already by design poisoning the well of language. By including porn, I'm making it at least functionally serve a purpose, because the word drug as it stands now just means either something I don't like or something, you know, that has, that's a substance that has an effect. But I mean, what use is that if the things that we mostly alter our consciousness with aren't even substances? You know what I mean? If his message is to destabilize the modern drug concept, coffee or tea is way closer than porn. Well, sure, but you know, it's like coffee and tea are a lot more manageable, and well, you know, you might say caffeine is addictive, but you know, I think there is both scientific data and just people's experience to show that, you know, coffee and tea, caffeine is not nearly as harmful or potentially addictive or potentially destructive as porn, you know. I mean, obviously, there are certain drugs that are just lending themselves more to that than others, right? All right, let me give them a call. Give these guys a call. Oh, they're not going to be able to see my camera. Hold on. I have to turn it off on my... 1 second, guys. I got to remove this so that I can show it on Discord. Yo. Oh, wait a second. Let me change my... Sorry, give me 1 second.
Do we turn on our cameras for this?
Hello?
I don't know.
Yeah, what's up?
Do you normally do that? We don't have to.
Having sound issues.
Can you guys can you hear me?
Let me see here.
I don't think they can hear me. Hold on a second. Well, you know, it's like I'm not going to change the conversation overnight when it comes to drugs, but my thinking is more so just as long as we have that word, we should, you know, it's like if I want to get people to change their stigma with the word drug, then they have to look past the material of, you know, it's a very materialist view to think that a drug is only a substance. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you know what I'm saying, but I know what I'm saying. And I'm trying to get people to understand that what matters. Can you guys even hear me right now? You guys can. I might have to restart my Discord. Give me a second here. She's so blue jeans. Just want to say I love your videos. Goodbye. Oh, thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate that. Don't do kids drugs. Yes. Don't. Okay, let's see if I got this working. Man, I don't know why. Microphone, why is this not a thing? Oh, wait a second. Test, test, test. Okay, wait, I might have fixed it.
Glink is back.
Yo,
All right.
can you guys hear me?
Yo, what's up?
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, I hear you. Oh, yeah. This is great, guys. I'm so glad we can all just hang out and talk here.
Nice. Got the casual setup here. All right.
Well, you know, I thought it would be appropriate for the topic, you know?
For porn?
Yeah.
Wow.
Porn.
You look like
should
you're
be- we're
relaxed.
I am. I'm relaxed and excited at the same time, if you know what I mean.
Nice. Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah, thanks.
How are y'all doing?
Oh, they're saying I have an echo. Hang on. I'm doing okay. How are you, Glink?
Pretty well. Is there an echo on my end for the audio?
No.
No, you sound great. Uh-oh.
Just gonna keep...
So yeah, it sounds like we're gonna talk for a while and then bring in some wild
Bring in the
guests
crazies
or something. Bring in the
The
crazies.
only person I think so. Somebody that I know, Bunk wanted to call in, and then I tossed the idea to Flamenco as well. I told Flamenco that y'all wanted to speak to him like at the end or something, you know, after the conversation, kind of like, you know, after we've kind of, you know, discussed like, you know, the main points, the meat of the conversation. Then, you know, Flamenco wants to come in because I have a feeling he's going to be. Well, I don't have a feeling. I know he's going to be a topic that comes up. So I feel like if he's being talked about and he has interest in coming on,
I want. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna talk about flamenco a lot, and you know, I hope he comes in later. I think that would be appropriate. He should be able to represent. I saw you talking earlier. You're saying that he's not he thinks it's bad if he said if he looked at Lolly like he doesn't fucking know. I think you guys are all yeah, and so I'm going to be defending him against himself, trying to convince me he's a pervert. Isn't that what happened with Pie Man? I feel like this keeps happening where like you youngsters are so like anti-sex, and then I come try to defend you from yourself. I guess that's what I'm doing with Glink. I want to save Glink. I want to save you from yourself.
I want to save you too, man.
Save us from what? Our inevitable destruction when it happens to us?
No, from your anti-sex puritanism. I don't think it's gonna like happen to you. I don't see you getting canceled for sexual stuff, Augie. I just think that it's not good for you. It's like you guys hate your own bodies. your own feelings. You know, it's like you're dehumanizing yourselves.
See, I want to
That's
save
my
you
that's my.
from a very pleasure-driven, hedonistic, materialist view of yourself and
Oh,
of
save me,
sex.
I
baby.
agree with.
Come save me. You agree?
Yeah.
What do you know?
I don't know. What do you
Yeah,
mean?
so actually,
I
Rottenmoth,
mean, who
you shared with me a
who
little
are you?
bit some of your experiences, and I thought it was very relevant because last time I talked with Mr. Girl, I found his position is not so crazy when you consider his first exposure to porn and sex versus
Mhm.
mine is a little different. And I feel like there is a generational gap where younger people who grew up with instant access to pornography via the internet have a very different upbringing and relationship with it than people who didn't have it as their first exposure. And Rotten Moth, you shared with me a little bit about that, and I asked you to come on the stream, and you were down. So maybe we could open this discussion a bit with your experiences, if whatever you're willing to share.
How do you guys know each other?
Just Twitter. I don't really know her that well. Mutual friends.
Yeah,
Mhm.
mutual friends. Um,
Okay.
I'm a bit nervous. I've never done something like this, and so yeah. Um, sorry. Uh, so like I
You want
remember
to take
like
a second?
no, okay. So I remember like my first exposure to it was when I was 8 years old. I was on like YouTube, and it was like early YouTube. YouTube was like still new. It was like a couple years old at this point. Unless I'm mistaken, I know it was like super early. Like they still had like the star system. It was like that that early. And so it was just like a free for all. You could post whatever the hell you wanted. And I remember like seeing like there was like porn on it, and so like I clicked on it, and I was like, oh, it was like kind of softcore, but still. Um, and so I clicked on it, and I was like, oh, this makes me feel kind of weird. So I just kind of kept going down that like rabbit hole, and then I remember like, so I'm like a huge weeb, and this is like not like actual pornography, but it still is unhealthy. Um, like doujinshi and stuff. Like I was really really into that when I was 11 years old. Like hardcore stuff. Well, not like hardcore, like something disgusting,
Like
but
tentacles.
um, yeah, some
Wait,
like
wait,
at
wait, wait.
11.
Wait. What are you saying you're into at 11?
At 11, okay, so I was really into like I don't know if you know what yaoi is. It's like
Yeah, I know.
yeah,
I love
um,
it.
Is that like gay
Wait,
gay hentai?
yeah, yeah. I don't like
don't
gay.
act like you don't fucking know. Okay, wait. So for the people in the audience who are less gay than me and Glink, the yaoi
What?
is it's like a weird specific thing about the guys who are friends like falling in love and fucking each other, but it's like eroticized male friendships and then sex, right? Like that's like the
Mhm.
specific thing.
Yeah, I was like into that, and then like I was just tired of like just a story because it was like kind of like a tease, and so I was like I found like hentai sites from like boards and stuff. Like I would go on like 4chan too and see it, and then I would like kind of like read a lot of doujinshi, and I was only 11 years old, and then I was like, I remember being, I remember being too, don't laugh. Um,
This
so
is funny.
yeah, and I remember being exposed to like actual pornography when I was 12, but I was like kind of scared of it. So I remember like the first time I really like watched it was when I was like 17, like 16 or 17. No, I was like 15 actually. And then yeah, I remember I was 15. And so like it was just like I looked forward to like watching it every night to the point where I had like nothing else in my life to look forward to. I was extremely depressed like for other issues, but like I remember every single night it's like I have nothing going on for me, so I just watched that, and then that was like the only thing. And then it came to the point where I couldn't sleep unless I watched it. And then like I watched it like, and then I started watching it like several times a day, and then it just got out of control. Um, and like I don't know. Yeah.
This is just like regular porn, or
Yeah,
like
just like
No, it's
regular.
hentai.
Well, yeah, that too, but then also like
but
regular.
you were talking about like actual like just
Yeah,
regular
when
like
I
video
yeah
porn.
when I was 15. Yeah,
Okay,
and
so
there's
when you're telling this, can I ask a question?
yeah, but go ahead.
Okay, so as you're telling the story, you're talking about it like it's something like bad, like a bad period in your life, obviously because of other stuff,
Mhm.
and like the relationship with porn was bad. Are
Yeah.
you looking back? Are you disturbed by the type of porn you were looking at, or the amount? It sounds more like the amount. The
It's
amount plus your age is like
the
what you're.
amount. It was the amount. I mean, luckily, like it never escalated to like really bad stuff. Because I was still put off by it, but it also like on the flip side, like I have had body issues, like body image issues since I was like really young, like 7. And I remember like being hospitalized at 10 years old. Like it was really bad to the point where I had heart damage and like I had to be in a wheelchair because they didn't want me burning any extra calories. I had like the tube in the nose and like so I've had
You're
body
anorexic.
I used to be like my whole like from like 9 to like 18. And then I remember I had really bad body image issues, and I remember like throughout my teenage years, I used to get relentlessly bullied for like being flat chested, and I was like concerned. I was like, why don't I have like a porn star body? Because like I would always hear guys talking about that, and I remember when I was like 15, I relapsed, and it was just like I hope I'm making sense right now. I feel like I'm just kind of like talking in circles.
No, I think
It
that
make no,
is a
it
very
makes total
relevant
sense.
experience to
Okay.
share because
Yeah.
I mean, the point that I think is interesting is that these kinds of things are not so uncommon where people do grow up with these kinds of issues. And I think to detach it, it's like, well, you could look at your situation and be like, well, I had a lot of other bad things going on in my life, and maybe porn was just, an unhealthy addiction or whatever that spawned from that. And sure, but I think it would be ignorance to not see that there's also an effect from porn directly that either
Oh,
exacerbates or, kind of keeps you in a certain mentality or highlights the flaws of yourself that you're talking about, like body image issues. But I think there's almost overwhelmingly negative consequences from growing up watching porn, and very few, if any, positives. I don't think there is any positives.
I don't think
it's
so either.
preposterous. You guys are fucking nuts. Like, what? How do you know that it wasn't just like other shitty stuff in your life that made you anorexic and hate your body, like people, and you're even saying people bullying you? Maybe porn is what got you through all that.
Well, as far as the anorexia thing goes, that was only part of it. With anorexia, it's never just really one issue. It was like I had traumatic experience after traumatic experience after traumatic experience. And also the thing with
Sure, I'm
porn,
just saying, like, but I just think we don't know that porn like, I don't think it's like widely accepted that porn causes anorexia, and like if you
no,
feel
no,
like
no,
it contributed
it's
to.
not. It's just like
Well, Glink is trying to
Well, okay,
hijack your
it is
story and
established
say
that.
like, well, say like we don't know that porn caused your anorexia, but like probably did. I was like, you just are fucking making stuff up. You have no idea. Like it might be that she needed to look at porn 20 hours a day in order to stay sane or distracted from whatever was going on with her until she could like grow up and like move on with her life. I don't know. I just don't think
listen.
it's fair to say.
I didn't
Uh,
say. If you let me explain, it was
please.
part of the reason. I had a lot of traumatic experiences growing up, and with food intake, it was like a form of control, and pornography was an escape. And also, like my parents had divorced, and then I was also molested twice beforehand, and so like I was always self conscious, and then it was just all these kinds of things. Like it's not just one thing; it's a concoction of them. And porn was like an escape, but it was an unhealthy escape. It's like and then but at the same time I was looking at these women bodies while I was also anorexic,
Can
and I was
I
feeling, yeah. Go ahead.
can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
Is there any possibility that there was anything else that was affecting you, or are you saying that it was mostly just porn? Like, are you ruling out the possibility there's anything else? That's what I'm saying.
For what? Anorexia?
Just for all, like, it seems like you're going through a lot of like, struggles during this time or whatever, and you're attributing that to the porn consumption, right?
No. It was an escape from all that stuff.
Okay. Was
Why do
there
you
any
think it
other
was
escape?
unhealthy? Maybe that's a good question. Why do you
Say
think it's an
what?
unhealthy
Like as
escape?
Why do
it's
you
a
think
it,
it's an unhealthy escape?
Yeah.
Um, I mean, like trying to think, trying to articulate it. Um,
How
it's
did it
just kind
but
affect you?
what are we talking about? I feel like uncomfortable with this conversation.
of sorry.
Can I say something? Can I make a meta comment?
Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay, so you're gonna tell us about how fucked up your life is. And then Link is gonna try to make the argument that your life is fucked up because of porn.
No, that's not what I'm
And then
saying.
I'm gonna
No,
make
no, that's not.
and then no, let me finish what I'm saying. And then I'm gonna make the argument that like no, there's all this other stuff in your life. And basically we're gonna play this fucking like game of trying to solve the puzzle of your psychology in a way that boosts our argument. I feel it just feels kind of like sick. Like I don't
I
think
don't want to do that either.
well,
I don't
actually,
think
you
we should
do,
do that.
and you're sick. But I think that I'm gonna say that I think it's unethical, and I'm putting a stop to it. So I think we should
Very
reframe
brave.
this in some other way. Like if you want to tell, I guess tell us your perspective. But I don't want. The problem is that if you tell us your perspective, and then Glink goes, well, and I think it's pretty clear that porn. Like if you do that, then I have to push back, and then we're just ripping this, I was going to say innocent person, but clearly from your story, you're not. But this person in half just to make our point, which it doesn't
Okay,
feel
that's not
right.
my
So I feel
intention.
like
Let me clarify something here now. Okay,
the road to hell is paved with good intentions, Clink. But go ahead.
you've said your piece, Moth. You've shared a bit about your experiences, and
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I'll say my intention. Mr. Girl, you have been very open about interviewing supposed or accused pedophiles in order to understand them and understand the phenomenon, and I don't even disagree with that. I do think that's useful. I think we should be confronting what we consider the darkness of pedophilia to understand it, to curb it, whatever that may be. However, from my point of view, I also see a darkness in the pervasiveness of pornography, and I view it as useful to interview or to have the voices of people who've had certain experiences with porn to be shared as well.
I
And
think that's great. I think having her voice here is great. My problem is with you then applying your thesis to her story to make it work for you. Because then if I respond, I'm gonna start digging through her trauma to try to find this. Like I'm gonna be like a little pig, a little truffle pig, sniffing out her trauma, and I'm gonna say, well, what's the worst thing that's ever happened to you? It wasn't porn. I bet we could name 50 things that are worse than porn, and I'm gonna start bringing them up, and then I'm gonna see if I can make her cry just to prove that these other horrible things are worse than porn. And you're gonna say, no, it was the porn, it was the porn. I'm gonna and like I care about the debate. I want to win, and I will eviscerate this person just in
Eviscerate.
response to your eviscerate just in response to your argument. So I think we shouldn't go down that road. I think that we should hear her out, listen to her. But I think that Augie, you should stop Blink from hello from doing that, from using your I guess your lens on this story. I think we should just hear it, but I don't think we should use it as evidence in
You
in
don't
the
want
Yeah.
to
debate.
debate her trauma, basically.
I don't want to debate her
No,
trauma, and I'm
I
being put in
didn't
a
want to do
position
that.
where I have to. I'm going to be the bad guy,
Right.
and I'm good
No.
at it.
Oh yeah. No, I was just sharing my experience because I was thinking like maybe we could just like.
well, I want to have a
This is
discussion
a,
on
And
the
perhaps
dangers of
here's
pornography.
right. Like perhaps
Yeah.
going forward, then we should just focus on arguments against pornography in general,
Yeah,
because
that's what I
like,
was
if we
saying.
instead of like
yes.
if we share personal experiences, it's going to get. I mean, the point of this is to get a little bit personal, but like not to the point where it's like a lose-lose conversation for everybody involved.
Definitely.
So I think we should just going
Yeah.
forward just keep it on, I guess, topical points.
Yeah.
I think if you want to share a personal experience as part of explaining why you believe something, that's fine. But I think we should bring it back to the
Right.
theoretical because
Because the
yeah, I don't
problem
want
is
to. I don't
right now
want
there's a
to. You
disconnect
can't.
in the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, it's all
Right.
good. Okay,
Okay.
here's one good point to bring up that's completely disconnected from her personal experience. Well, it's related, but it's very scientific. And as a man of science, Mr. Girl, I'm sure you would appreciate this. Are you aware of the studies that show the reduction in gray matter in the brain with porn use? The correlation
No,
between those things?
that sounds dumb though.
What? Why does it sound dumb?
I'm okay. On another thing, I don't know if we should use studies.
Well, I'm not citing a study, but like, do you recognize that the effect it has on the reward system on the brain is negative?
No, I don't accept your. I don't accept your premise.
Okay, why not? I mean, yeah. What do you see as the utility of porn? How about that? Why don't we start with that?
It's a way to get your rocks off, to engage in fantasy and aid fantasy, and yeah, it's like a way to have sexual satisfaction without involving another person.
And do you see any downsides to that?
I could see, yeah, I can see that there are potential downsides. I don't see inherent downsides, but I see how it could go south if you're an 11-year-old who's looking at yaoi, 20 hours a day. Sure, at some point, the amount of porn, like anything else, with poison, it's the dose that kills you. So there's a downside to getting addicted to anything, and people certainly can and do get addicted to porn. But I don't think there's an inherent downside to looking at pornography.
I
No.
do. I
There's a
think there
downside
is.
to having sex. There's a downside to masturbating. There's a downside to sexual fantasy. There's a downside to having a girlfriend. There's a downside to not having a girlfriend. There's a downside to being straight or being gay. Like every sexual activity you engage in is going to have a downside. But I don't
Okay,
shrinking your brain or making you go blind or getting hair on your palms. I don't think is one of them.
porn is divorced from sexual activity, though. It is detached from sexual activity. That's the thing. It doesn't serve a purpose in terms of sexual activity other than overstimulating one's fantasy and one's brain when it comes to sexual desires. Like you can jerk off without porn. You can have sex without porn, obviously. So I don't see the purpose. I don't know if I agree with your premise that there is a purpose for it.
Well, you could sing in a shower without music. You can dance without music, but like sometimes it's nice to have like stimulation. You could do anything without any stimulation, but like it makes it fun in a different way, I guess, if you have stimulation. Also, it's like if you're also especially like if you're a teenager, like um you can't quite fantasize. You can't fantasize about things that you don't even understand how they happen. Like if you're 13, you've likely never seen people have sex in real life, so like you don't even know what to fantasize about.
And
But
porn
with
gives you an
porn, you can see what
unrealistic
it.
view.
No, I don't think that's true. I think a lot of porn is pretty realistic. I don't buy that like feminist talking point that like lots of people in porn have very average bodies or have average sex, normal sex. Like couples film themselves having sex, especially now. It's not like all produced by studios. Anybody can film themselves fucking, and they do. And like, I yeah. So I think so whether it's realistic or not, still, if you're a teenager and you've never had sex and you're too young to have sex, but you're not too young to jerk off, then it makes sense to look at porn.
Like, I have a question. What do you think of the sentiment, like porn is fine in moderation? Do you think that it's fine if somebody limits the amount of porn that they watch, or do you think it's inherently bad to watch it, even if it's only just a little bit?
Yeah, I think it's inherently bad because it's like, well, it's like this. It's like saying, well, cocaine is fine in moderation. And sure, there are people who could do cocaine in moderation and be fine. But it's like, well, what is that? The amount of stimulation that comes from certain drugs or certain experiences is so high that you're setting yourself up for failure by even indulging in them at all. And I think porn is one of them where it's like, I mean, this is just a scientific fact that it activates parts of the brain that are like the most sensitive, that are the most it's one of the most stimulating activities is like sexual pleasure and all that. So I think it is inherently bad because what it does is it's a self-gratifying behavior that it promotes without any purpose, without any like need for it. You can make the argument, for example, that okay, well, like Mr. Girl is saying, music is also stimulating. Okay, fine. To a lesser degree or to whatever degree, music is stimulating. Sure. And if you listen to music, you're stimulating your brain. But, you're
Yeah.
not engaging in some sort of like fantasy about your sexual urges and then externalizing that onto some video of two people fucking. I mean, versus music
Wait.
is just like it's a
I mean,
activity that your brain engages in
I have a
without.
question on that.
you just
though.
think sex is bad. Is I thought. Wait,
No, I
okay.
don't think sex
My
is bad
chat
at
asked.
all.
I
Yeah, you
don't
do.
think so.
My chat asked the name of my cat. My cat's name is Cock.
My cat's name is Icky.
Nice.
Icky cock.
Like,
My
No.
other cat's name is Balls.
Well, what do you think, Augie?
well, I want to ask you this, right? Because your contention is that porn is a drug, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. What is your position on drugs?
Drugs can be useful. As we define them now, certain drugs I do think can be useful, can serve a
Okay,
purpose,
Glink does shrooms to commune with God.
and certain drugs don't serve a purpose and are just destructive.
Just tell him that you use hallucinogens to try to commune with the spirit realm, and you believe that this is more natural and real than pornography.
Well, you think that all there is to life is the surface level materialist.
But okay, do you agree with that sentence? I think that's what Augie's trying
That
to get
I
at. I was like,
commune with
if you say
God
porn is a
with
drug and
shrooms?
drugs are bad, you think porn is a drug and you think shrooms aren't a drug.
I said no. I didn't say that. If we're going to call shrooms
Okay.
a drug, we have to call porn
Okay,
a drug. That's my position. Because
Okay, so whatever your
matters-
definition of drugs is, okay, so porn and shrooms are both the same amount of drug.
drugs are
Do you
anything.
think porn? Do you think porn is more of a drug than shrooms?
Absolutely. I think it's more.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to establish this for Augie because he doesn't know how fucking far off the rails you are with your take on this. So I'm just trying to
actually,
get him,
I
get
do
him
a
up to
little
speed.
bit. I kind of I know your stance on shrooms and stuff. Remember LA and stuff like that because
Yeah,
we were hanging out.
Yeah, we talked
right?
about it. We did.
Yeah,
talk,
you were trying to get me hooked on shrooms.
I wasn't
there,
trying to.
Right?
Okay, hold
No,
on. Wait.
I'm joking.
He was trying to sell you shrooms.
But I
It's
know
all,
your
all this
position-
is just.
I
is a
know
drug
your
dealer.
position on drugs, specifically psychedelics, right? Specifically shrooms. I know your position on that, right? So my thing, right, is that if you're fine with one drug, what makes porn a drug that's too far? What makes that
that's a good question.
worse?
That's a great question. Well, first of all, let me clarify. I'm not even necessarily saying we should make porn illegal or anything like that. I'm not advocating for a position of that. But it is true that I think they're far worse, far more destructive than psychedelics, which are also considered a drug. So the reason I'm calling porn a drug, and I would put it in the category of like a stimulant, like a cocaine, like caffeine, like whatever these highly addictive stimulants are, nicotine. And the reason is because the effect on the brain and the state of consciousness it puts you in is what matters. That's why I call it a drug, because whether it's a substance you ingest or an experience that's derived from a screen, what matters is, what's going on in your brain and how it makes you feel and the dopamine it releases and all these kinds of things. And the accessibility. That's the other thing is like, sex in and of itself with another person, even casual sex, let's say, I don't consider that a drug because you have to meet another person. It's based on a real life experience where you're not just going to instantly at the touch of a finger be able to access 10,000 pages of people fucking each other, right?
Right.
Whereas porn is, and like that's comparable to like drugs, where it's like, okay, you could just snort it or whatever, it's instantly there. So that's the first thing, is that it stimulates your senses, stimulates your brain to such an extent that is comparable to drugs. And there are studies on this, there is data on this, I'm not making this up, So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is, the reason I think it's a bad one is because in like the most basic terms, it's a stimulus completely detached from its purpose, for one. And two, I think the effects of it. Hold on, wait, I'm not done. The effects of it.
You've lost me. I feel like you've lost everybody. You're just like,
okay. Well, let me bring it back around because I'm not done.
Endless fountain of porn psychosis.
It warps, for one, it warps your perception of actual sex.
I feel like it's a list within a list within a list within a list.
I mean, do you want me to explain, or do you want me to just say porn is bad?
I can't understand what you're saying.
Okay.
So can you? What are you saying? I can't follow what you're saying.
Augie's asking me to explain why I think it's a drug, And I'm telling
Okay.
you all the reasons that it fits the categorization of drugs based on the experience it has on it, the impact it has when using it.
Okay.
Is that not valid? What's wrong with that? Can you explain what's wrong with that?
Well, I think you could just go ahead.
Okay. Repeated use of it has been shown to reduce gray matter in the brain. It affects your reward centers. Your dopamine is going to be completely altered based on how much porn you use. Your perception of sex, of yourself sexually as well, all these things are warped by pornography use because it is an experience that is very detached from reality. Whereas, if you want me to explain why I'm okay with psychedelics, what psychedelics do is that they dissolve boundaries between you and your perception of reality. It allows you to appreciate life on a completely different level, and I think it allows you to be more intimate with yourself and more intimate with other people. And they're also proven to not be addictive. I mean, there's studies on this too, and they're actually clinically proven to be helpful for overcoming addictions. So there's all data on this and experiences. But if you discount data and experiences, then I don't know what else to tell you. Then it's just like he said, she said, you know? Does that make sense?
I understand that. Ron?
Would you like to add something, Moth?
Oh, I mean, I don't want to come off as like dumb, but I kind of had like a question. I mean, like, kind of. So I think for like, I'm not for drugs. I'm against drugs, like of any kind. So because I think it's like porn could be more dangerous in a sense that like with drugs, you're only really kind of in a way only affecting yourself. Like you go from one drug to a harder drug, a harder drug, a harder drug. But as for porn, a lot of times, you could start off watching, just like vanilla, and then sometimes you can't get it up for vanilla, and then you move on to something else and something else and something else, and oftentimes like porn could cause people to offend because like they're just so like coon brained that like they don't really like have a perception of reality.
I'll say this.
Boundaries?
I think porn on average creates more boundaries between people sexually than it dissolves. In other words, it separates people from having actual sexual experiences more than it promotes it. To your viewpoint, Mr. Girl, maybe.
Wait. Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry. If you want to say more, but I think that's an important distinction.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like all the time, but there's been many, many like cases and stuff that were like, like with pedophiles, like they're watching the child porn and stuff, and then like it's not enough, and so they go out and they offend, or like for rapists, like
But that's just, I don't believe that. I think you're just making that up.
I don't think
Like, okay,
so.
look, let's put it this way. We're citing studies that we agree with, or have narratives that we like. So I think what's going to be most productive is if we can agree on some basic like logical ideas or assumptions, and then once we have some shared agreement about what reality is, then we can have like a more productive conversation about this. So like if you're appealing to us, like, hey, do you guys think that sometimes pedophiles like watch too much child porn and then they go out and start molesting kids? I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that like frame of reference. I don't agree with the slippery slope thing of like I got so coon brained from watching porn I couldn't get it up from real porn, so I had to go rape somebody.
Why do you
I don't
disagree
agree
with that?
like
Why?
because I've never seen it happen, and I've never seen any evidence that happens. I've never seen any statistics or studies showing that happens. I think that is. I think you're.
Are there
just
studies that
making.
exist that say that?
I don't even need to bring up a study. Pedophilia aside, let's not even go there. Let's just, on this one point, I feel like we could agree on this. Porn certainly encourages and promotes seeking out novelty. It's like it's not unnatural or it's not crazy to say that you're gonna get bored of the same vanilla porn over and over, and you're gonna seek out.
I don't agree with. I don't even agree with that.
Okay, well then that's just
the way you talk about porn makes it sound like when you used to watch porn, it was this like mind-bending. I'm honestly jealous. It sounds like it was the most amazing thing that anybody's ever experienced in the history of the world. When I watch porn, it's a very isolated, like it's an enjoyable event. I like indulging my fantasies, and then I come, and then I just like do whatever I was doing with the rest of my day. It doesn't feel like I'm being pulled into like a vortex of unimaginable pleasure. And I don't feel like I need to keep watching more and more extreme porn. Like sometimes I watch more extreme porn. Sometimes I just like look at pictures on Instagram. Like it's like the I don't agree with the dark slippery slope thing happens to everybody inherently with porn.
I didn't
This
say
seems
everybody, but it happens a lot, like often enough towards I feel like it's
Well,
mainstream.
the thing is that most people who just like watch a little porn and get on with their day probably don't talk about it.
Well, yeah. I
So,
mean,
so I think there's a selection bias of all the people who are like, porn is the worst thing ever, are also the people who've watched like 80 million hours of like really weird porn. But like, I feel like, you know, most people who have an average normal relationship with porn just keep it private because there's no reason to go out and
What is
start
an
talking
average
about it.
normal relationship to porn in your eyes? Like, can you explain that more? Is it like daily use and just jerking off and that's it? Or like, what would you consider average?
Yeah, I think watching porn without jerking off is probably a sign that you are using it as an escape. So that's one good thing I think you're mentioning. If you're watching porn, because porn's not that it ain't that interesting on its own. So yeah, masturbating while looking at porn once, twice, or three times a day. I would say, depending on how much free time you have, but I would say you probably don't want to be. I mean, you could organize your life so you could look at porn like 3 hours a day and still have it be healthy, I guess. If you don't work too much or like you have the summer off or whatever and you're still socializing, like I would measure the damage of porn by what it is you're not doing. Like what's because I don't think it's inherently damaging. So it's more like what is it displacing? But I would say yeah, I would just say it's integrated in your life. It's not keeping you from socializing. It's not keeping you from doing your work, having relationships, including sexual relationships.
Well, you know,
That's
there are
that's
functioning
how I would define it.
alcoholics too, but just because there are functioning alcoholics doesn't mean that drinking every day is a good idea or is a healthy habit.
Well, it would be okay, except the thing is that functioning alcoholic implies that somebody's on a balance beam and that they're going to fall off eventually, or you're just slowly damaging your brain and liver, and so like you're functioning, but like if you took alcohol out of your life, it would collapse. So I guess that's another good measure. Can you go on a camping trip for a week with your friends and not bring porn like with you? Do you need porn? Does your life fall apart without it? And so like in like what Moth was talking about earlier, like the example of like using it as an escape. And so like if you don't have it, are you dropped into like a shark tank with like your demons? But
Well, like,
yeah,
okay, well, therein lies.
I don't think it's a drug, so I don't agree with the
Okay.
alcohol analogy.
Well, I think this is where we might disagree then, because you know, whether you want to say this is based on other experiences of people I know, partially my experiences, partially data, whatever it is, my view is that okay, like you're saying, well, if you just quit porn and you fall off, is it going to destroy your life? You know, is it something that you require? Well, I think there seems to be an impact on society from porn, where if it is the people who are daily using, there is an effect long term where it affects people's ability to form relationships, to be in relationships, to have actual gratifying sexual experiences without porn. I definitely think that's the case. I maybe you disagree with
Like
that.
I'm in a relationship and I look at porn all the fucking time.
Yeah, but okay, so
That just
that's
hasn't
your
been my
experience.
experience.
That's
And it
your
hasn't been the
experience.
experience of everybody I know is in a relationship and looks at porn. I don't know anybody who doesn't do both of those things. Like all I think all or when they're in a relationship. I'd say almost all my friends are in long-term relationships or have been and they have always looked at
How old are
porn.
your
So
friends?
I 11, 15, you know, friends. No, they're fucking my age. They're like
And
25 to 40.
and that's
25
okay.
to 40.
That's a good point, and that's why I brought Moth here, is because I think. How old are you, Moth? If you
She's
don't
gonna
mind.
be my new friend.
I'm, I'm 23.
Okay.
I turned 24 this year. Yeah.
I think people who are younger have a uniquely maybe more of a destructive relationship with porn because of their experiences growing up. It was always accessible, or it was accessible for most of their life, and I think that creates a different dynamic. I'm not even saying that the people in your age range, Mr. Girl, don't have these issues that I'm saying, but maybe it's more manageable because they grew up with posters and static images to look at only for the first several years of jerking off, right? And you told me that last time, and I think maybe from your perspective, it's not such a big deal because it's like, well, I've already normalized jerking off to just whatever images, so videos are now.
Okay. The to my mind, okay.
Do you see what I'm saying, though?
I want to talk about. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I just completely disagree. I think you are the thing that is preventing people from having sexual relationships with each other. You're anti-human, anti-sex,
What, you mean me
insane
specifically?
takes. You and Augie, both of you. You're just that like, whoa, somebody 8 years ago jerked off to a drawing of a 15-year-old, so we have to have a trial for them. And then like Nick was saying earlier, like let's read this like crazy. Can you believe this person like had somebody told them that couldn't walk because they had blue balls and they're convincing them to jerk each. Just like every time anybody has sex or does anything sexual that isn't like completely 100% normal, YouTube just like dogpiles them, and it's like the ostensibly we're dogpiling them because they are like freaks or weirdos or doing something unethical. But it's like once you're dogpiling somebody for looking at like drawings of 15-year-olds, it's like I don't even get what we're doing anymore. When I was in high school or college, like my friends and I all looked at really weird porn, especially illustrated porn, like incest cartoons, The Simpsons all fucking each other. We were all looking at all kinds of shit, and like it never would occur to any of us to be like, dude, there's something wrong with you for looking at that. Like, dude, are you a degenerate? Like, what's wrong with you? Just this like entire discourse around like how sick you are for being aroused by certain things. It's just so weird to me, and it just feels very anti-human, I guess. And I feel like that the norm hardcore norminess permeating YouTube and social media, that's the thing that's fucking kids up is being convinced that everybody is this like asexual being like ninja. Like how like this big star, like when I was a kid, a big star was like Britney Spears, super sexual. Like making everybody like how many loads are blown to Britney Spears. That was like part of her, or like the Backstreet Boys, you know? And now you have like Ninja, who's just like asexual being. It's like you pull his pants down and it's like a Barbie. It's like a Ken doll, just like nothing there. This like hairless nothingness.
I have a couple things on that I want to get into. First, I have a question for Glink, and then I have a question for Mr. Girl. So, throughout listening to this conversation, it seems like Glink and Mr. Girl are kind of like arguing just based on like their own like perspectives, right? So, Mr. Girl is somebody that watches a bunch of porn, and he says that it can affect his life or make some like a miserable, depressed coomer, whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? And Glink is saying that people that do watch porn are, flying receptors in their brain that, it basically like leads to like a warped view on reality, right? So Glink, my question for you is, do you acknowledge that some people can live normal lives while also consuming porn? And if you do acknowledge that, then how do you respond to that when you're also making the argument that porn is something that always like, is going to ruin your life, basically? I just want to hear what your response is on this.
People can, and they do, but there's always a spectrum to how something affects you, and nobody fully knows how something affects them. Back to like the alcoholic example, somebody could be having a glass of wine every night, and they're managing, their level of intaking alcohol perfectly fine, maybe. But you know, and to whatever extent that affects them, and maybe it's not so bad, but it's like, you know, you're still opening the opportunity by indulging every night to alcohol towards having it be something that is a regular part of your life. And I would say you should be very cautious about the things that you make a regular part of your life. And porn is one of those things where even if it's at a manageable level, or what you think is a manageable level, a lot of things are tied to it that are very negative in terms.
So you're saying that we need to look at porn in the same way that we look at alcohol?
Yes, that's why I want it to be called a drug. I think we should view it as a drug. Yeah.
All right. Okay, then to Mr. Girl.
I think it's just a coomer.
He said we dogpiled flamenco for looking at something 12 years ago. Well, to that I would say, like, I don't think dogpiling is something that happens like in a coordinated like way, like where
I don't think it's a coordinated thing. I just think it happened though. So I'm not trying to blame you. I'm not trying to blame you for it. I'm just saying that there's like this.
And what is your issue with this?
I don't think you're not exactly fighting against. Sorry, go ahead.
Is your issue that it's a waste of time and a pointless conversation?
No, that it's just that pretending that it's like unusual or weird, or that you're a pedophile or whatever, if you want to look at drawings of high school kids having sex, is like just not true. It's just insane. It just feels like I guess I'm scared it's going to come true. That's my worst nightmare, is that eventually you actually do eradicate like this, like and shave down human sexuality until it's this like advertiser safe, YouTube safe, like dickless thing.
Okay, so you're worried that like things that are extremely normal are going to be viewed in a lens that's similar to how people view pedophilia, right?
Yes, that's a great way to put it. That we're taking normal human sexuality, labeling it as abnormal, making everybody feel bad and alone for being normal and for being human, and then it's this contest, like purity contest of like who can pretend that they like. What porn are you supposed to look at? Just like the most boring vanilla shit ever. Like what? Like so much of what is like arousing about illustrated pornography is that you can look at stuff that's bad. Like that's the point. It's like you're supposed to look at things that are taboo and wrong and like uncomfortable and weird and scary, and then but like nobody's getting hurt because it's just a drawing. It's a fantasy.
I want to interject here for
one second. That's like a good thing.
Well, wait. Because I'm curious, like where Mr. Girl's going with this. All right,
that's what's great about Wally.
Okay, I guess that's kind of what I was gonna ask. Because obviously,
I know.
Are there limits to that? What about like child porn, for instance?
No, absolutely not. No limits to it's a drawing.
Okay.
Well, whatever.
Because it's
a
video.
Child was hurt in order to create it.
Okay, so for that reason, if somebody were to watch child porn, you'd be critical of them for that, right?
I would be critical of somebody for watching child porn. Absolutely, yeah, because there's a victim. A child is raped, and you're enjoying looking at a child being raped. I don't think it's good for you psychologically. Obviously the child's been raped, so it's not good for them. You're contributing to a market for children being raped just by watching it. So yeah, you shouldn't look at child porn. And I would absolutely condemn anybody who does.
What about
an illustration?
Like, okay, that's kind of what I'm getting into, right? So, like, we draw the line at child porn. Let's go to the thing that's.
I draw the line at victimization. Like, if you're a drawing is one person taking their fantasy and sharing it with another.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, right?
It's like, so, like, it's like talking.
An illustration of child porn, where there was no victim.
Whoa, wait a second. I did something wrong. Okay, sorry, go ahead. An illustration of child porn, so drawings of children in sexual situations.
Yes.
Yeah, it's one person taking their fantasy and sharing it with another. So I draw a stick figure.
And you have no problem with somebody like viewing that and getting off sexually to that?
I have absolutely no problem with that. No.
No problem. Okay. Which would extend with Lolicon, which is okay. I do.
And like, yeah, so like my introduction to like illustrated porn with child characters in it was like I was probably like 12 or 13. So first of all, I related to them, but like nobody, like no one. This like wasn't a thing. Like no, and I understand that like you can hear like racists saying like, "Oh, it wasn't a thing in the '60s. We just told black people to drink out of like different water fountains. What's the big deal?" So I understand like maybe I just sound like I'm out of touch, but I'm pretty sure I'm right on this one. I'm pretty sure you guys are losing your minds. It was never any consideration of like, "Oh, you jerked off to a picture of like Lisa Simpson sucking Homer's dick. Maybe you're a pedophile. Like maybe if you look at that too much, you might go rape a kid."
But
Like
that's
what
a
the fuck? Like
ridiculous,
no.
absurd example, right? But like,
No, but it's incest porn. It's just
but
incest.
yeah, but like, I don't know. I feel like there's a
It's
difference
just
between
incest.
that and somebody who's watching a video. Let's say it's like 3D computer generated models of children, right?
No, but
12-year-olds.
we're talking about drawing. We're talking about drawing. So if you want to
Okay,
talk
we're
about
talking about.
photorealistic,
Okay,
let's get
it's
the
different.
lolly thing out of the way first. We're talking about
Okay.
non-realistic
Illustrations.
cartoons involving kids.
Right.
And growing up, I never occurred to me or anybody else that I knew that if you look at that too much, you might become a pedophile. Like it doesn't
Well, I
fucking
think the
make any
concern
sense
is
to
that
me.
if you look at that, you're already one in the first place,
I
right?
just think that isn't. I guess so. So okay, so then so what? Okay, so we're gonna expand the definition of pedophile to include you are or can be
Well,
aroused by illustrations of
it's
taboo
more so that
sexual
people think.
situations involving children. So then what the fuck does it even mean? Like, okay, fine. If that's what a pedophile is,
No,
and
like somebody that
if I like
watches
watching
content
The
like
Simpsons
that.
fuck their kids, then I'm a pedophile. Then okay, I'm a pedophile. It's like
Yeah,
so
no,
what?
but it's like somebody that would
Well, like,
watch
but wait,
that
do you
and
see
get
that? Wait,
drunk out of
do you
that.
see the
Right, but I'm not
dehumanizing
arguing
part
for
of
a
it?
definition change. I'm not arguing for a definition change. What I'm
Well,
saying is
that
concerned would
would
be
be a
that somebody that
definition change.
watches a bunch of content like that would also probably want to fuck a kid in real life. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm saying I think that's absolutely not true. The number of people who want to fuck a kid in real life or who would fuck a kid in real life is pretty small. The number of people, the number of people who, well, yes, well, I think fucking kids is a bad thing, but the number of people who want to do that is very small. The number of people who want to look at drawings of it, of the people who want to look at drawings for sexual purposes in the first place, I think is pretty large. I think most people enjoy a taboo situation, especially with like a high school girl fucking her teacher or a high school boy fucking his teacher or whatever. I think there's a lot of people who can get down with that if they're into drawing stuff in the first place. And I don't think calling them pedophiles makes sense. And
Well,
I don't think it's I understand what you're saying. I don't think I don't yeah, it should be encouraged. I don't think that instilling a fear that they're going to be like, "Oh, if I do this, maybe I'm already a pedophile. So therefore I shouldn't think about it because of what it might mean." Like what does it matter if you're someone who could be aroused by it, but you were repressing it because you're afraid of Nick Diorio calling you a pedophile. So you're afraid of that, so you convince yourself you're not into it. Well, you still are into it. You just don't know you're into it now. So now in addition to being a pedophile, you're a little bitch.
so you want people. Hold on. You said that should be encouraged, right? Like watching, like or enjoying that type of content.
I think masturbation should be encouraged. I think part of masturbation is fantasy, and I think fantasy should be encouraged. I think it's good for people. I think it is healthy. I think it's part of sexual health, and it's part of taking care of yourself. And so if for you part of your fantasy is you need to look at drawings of weird shit, of rape, of murder, or child. Also veer into self-harm, I agree. You can get addicted to it. You could be looking at things that you actually feel like really bad about or whatever. Like it's not like a catch-all prescription, but I'm saying generally, like if I have a kid and my kid says like, "Hey, is it okay for me to look at drawings of bad stuff like
Uh-huh.
while I masturbate?" I would say yes. You can look at drawings of whatever you want. They're
But if your
drawings.
kid came to you and was like, "I want to look at drawings of like 12-year-olds getting raped," would that not trigger alarm bells that maybe there's something horribly wrong going on there, like
I mean, I would think it
psychologically?
was probably odd that we're having I would say like, is there a reason you're being so explicit about this with me? Because it seems
Yeah.
like I'm worried. I
Well,
would
if
be
you
worried for
discovered
that
them
reason.
doing it.
But yeah. So let's say I just discovered them look at drawings of
Okay.
12-year-olds being raped. No, I don't. That wouldn't trigger alarm bells. I think I would already probably be checking in with them about their relationships with various adults, and so I might. I mean, I see myself as the kind of person who would probably be asking my kid like how they're doing like pretty frequently. But it wouldn't be alarm bells. It would just be like, I hope you're not getting raped. But I wouldn't think they were just because they were looking at that, I guess.
Okay. Well, with flamenco specifically, since you brought up that example, I don't think he's a pedophile at all. And I mean, I got a lot of shit from my chat for saying that because a lot of people wanted me to just bury him or something like that, and I don't want to do that because he's my friend. You know what I mean? But I think it's still concerning, right? Like if he, I think that's something worth paying attention to, right? If you looked at something that I don't
think so at all.
You don't think so? Well, no. I will say the one thing that makes it. I mean, this happened in 2009, right? So like, a lot can fucking change like that. Long ago.
Even if it happened yesterday, even if he's still, I'm gonna download that porn that he looked at, and I'm going to
Boy Soprano.
I'm gonna jerk off to flamenco's porn.
Augie, let me ask you something here, because
in solidarity,
this is a topic, or this is an issue that I think we're all interested in, or we're all coming to terms with, which is because of the nature of the internet and the nature of these online communities. There's just more and more stories of people coming out constantly, whether they're big or small people, adults interacting with minors in ways that we would consider inappropriate. And it's because they're sharing these online communities where there's minors and adults commonly in them. So in a way, I see this as an inevitable outcome of the technology. And so that's where the medium, the technology, is facilitating these kinds of interactions, and it's allowing for these types of things to happen. And I think as time goes on, as a natural result of these things being more common, they're also going to be more normalized, and they are being more normalized. And this is where Mr. Girl loses me, because he's saying we have this, me and you in this case, have this puritanical view of sex, and like, oh, that's also just society is trying to make this such a taboo thing. And it's like, I see the complete opposite. I think I'm an outlier and you're an outlier in saying, and like, hey, maybe not every type of sexualization of everyone blasted in your face constantly and of children is okay. Maybe we should draw the line somewhere. Wait, like, I don't hear that conversation.
What YouTuber is looking right in the camera and saying, I encourage you to jerk off to Lolly other than me?
Well, okay, hold on. That's a good point.
What do you mean you're an exception? You're saying the same fucking degenerate
no. Okay,
shit
that's a good
99% of YouTubers are saying.
That's a good point. This is why I find you interesting, is because you're saying what a lot of people would say if they were being honest. Because most people don't have any moral foundations, don't have any hang-ups. They just go with what the crowd says. They just go with where the crowd goes. Where the crowd is going. Hold on. Where the crowd is going, where the culture is going, is to this more explicit, normalized view of all kinds of sex, including with children. And you're just the one honest person who's saying, because you're being consistent with your moral philosophy, and most people don't have a moral philosophy, and that's the problem.
Okay, so you're saying it's not good enough that the anti-sex sentiment is being spread by every YouTuber on the planet, but because they don't really truly believe. Oh, you know what? Destiny said it the other day. He said it's knock yourself out, jerk off to whatever you want. That's true. I don't think he encouraged it though. But every YouTuber needs to truly mean it now. It's not good enough for them to pretend to tell you not to fantasize about these things. They have to really mean it.
Most YouTubers don't even know what they believe. They'll just say whatever is popular and acceptable. And if tomorrow it's more popular and acceptable to say pedophilia is okay, they will 100% jump on the train. Yes.
I think that's true. I think that's
true.
Okay. Elvis's wife was 14 when they met and started dating.
Okay.
Hey, do you think? Yeah, that's true. In the 90s, Michael Jackson used to have 10-year-olds over to his house to have sleepovers.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
No, you're saying that you think these things would be acceptable today because we're so much more comfortable with sexual relationships with kids? What the fuck are you talking about? That's obviously not true.
I think on an individual case basis, there is still laws, there is still certain stigmas, and rightfully so, with these kinds of things. But I think in terms of the media culture, in terms of the relations we're seeing in different communities,
what relation?
This is just becoming more common. I mean, Augie, you know about it. Like how many times a week in the past few years is it like, oh, another YouTuber caught grooming,
well, yeah, absolutely. I agree that Discord is a huge problem. I agree that there's a problem, but it's still stigmatized. People are getting called pedophiles for sending nudes for asking a 17-year-old for a nude when they're 19. Like, Call Me Carson is a like.
That's a great example, yeah, because that was
outrageous. You think that would have that would happen 20 years ago? Nobody would give a shit.
Nobody would care.
I would say. Yeah, I think
conversations about sex in general have become a lot like just like general sex, but I think with pedophilia, I think there's been sort of like this trade-off effect where it's like people are more sexual openly nowadays, but they're a lot more
isolated, I would say.
Well, no, I think people care more about pedophilia now.
I think so too. I think there's a stronger sentiment of protecting kids.
Yeah,
and I do think it is in response.
I think it's possible for people to be more openly sexual while at the same time being more openly like, all right, we need to like stop pedophiles. And I do think it goes too far. I used to follow people on Twitter like every day. It was like every day they had to like expose a pedophile in their timeline, and I'm like, some of it just wasn't even like anything worth giving a shit about, right? So I definitely agree that like there are times where things go too far. Call Me Carson. I don't think he did anything wrong at all.
Yeah.
And I was like one of the only YouTubers that said that. I made a video about it that got like 100,000 views where I said he didn't do anything wrong.
Well, that's why this conversation is so important. Is because there is a lot of people overshooting and over accusing, and then that ends up weakening the actual weight of the word pedophile, and it just ends up meaning nothing. And we saw
I do agree that the conversations become too cancerous. They become a little bit too pearl clutchy, but I don't think that should be used to dismiss the conversations that I do think are worth giving a shit about. I'm not saying flamenco is necessarily one of those situations, because I don't know what to think about that still. Like I don't.
Well, what do you think what's your illustrated age of consent? So if I look at drawings of a 17-year-old, does that make you think like, ooh, maybe Max really is a pedophile? Like at what age are you like this? There should be no sexual drawings of the person below this age, or you might have a problem.
Well, I mean, I could give the easy answer, which age of consent here in Texas is 17, so I guess 17. But
okay, so you're saying your concern is just perfectly aligns with the law, or you're just like?
Well, I think that if somebody is like seeking material that's like under the age of consent, it's probably because they want to look at like something that is what they're not allowed to look at, what they cannot obtain in real life without violating some sort of law. Right.
Okay.
But I think that desire to violate the law when children are involved is possibly indicative that they would want to do the same thing in real life.
Maybe
that's
we should have Rottenmoth weigh in here.
Oh, no, I was just reading the chat and somebody was like, 17 put Augie in a cage. I just wanted to clarify, like, for that person that I also live in Texas, like Augie, and there's like Romeo and Juliet laws. If I remember correctly, like that's only for like 17 to 18. It's not like like a 30-year-old could be with a 17-year-old.
The age of consent in most U.S. states is below 18.
Yeah.
Do we all have an understanding of why pedophilia is wrong? I think that's an important thing to establish.
Pedophilia is the attraction to children. Pedophilia is the sexual attraction to children, and it's not wrong.
Okay. See, that's an important point. That's where the conversation should be. And I'm not even the best at my position on this. I'll admit.
I don't see how an attraction can be immoral.
Okay, and I do.
I do too.
And there's no conversation about that. And that's where it needs to be, because that's where it matters, is what you believe in the abstract, not just in terms of results and functionality.
This is what I ran into in my conversation, Mr. Girl, last time we spoke, right, is he sees a very important distinction between fantasy and reality, right?
Yeah. Otherwise, you get fucking thought policing.
Right, but I don't like thought policing. But I don't know. Because I don't like thought policing because I like free speech.
But you also believe there's good in the world and there's evil in the world, probably, Augie. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't think Mr. Girl believes that.
No, I do believe that. No, I don't think thoughts are evil. I don't think that there is an all-powerful being who decided to make billions upon billions upon billions of galaxies filled with billions of stars, who in this wink of an eye, as a little tiny little blip of existence that we've been in existence and that we will leave existence, is thinking about that God is thinking about, well, how old was the girl in the drawing that you looked at, Mr. Girl? Was she 17? And what state are you in? If you're in Texas and she was 17, then you are having a good moral thought. But if she was 15 and you're in Texas, then you're having an immoral thought. I don't believe in that kind of morality. No. I believe in the kind of morality where if you hurt other people, then it's wrong. So I think molesting children is wrong. I think thinking about molesting children is okay.
There. If you're looking at a picture of a 16-year-old versus a picture of a 3-year-old, obviously I think one is infinitely worse than the other, right?
I don't think I think they are morally the same.
You think they're the same?
I don't see how a thought can be immoral.
Okay, I'll tell you why. I'll try to my best to explain why I think some thoughts can be immoral and some we agree on. So maybe, and I've said this before, but for the sake of this conversation, okay, fantasizing about murdering someone, even if you don't do it, I still don't think that's okay. I don't think you should be indulging those thoughts, even if it never results in murdering someone, because what you're doing is, well, there's many reasons why, but I think to keep it short is you're indulging in a dark part of human nature that is just fundamentally wrong, because it's the fantasy.
Okay, it's wrong because it's wrong.
The fantasy of causing suffering to somebody else, motivated by whatever it is, hate or vengefulness or whatever, and taking someone's life is wrong, whether it's abstract or whether it's an actual action. So whether you're thinking it or whether it's actually happened, it's still wrong.
That's a tautological argument. The question is, why is it wrong to think something but not do it? And your answer is just that it is.
Because, okay.
How can a thought be immoral unless you're making an appeal to a God that knows your thoughts and doesn't like them? How else can a thought be wrong?
Because everything matters.
Everything matters. Sure. I'm not saying your thoughts don't matter. I'm saying they're not immoral. How can you conceive of a morality when you are not harming yourself or others?
Because the fantasy you're indulging in is how do I say
You're fantasizing about an immoral action. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm trying not to use the word moral. I mean, this is where the idea of sins and all that comes in. But I don't
absolutely. It's a religious argument. That's why
hold on. No, it's not a religious argument, because I haven't brought up religion. I haven't even brought up God. You have.
You just said sins, motherfucker.
All right, and I'm equating it to that, but I don't think it's based on a religious text or the Ten Commandments to say that it's wrong to fantasize about molesting children, whether you do it or not. I think it's wrong.
I don't see any not. Okay, if you can come up with a non-religious explanation for how a thought can be wrong, I would love to hear it, but I don't think there is one.
I think
unless you're trying to control people. If you're trying to control people, telling them a thought is wrong.
Okay,
is a
and
good
that's
way
a good
to control
question.
them.
Hold on, let me think.
But that doesn't make it true. Okay.
No, I know. The way I view it is it's an externalization and a perversion of love. It is, instead of an established connection between someone that you love, it's an external externalize desire and fantasy onto somebody who doesn't have, even in the abstract, even in your own mind, what you're doing is perverting your own mind to view love as this selfish, self-gratifying, pleasure-driven end goal, regardless of who the other person is. And that I view as fundamentally wrong or bad because it is see, this is where I feel like I don't know the language, because I would say lower, it's like appealing to the lower animalistic nature of your mind rather than actually wanting to foster a loving relationship with somebody who shares that with you and is, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard for me to...
Well, no, I don't. I just have a different conception of morality. Like, imagine somebody asked me, if somebody said, Max, do you think that raping children is wrong? And I say yes. And you say, well, why is it wrong? And I say, well, it's appealing to a lower animal nature, and it's taking, something that should be, this way, and it's perverting it. Like, no, it's because it hurts people. It's victimizing a child, and it hurts them and traumatizes them.
Well,
that's why it's wrong. But you don't have a short, actual...
It hurts you too. That's the thing. It doesn't just hurt other people, but it also hurts...
Well, define hurt. How does looking at a drawing of a 15-year-old getting railed by her substitute teacher, how does that hurt me?
It's pleasure. It's putting pleasure as the highest value.
Okay, is it different from looking at a drawing of an 18-year-old? Like, I'm saying, as far as children go, like, how is it wrong to look at... Do you think it's more wrong to look at a drawing of a 15-year-old fucking your teacher or an 18-year-old?
It's indulging in a power fantasy to some extent.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So is it more, so it's more of a power fantasy when the person is younger?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think that's the main issue a lot of people have. Here's the other thing, and this is maybe a greater point. I'll try my best to explain it. Let me explain also what's just wrong with pedophilia in general. And I know that we're talking about the abstract here, but our future...
We're talking about thoughts.
I know.
You're saying we're talking about thoughts. Okay.
Our future, this is why I'm saying everything matters. Even someone's individual thoughts, which affects their view of the world, which affects their view of sex, of love, of other people, of relationships. And that one person's thoughts matters. It does. And this, I'm not even saying we police them, by the way. I'm just saying there's a good and there's a bad, and it's good to recognize that, because children are the future. Without children, we don't have a future. And if society is okay with people either engaging in molestation or engaging in fantasies about molestation, we are throwing our future away, because either we're affecting people who through those actions, these children, and traumatizing them through that, or the individuals that are just engaging with it on a fantasy level and not actually doing it. They're either not having kids, or when they have kids, I would be very concerned for their kids and their relationship with their kids. So in terms of like the future mattering, society mattering, anything mattering at all, yes, I think thoughts in the abstract do matter, and there are bad thoughts and there are good thoughts.
If I could say, like, I think, just my opinion or something, the more you can have intrusive thoughts, but say you're thinking something immoral, and if you ruminate on it, it can kind of normalize it in your head to where you don't think it's wrong. Like if you keep indulging in it.
Here's the good news. If I can, I want to add something here. The good news is you are not your thoughts.
True.
No one is.
Oh. Oh.
So I would never write someone off. I would never write
someone
off.
Oh, but you are,
thoughts.
Blink.
No, you're not.
You can't control who you are. I know you want to so badly.
Oh, I don't want to. I don't have control over who I am.
Oh, you're gripping onto it so tight. You're trying to make your sexuality into something, into this perfect little white little ball, but it's not.
Are you grooming him? I'm just kidding.
Yes.
Wait.
Yeah, this is how I groom people.
I think you're holding
say,
on
you know
to the
what?
self.
Please.
I'm not saying you're holding on to the self. Yeah, that goes on with what I'm saying. I'm saying you're denying yourself. You look
think
at
the
your
self
sexuality.
is the thoughts. That's the problem. You think the
Yes,
self is limited to the
I
thoughts.
think you are your fantasies. Yeah.
No, you're not.
And your actions
not.
and your
You're
fantasies.
not.
Well, wait a minute.
See,
Hold
that's
on.
the key. You're
if
not.
you are
That's all
your
you are.
fantasy,
You're
isn't
not.
that what I'm saying? Because
Well,
I'm
you're
saying that
saying-
if you indulge in fantasies of like, you know, sexualizing children, then it's probably likely that you also have this fantasy in real life. And if you're saying you are, what do you mean by that?
Well, what do you mean have a fantasy in real life?
I need some.
Well, I mean, like if
Okay,
you look
okay,
at
I got-
Lolicon, I'm saying it's safe
Like-
to assume that you also probably like kids because you're attracted to the fact that they're children.
I don't think that's
depicting as
true.
children,
Like,
I guess.
I feel like haven't you ever had like a person you're not supposed to like have sex with, like a friend's girlfriend or something, but then like you jerk off to pictures of them on Instagram, but then when you're talking to them in real life, it's not the same. You're not like jerking off. You're not like in sexual fantasy mode. Like you recognize you're still like you could find their body attractive,
I
but
think
like
that's gross. Sorry, I think that's gross.
you might think it's gross, but it happens, right? Like
I mean, yeah, it does happen, but that doesn't make it any less gross.
well, whether it's gross or not, are you able to talk about whether it happens?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, so if we were going to continue talking about whether it happens, do you think that the mindset that you have when you're scrolling through Instagram, jerking off to your pictures of your friends' butts, do you think that when you're actually with your friends, do you concede that you're not really in the same mindset? Like if you have a sexual fantasy, it is separate from reality. Like that component of
I want to stop you there. I would say
Okay.
I know what you're talking about. I don't know if I've been in that exact situation, but I've done similar stuff, you know. And I'll say I do think that's unhealthy. I do think when you're with
you've
that
done
person,
that exactly.
I think that's.
no, I think when you're with that person.
Wait, what's disgusting? Sexual fantasy is disgusting.
But
What is
that's
wrong
like-
with you fucking people?
I think that will
lot
set
of-
yourself up for failure and distort your view of that person by jerking off to them the pictures of their butts and then being like, "Hey, how's it going?" You know, it's like there's this view of them that's sort of objectified when you're doing it that way, and then when you meet them,
Yeah,
in
I think
person,
you're-
you have to
I
be
guess-
a real
I guess-
person again.
Water real quick.
I guess you guys are saying that you want your sexual fantasies, your innermost sexual thoughts, to be the same as how you talk to somebody like at like a lunch, and it's like, or like a party or something. It's like it's so weird to
No,
me.
I don't
That's
want
like
it to be the same, but
it's like you want to eradicate fantasy altogether, and
No, I
thus
don't.
sexuality. It's just so strange to me.
Okay, well, it's not so strange if you understand that I don't want to eradicate fantasy. I'm very pro fantasy. I'm pro art. I'm pro.
No, you're
all that
pro.
stuff.
You're pro nice fantasy. You're
Well,
pro healthy.
I just
fantasy, which
acknowledge
is
that
being
not
pro
every
fantasy.
fantasy should be indulged, and you don't.
They should. You should indulge whatever fantasy you want.
I disagree.
I can fantasize about whatever I want.
You can. Doesn't mean you should.
I do fantasize about whatever I want.
We can tell.
Thank you. And I can tell that you don't fantasize about whatever you want, which really makes you wonder.
I do, actually. I mean, I don't really have desires.
Oh no!
of
Oh yeah! Oh, your
sexuality.
desires
I
are
don't.
so
What's
pure
the
and
worst-
clean, right?
I'm not
Glenn?
saying I'm pure and clean, but I don't.
Yeah, you
have
are.
the-
Yes,
I don't
literally
have
what you're
intrusive
saying. That's
thoughts,
actually
generally speaking.
All right, what's the worst thing you've
This
ever
is-
fantasized about? No, I'm just kidding.
Nothing that crazy. Probably just like.
Oh
some girl
Jesus!
that I
Don't
was
embarrass
into
yourself.
in a interesting.
Yeah, the sickest sexual fantasy Glink has ever had is some girl he was into. he thought about holding her hand in a meadow once.
Maybe like an orgy or something. I don't know. When I was
An orgy.
more into porn or something.
Jesus Christ.
Kitty.
Maybe
Porn made
lost-
you fantasize about things that you didn't fantasize when you stopped watching porn.
Yeah, porn. Yeah, the sickest thing I've ever thought about is having sex with more than one person, but I only did that because porn made
Well,
me.
like here's an example.
Left to my own devices, I would not think about it. Why? Like you're so fucking scared. You're also scared of your fantasies.
You're scared of.
You're
letting
terrified
go.
of your sexuality.
I just find hedonism immoral? And I mean, you should be able to control yourself. Some things, you need to like deny yourself. That's just my take on it.
Are you all religious? Is that what's
I am.
happening?
I mean, I am,
I
but
am.
I'm setting my religious views aside for this discussion.
I don't think you are. I don't
I
think you are.
am.
I think you're all religious, and I'm just surrounded by people who
You
think
are
there's
surrounded.
this.
Unless Glink, like I don't know what.
Well,
he's,
Glink is
I'll put
Glink
it
is
to you
clearly
this way.
religious.
I think there's more to life than the materialist view, which is what you have. You have a very science-based materialist view, but I think there's more to life than just the surface, than just what you see and experience in a sober mind state.
Okay.
Glink, do you think that Jesus Christ is the Son of God and your Lord and Savior?
No.
Jesus Christ is the pinnacle of. He's the pinnacle.
Do you think Jesus Christ is
character.
the Son of God?
Metaphorically, yes, because I think
Okay.
what he represents.
Well,
Can I
hey,
explain?
I don't need a.
You can't ask
No,
me a
I don't
question
want
and then not
explanation.
allow me to qualify.
Do you think Jesus Christ is the Son of God? Is a yes or no
Well, what
question?
that means
The
to me
answer-
is what that means to you're asking me on my view of reality, basically, and that's not a
I'm
simple yes
asking
or
you.
no
If,
question.
I'm asking you if you had to fill in a bubble of a yes or no question. If you had to pick one, would you say Jesus Christ is the Son of God or not?
Yes, but
Okay,
it's
so I'm
more than
surrounded
that.
by religious people.
Okay,
That's all.
hold
That's
on.
all I'm trying to get at.
No, you're
I'm
just
surrounded by religious
dismissing.
people.
You're taking one like
You're fucking religious. If you think Jesus Christ is the Son of God, you are religious, right, Augie? Like, can you back me
Yes.
up on this? That is like,
I think that's fair. Or at the very least,
that
to
the-
acknowledge, like
you could
maybe you don't
classify
live,
me however
maybe
you
don't
want.
live religiously, you don't go to church or something. But like, if you believe in God, then I would say, yeah. I mean, right?
you're religious. Yes.
I believe God isn't limited though.
Unless
to
you're
the
maybe like
Bible.
agnostic or something.
I don't think
know.
God is limited to
Okay.
the Bible or any religious text, and I don't think it's a person.
But-
in the
but
sky
so
deciding
all
what is
three
good
of-
and what is wrong. I think it's God
But
is
all-
the connected. Hold on, I think God is the collective unconscious that we're all part of, that we're all experiencing here in this reality, in this physical realm, and that whatever is
Okay.
beyond this physical realm, whatever is part of whatever constructed this design that we're all partaking in, that is what I call God. But I don't think it's one person, one entity, or one religious text. And the reason about the Jesus thing, really quick, I think that Jesus is the most powerful story, and in that sense is the best example, because just take it at its literal meaning of the perfect man sacrificing himself for the greater good of everyone. If everyone aspired to be that way, yeah, the world would undeniably be a better
This
place.
is just I just want to try to make a short aside to point out that the three people in the conversation who think that thoughts can be immoral also are the three people in the conversation who think that there is some spiritual being who knows their thoughts and cares what they are.
Okay, no, well, that's the
I
straw
think
man
that's
right there.
kinda derailing, like,
And the one person who doesn't believe in any of this is also totally fine with people indulging in pedophilic desires in the abstract.
Yes.
Because
Well,
you just
yes,
believe we're
right.
animals, we're monkeys, and nothing matters, and that there's nothing to this existence and nothing outside of this other than the physical reality that we live in, and there's nothing else that matters. That's your worldview.
Yes.
Okay. Well, okay, then we agree on that, but I don't think you fully understand mine, which isn't
do.
that there's a God deciding your thoughts are good or your thoughts are bad. It's more like there's this conscious
Okay,
experience that we're all
it's
part
that
of.
your consciousness has metaphysical importance.
Yes.
Yes, I understand your view.
Okay.
I'm trying to get to the fundamental disconnect where the reason that you believe thoughts and actions are comparable or the same somehow is that you think just as your actions have ripples and effects for other people in the real world, if you rape somebody in the real world, you're hurting somebody, you believe that your thoughts have caused metaphysical ripples in the kind of spiritual world that also has
Well,
real impact.
That is a good, that's a pretty good framing. Although I would want to clarify and say, when you say spiritual world, or when I say spiritual world, I don't mean like this like weird made up, like, oh, maybe there's like a rainbows in heaven or something. I mean, over the course of time, over the course of society, these things that are greater than the self, than one person, do these thoughts have, do these thoughts matter? And I think, yes, I would call that spiritual, where it's something that's maybe it's felt on the individual level, but it matters for the collective. It matters for everyone, and it matters for everything ultimately. That ultimately everything matters. That's what I mean by spiritual. Yes.
I think that if that were true, then you'd be saying things like, of course I feel the monkey urge to indulge in disgusting thoughts, in gay thoughts, pedophilic thoughts, violent rape thoughts, everything you can imagine. I do feel that inside me, that human part of me,
yes.
but I rise above it, but I push against it and I rise above it. But instead you're saying like, well, no, the sickest thing, the most fucked up fantasy I've ever had.
Okay. Well, no, you're right. I acknowledge that I have had, I feel like, you know, it's not so much a common thing for me to have those ones you mentioned, but I feel like I've brushed on those kinds of thoughts before, and maybe things that are equally disgusting in other realms outside of sexuality, you know, certainly. Okay. And I'm not saying I'm any better than you because, oh, I believe my things matter and you don't. So
well, you think you're better than me because when I find those thoughts, I sink my teeth into them and I wallow and
I don't think that
roll
makes me
around
better
in those thoughts.
Let me put it to you this way.
Well, you do. You think it's immoral to do what I'm doing.
If you had the
to
level
roll around in my bed indulging myself, you think it's wrong.
If you were aware, if you were aware of how do I put it? If you realize that you are not your thoughts, I don't think you would feel as obligated to indulge in them, if that makes sense. I don't see people as only reduced to their thoughts. I think thoughts come and go. See, I feel like the brain is more like an antenna where it's not necessarily that we're the author of all of our own thoughts and creations. It's more like we tap into a source, call that God, call that consciousness, whatever. And that's where, you know, a lot of our thoughts and ideas come from.
All right. The problem with this conversation is that the places that Glink and Mr. Girl draw the morality are completely different, right? Yeah. If you and Glink, you're saying you're not religious, correct?
You could call me religious, but that's just another label, and I don't like dismissing people as labels. Just like Mr. Girl doesn't like calling people pedophiles, you know.
Okay, but where do you derive your morality from?
Calling people pedophiles.
From a connection to conscious experience, to God, whatever you want to. You could call it God, but I think God is another.
Mr.
label.
Girl obviously does not. I think that's fair to say. And that's where the disconnect comes from, because neither of you are ever going to convince.
So, Mr.
Neither
Girl,
of you are ever going to convince each other of your difference in perspectives.
Do
and
shrooms,
where you
and you will understand.
No, I don't want to do shrooms and go crazy like you.
But you want to go to a crazy, sexy orgy party.
Yes, I think
you want
your
to drag
brain
other
is
people
just,
to them.
I think your brain is.
You're concerned with the wrong phallic objects.
I think your brain is a sack of electrical impulses.
That's what you can measure on the physical materialist world.
I think that's all there is.
All right. Well,
we said what you think, and now I'm saying what I think. I think you're an animal, just like any other fucking animal. And to say that your thoughts have special metaphysical importance is insanely self-indulgent, and the ultimate fantasy, the most self-indulgent fantasy we've talked about, which you indulge in 24/7, is that your thoughts matter on some metaphysical level, and that there's a God that you talk to,
and they're not yours,
and that there's a God that you talk to, and yes, that your brain is an antenna picking up shit from other worlds. It's all insane. It's all insane hubris. And
Fine,
I think
it's all insane
hubris. You're gonna die for no reason, and if you want to jerk off to drawings of little girls, or you want to suck some dicks before you do, I think you should.
You have to also acknowledge that the materialist view doesn't place any significance on love or a connection to people that's beyond just pleasure and chemicals and dopamine in the brain.
No, I don't agree with that at all. I derive a lot of meaning from my relationships.
Okay. That's good. But there's no logical reason for that based on the purely scientific chemicals in the brain type view. And that's fine, because also, which is true,
no, I'm not saying people are stupid.
Humans are not rational creatures. That's another thing. It's like we're not perfectly logical, rational, and we never will be. And that's fine. And so we should stop having a worldview that is purely based on reason. I think Immanuel Kant is a philosopher who's criticized that before. But yeah. That's where
is it possible to have this conversation without bringing up religion at one point?
Yeah, I was trying to say, like, I don't think we should have brought.
Well, Mr. Girl brought it up. Apparently, we're all so religious and we're proselytizing.
No,
but Mr. Girl brought up religion.
I'm pretty religious, but I'm setting my I'm not talking about the religious aspect of why I believe.
I've not heard a non-religious argument for how a thought can be immoral. I'm still stuck on the thought policing aspect of this.
Augie, I think the question is, can you have morality without religion? And I still think the answer is yes, but
you're not answering my question. How can a thought, without referring to spirits, how can a thought be immoral?
Well, a thought can be immoral. Okay. It depends. Is it an intrusive thought? No, because it's just like...
That's a delusion. Intrusive thoughts are a lie you tell yourself to try to disown thoughts that you find immoral. So anytime you get a thought that you're uncomfortable with, you call it an intrusive thought. I don't believe in intrusive thoughts.
We're just arguing whether there's morality or not, though. That's the thing.
They're just...
Let me finish. I mean, there's that.
Well, you're not answering... How can a thought be immoral?
How can anything be immoral?
I'm trying to answer that.
You're trying to not answer.
Let her answer. Let her talk.
You're kind of cutting me off. I'm not really about that. So
let's hear Moth, and then we'll hear Mr. Girl's response.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep it brief. So if it's an intrusive thought, no, that's not immoral. I think if it's a thought, and then you ruminate on it, and it's something that you keep indulging in, and it's something that's not good, like say, like something that could harm someone, I think that's immoral. Like, because it could lead you to acting on it, or it's just not good for you because it desensitizes you and it becomes normalized in your head, and you could or couldn't act on it. And that's just how I view it. You might not agree with that, but
no, I don't even understand what you're saying. How can a thought be immoral because you might act on it?
Yes.
What if you don't act on it? Okay, let's assume it's a thought you don't act on and are never going to act on.
All right, let me think about this one real quick. Okay, if you don't act on it,
still
desensitizes you.
It's just the thought. How can a thought
singular thought?
Yeah, I understand you're saying if I think about fucking a 13-year-old for 10 seconds, it's okay, and if I think about it for 10 hours, then it's wrong.
I mean, the thing is, it's not okay at all, but it's not like...
Well, you said it's okay if it's intrusive, so if I label it as intrusive and say, if I say, I say bad, Max. You shouldn't think about that. That's bad. Then I'm behaving morally. But if I indulge in it and I'm like, well, maybe I like this thought, then I'm being immoral. So my question is, how can a thought, without talking about spirits or actions, how can a thought by itself be immoral? And I've not heard an answer to this question.
You've heard an answer.
What is a thought? What do you think a thought is?
Oh, Jesus Christ. You're going to fucking disintegrate the English language to avoid answering this question.
Because language is not always...
Just say you don't have an answer. Just say you don't know the answer. It's fine. If you just think it's wrong...
To these binary black and white answers.
If you think it's wrong and you don't know why you think it's wrong...
I didn't mention the spirit, though. Like, I was keeping spirits...
Without mentioning actions or spirits, how can a thought be immoral?
I feel like I'm going in circles.
How can anything?
No, you're not. Well, you're not. You're not going anywhere.
You're asking.
Without answer. Okay, I have a new question.
Okay.
Without mentioning spirits or actions, how can a thought be immoral?
You said a new question. That's the same question.
Well, it would be new if you answered it because you haven't. It's new to you.
No. Yeah, but you don't believe anything is immoral, Mr. Girl, apparently.
Yeah.
This is a question directly for Moth. Do you have an answer to that question or not?
I just said my answer, Mr. Girl. You can accept it or you don't have to accept it, but that's my answer.
I don't think you do you think you mentioned actions in your answer?
No. I already answered this.
You said you could act on it or not. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I remember saying that. but I also
Okay, so my new question is, without mentioning actions and without mentioning spirits or God, can you explain how a thought can be wrong?
I can.
Go ahead, Glink, please.
Okay, so you're not going to answer. Yeah,
I've
Blake, do you have an
already
answer?
I've already answered.
Well, in your answer, you mentioned actions, and you just acknowledged you mentioned actions. So you didn't
No,
you didn't answer
I
the
think
question
you
with.
didn't hear my whole answer, despite me saying it several times. I'm sorry if I'm coming off as rude. I'm really not trying to, but Glink, just go ahead.
Okay, back to the murder example, Mr. Girl. Is indulging in thoughts about murdering people, is that so you're fine with that?
Yes.
Okay. And I think the reason you're fine with it is because you don't believe in any sort of objective morality, right? Or am I missing
No.
something?
I believe. What? I don't know. If I did believe in an objective morality, it wouldn't include thoughts.
Okay. What do you think thoughts are?
Objective meaning outside. Outside meaning outside humans. Outside humans meaning spirit. Meaning religion, meaning Jesus, meaning no, I don't believe in an objective morality.
No, but that's a very narrow view of.
You could write down a morality and then say that it's objective because you wrote it down, and now it's a piece of paper saying it, I guess. But generally, no, I don't believe in an objective morality if the implication is spirits.
I mean, you say spirits, but like this whole experience we're all having right now is not explained by science or logic or reason.
Okay, so you are now bringing up the metaphysical realm and spirits and stuff. So you're also not able to answer the question. Just say you don't have an answer. Say, Mr. Girl, the reason I think it is immoral is because of spirits and the metaphysical and because of actions. So I don't have an answer. Other than those things, I don't think it's immoral.
The answer is
that I believe
the answer is because of experience. That's the answer. Direct experience that we're all having right now. If you call that that is metaphysical, but it's also something you're experiencing right now.
How can without mentioning actions or spirits, how can a thought be wrong? Can you answer this question?
It's wrong. They can be. I don't know if I like the word wrong.
You don't like thought. You don't like the word thought. You don't like the word wrong. You don't like the word be. You don't like the word can.
No, I think. Well,
you don't like the word spirit.
It's kind of like a very pigeonholed question, and you do that a lot, and I don't know how I feel about that. Like you have to. It's like
sounds like you do. It sounds like you feel negatively about it. You want to just not answer? You can just say, "I refuse to answer your question." My problem isn't. People always say this shit in the comments. They're like, "Why do you get stuck?" My problem isn't that you won't answer the question. My problem is that you keep telling me you are answering the question, but you're not.
Okay.
So if you just said, you want to ask it again?
Okay.
So if you just said, if you said, Max, I don't want to answer that, we would just move on. But you keep saying I did answer, and Moth did the same thing.
Wait. I want to answer. Okay. I do want to answer.
And
how can a thought be wrong without spirits or what was the other thing?
Actions.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll put it to you this way. Thoughts and actions are only.
You mentioned actions.
Thoughts and actions are connected. That's the answer.
Okay. So the question is, without mentioning actions or thoughts, how can a thought be wrong? And the third word you said in your answer was actions. So it sounds like you don't have an answer.
Because they don't exist
so you can
in
just
a vacuum. Thoughts don't exist in a vacuum.
What else exists with thoughts?
Consciousness. That's
yes, and what's that tied to? Are you going to go the spirit route or the action route?
Now you're asking a very deep philosophical question that science has not had an answer for, nor has philosophy.
And so you're going to spirit route. Okay, so your answer is first was actions, and then I cut that off.
I think you're just afraid to go to the spirit route because you're afraid to acknowledge that what you're experiencing right now might have deeper implications.
I'm not afraid to it. I'm not afraid of it. I'm asking you, can you answer this question without mentioning spirits or actions?
I already did, and then I already did.
Augie, can you give me a ruling on this? Can you help me out here? Can you give me I'm getting gaslit again. This feels like the fucking
all right. Final answer.
Panel. I'm losing my fucking mind.
Let's just get a final answer from Glink and then just put a pin in this because it's going nowhere.
Yeah. I
without mentioning
to answer
actions
your very
or
pigeonholed,
spirits.
narrow question, which is just completely
Yes.
arbitrary and in a vacuum. Anyways, I will.
Okay.
Thoughts don't exist in a vacuum. Okay? And their thoughts arise in consciousness. And if anything is real, it's consciousness. That's the answer. That's why they matter. That's why there is. That's
I didn't say they don't. I didn't say how. I didn't say why do they matter. I said how can a thought be wrong?
Well, it could be wrong because part of what you experience can be wrong. You know, you can experience.
How can it
suffering.
be immoral? How can it be immoral to think about something bad?
I connected those two things, and now you're trying to separate them again. That's the problem. You're constantly trying to put this in a vacuum, and I'm saying it doesn't exist.
I don't see how you are connecting morality to thoughts.
I'm connecting consciousness to thoughts, and I'm connecting morality to consciousness.
How?
Well, how? Okay, let's start with a level we both agree. Why is child molestation wrong? Because the child is suffering.
That's an action.
Well, it's an action.
Augie, do you agree that he's now bringing up an action?
Hold on. It's an action that's tied to the conscious experience. Once again, it's not an action. It's an
action. You are bringing up an action.
You're denying consciousness
without bringing up. Can you answer this without bringing up an action or a spirit?
I already did.
How can a thought be wrong?
Experience. Because conscious experience exists. That's why a thought can be wrong.
How does that mean a thought can be wrong? You're not making the yes, I believe thoughts exist, and if you have a bunch of thoughts, you can call it consciousness. So let's just stick to calling it thoughts, since that's the word I used in the question. So thoughts exist and they happen. How can they be immoral?
The same way that anything can be immoral. Because thoughts don't exist in a vacuum. That's the answer.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, well, I can explain more.
You're alluding to something else existing along with thoughts. I strongly suspect the thing you're alluding to existing along with thoughts is spirits, and the other thing you're alluding to is actions. And without alluding to them or mentioning them, can you definitively explain how a thought can be wrong?
I think I'm losing my mind.
Thoughts are only experienced through consciousness. Is that not a sufficient answer for you? You want an answer. That's the answer. You just don't want to acknowledge
your answer to how thoughts can be wrong. Okay, so we're making a law that says it's illegal to think about really bad things because it's immoral.
Okay.
Well, no, I'm saying if I were making a law and I was going to say if it's immoral to think about something, then maybe we should try to stop it. And then somebody says, well, why is it immoral to think about it? And I say, because consciousness exists.
I don't think we should.
Is that a good answer? I said, no, it's not a fucking answer. It's not an answer.
Well, hold on.
No.
I didn't say we should try to police people's thoughts. I think we agree on that. I think people can only really save themselves.
Why not? If they're immoral, why shouldn't we police it?
Because it's up to people to save themselves, not to be talked down to and told what to do. And that's the fault.
Do you think
of
it should be legal? Do you think it should be legal to like slit your wrists?
Should it be illegal to slit your wrists?
Yeah. Should you be allowed to just slit your wrists like in public?
Yeah, I think it should be illegal.
That
but
should not be something you should do.
But I don't think it should be illegal to think about suicide, for example. Even though I think suicide is
right, but it should be illegal to do it.
Sure, but now you're talking about actions.
I don't feel you're answering my question, and I don't think.
I think you're just not satisfied with the answer.
Yeah, there's a very
you literally are. You're just
now.
not answering. You're just saying consciousness is an experience. We experience consciousness, so therefore it's wrong to think about fucking a 15-year-old. It just doesn't. It just make any fucking sense.
That's a separate. Well, look, what you're really asking is there morality? Why? Where does morality come from? That's basically what you're asking. But
no, I'm asking how can a thought be immoral?
Yeah,
Dude,
but thoughts don't
I'm
exist.
asking the question very clearly, and I'm saying exactly what I mean.
You're trying to detach thoughts from consciousness. That's the problem. So if anything can be immoral, thoughts are anything. That's what I'm saying. Is it that complicated?
It's not complicated. It's just nonsensical.
I think you just don't understand. Maybe there's another way. Maybe this question is not productive because I don't think it's furthering your understanding of
I think it's not productive because you can't answer it.
I think we should probably move on. It's kind of like we're talking circles.
Yeah, we're at an impasse. I think it's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
You just don't understand the concept I'm trying to convey, Mr. Girl. That's the thing.
Because it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Was it possible to go? You said you could go deeper on that. Like,
consciousness doesn't make any sense logically.
Can you explain how, like, okay, explain what you mean by consciousness? Because I feel like Chad has no idea what that means, right? Like, explain that idea.
What you're experiencing right now in this moment, and the thoughts that are arising in your head,
right?
You're not the author of those thoughts, but yet you're experiencing
present
them.
in them.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the phenomenon of consciousness.
Who is the author of those thoughts?
That's a very deep existential question. And then you open up the realm to philosophy and religion, and that's what they've been
Can you answer that question? Or because
who is the author of those thoughts?
Well, I'll try my best to answer it because I do think it's an interesting point.
Is consciousness a stand-in for spirituality? Are you saying that you're getting those thoughts from a spiritual? Are those thoughts coming from a spiritual, metaphysical place?
I think who you are is a collection of experiences, and so it's not like you're this one divided self, this individual who's completely detached from the world and people around you. We're all collections of experiences, and we're all united by the fact that we are uniquely to humans, self-aware of the fact that we're having this conscious experience.
Does Destiny actually want to get in?
If that's the case, yeah, let him in. But chat
Destiny wants in. Then get in here.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna add him.
All right.
Cool.
Wait, how do you add friends to DM?
People are excited about this.
Does he actually want in, or is chat like joking?
No, he wants in.
Okay.
Hi.
Oh, hi. I was just listening while eating. I'm playing Elden Ring right now. Oh, but I just saw you were at an impasse, so I just wanted to see what was going on.
Thank God.
I have no idea at this point.
Okay, I think you guys are trying to determine if either of you believe a thought can be immoral. And Glink says that a thought in and of itself can be immoral. Mr. Grill, you seem to think that a thought cannot be immoral.
I think a thought cannot be immoral unless you're appealing to spirits or the idea that the thought is going to lead to an action.
I don't care about any of that. Okay, so if you say unless it leads to an action, then you agree. Okay, so
right.
Mr. Girl thinks that no thought can be immoral. Glink, why do you think a thought can be immoral?
I think a thought can be immoral because ultimately I think everything you indulge in, even if it's not a literal action and not happening in reality, still matters because it shapes who you are. It shapes what your future is. It has an impact on what your future is and the future on people around you, even if it never manifests into actions, which, by the way, is a huge hypothetical because I think thoughts do lead to actions, obviously. But, even just saying if they hypothetically didn't, it's like it still has an impact on how you view yourself, how you view others, and how you treat others and yourself ultimately. So
treating others is an action. The only way your thoughts
Okay, hold on. Okay. So Glink does not think that a thought is intrinsically or inherently immoral. But if we look at it from a virtuous point of view, what Glink is saying is that if you were to entertain a whole bunch of thoughts that were negative, invariably this will bleed out into some action or engagement with the world that becomes less moral or immoral, right?
I think that's true, but it's not always an action that's so direct. It's not like
of course. Hold on, wait, yeah. We don't have to be dumb. It's not a level 0 engagement. So like maybe it might be the thing that like in your head you entertain a whole bunch of thoughts of just murdering women, and that's just like a funny thing for you to think about a lot, and you do that over and over and over again. And maybe it doesn't manifest in you killing a woman, but maybe you see a woman at the office and you like knock her papers over because you're like fuck women. And I think about it. It's like something silly like that is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Okay. So in this case, Glink and Mr. Girl, you probably both agree, right?
Well, we both agree with me that thoughts are not immoral, but actions are. So knocking a woman's papers over to her office.
Thoughts are not immoral, but the next step is that it's probably impossible to divorce thought from our action.
Yes.
It's highly improbable.
Well, that's fine. If the answer to the morality question is that thoughts are not immoral, which is the fucking question I've been asking for half an hour, is that yes, they're not immoral, but they lead to actions. That's fine. But
Yeah,
I'm
okay, cool.
asking
Yeah,
if
there you
that's
go.
your
That's it.
justification.
That is his justification. Yeah.
Well,
Okay, well, so then that
okay.
is that true,
why
Glenn?
are you trying see, you're trying to separate thoughts and put them in a vacuum and say that these thoughts just exist on their own and that they're completely
Well, that's how language
neutral on their
works.
own.
I'm not saying they exist on their own. I'm saying that's how language works. So when I say the word thoughts, we're talking about thoughts that are in your head and not actions. And when I'm asking you if thoughts by themselves are immoral because you said they were. Now, with Destiny's help, you're saying that they're not, and I appreciate that. I think it's really good that you're saying that.
Okay, I
Because
think
it's-
then what are you saying?
Here's the next stage of the discussion. Okay, Mr. Girl, what you should do is you should try to identify what you think could be, in Glink's mind, potentially harmful thoughts that you truly believe will never lead to negative outcomes. One example might be violent video games, for instance. We can think about violent video games, but we don't. But Glink might say that, like, as a counterexample, people that entertain a lot of really negative thoughts are probably more likely to be less virtuous people. You probably don't find a lot of people that think good things, or I'm sorry,
That's a
people that think
correlation.
horrible things. No, it's not correlated. It's causal, is what he would
You
say.
think
Right?
people who are willing to entertain those thoughts, who
No,
after
we're not
entertaining
talking
them,
about willing.
you're-
We're not. No, hold on.
You're
The question
saying
isn't
you're saying
are you
after
willing
you're
to
saying
entertain a random thought that comes to your head. It's do you
no,
actively
you're
think
saying
about these things for
yes.
long?
So
Yeah.
you're saying that could make you into a less virtuous person if you entertain those thoughts too much.
Consistently, sure.
Yeah, that's fair.
But it could also make you into a more virtuous person if you entertain those thoughts.
No, probably not immoral ones. Probably more moral ones, right?
I don't agree. I think video games might make you a less violent person, or maybe if you're like a teacher and you have a 15-year-old student you're attracted to, maybe jerking off to drawings of having sex with a 15-year-old will help you process that and get it out of your system and make you a better teacher.
Okay, well, this is the thing.
I've like if we look at like Catholic priests, I have not seen a lot of evidence that pushing thoughts down makes you into a more moral person. I guess that's where we fundamentally.
I'm not
Sure, but I think
differ.
yeah, I understand, but now you're getting into like a weird fact-based world that's kind of divorced from the ethical argument you're having, because both of you would probably agree. I'm not going to use the most extreme example. Fuck it, I will use the most extreme. Both of you would probably agree that if people thought about their 15-year-old students and masturbated to it, and that kept them from raping them, it'd probably be an okay thing. And both of you would probably agree that if they thought about those students and then acted out and raped them, that it would be a not okay thing, right? So
Yes,
getting
and so
into the weeds on the fact-based thing isn't going to be interesting. It's the ethical argument, right?
Well, the only reason I'm getting into the weeds is not to say that I'm right, that it's always better. It's to say that we don't know. And if we don't know, then we can't say an immoral thought is immoral on its own.
Okay, but here's the thing. I think we can know, because your view seems to be that, like, well, it's completely up in the air whether indulging in these thoughts leads to certain lifestyles or certain behaviors. That's just completely up for interpretation, is basically what you're saying. And I think, whether I know what it is or don't, I don't think it's unreasonable to think that there is a sort of framework to which thinking about things and indulging in them will more often than not lead to certain things. In other words, I don't think it's completely arbitrary.
No, you're just I know, but you're just saying that you're right. So like I like gay porn. So if I look at gay porn, I'm dating a woman. If I watch gay porn, does that mean that I'm going to become slowly less satisfied with her insufficient female body? Or does it mean that I'm, scratching that itch, and so now I don't feel the need to stray and I'm more comfortable?
Okay, hold on, wait. This is
This
is just my last intervention, because I can see you guys are talking about totally different things, okay? So I think, Mr. Girl, your idea of an impure thought is in a certain controlled environment, could you deliberately engage with something that might be destructive, but you could also extract some sort of pleasurable interaction out of? Those are the types of deliberately immoral thoughts you're thinking about. So we might talk about an indulgence in a certain drug or pornography or violent media or whatever, but you're talking about a cognizant, deliberate engagement with those thoughts in a way where you try to act responsibly. I think Glink is talking more broadly about, I'll use a concept our parents told us, garbage in, garbage out. What Glink is saying is that if a person is inundated with immoral and impure thoughts day in and day out, and they think about all these horrible things, it's highly unlikely that that's not going to manifest in some sort of behavior. But you guys are talking about, Mr. Go, you're thinking about the very thing, well, what if I'm only masturbating to gay porn when I'm horny?
Well,
and that particular thing is going to be a little bit different than Glink saying, what if you consume shitty media, listen to shitty people, have shitty friends, do shitty, not necessarily think, eventually it's going to bleed down to your actions.
Yeah, it matters.
Yes, it might bleed down to your actions, but within that, we still have to answer the question of if you actively fantasize or allow yourself to fantasize about whatever shitty things you're taking in, is that thought part, is that immoral on its own? Are thoughts immoral? Are fantasies immoral? Regardless of where you found them or how they got to you or what's going to happen after they pass through you. I don't know that like saying like, oh, like
here's what
I saw all this stuff.
Here's what it is.
Yeah.
Literally speaking, I think you're right that the thoughts themselves, because I'm saying I'm the one, I also acknowledge you are not your thoughts. So the thoughts themselves are not immoral, but choosing to indulge in them can be moral or immoral. That's what I'm saying.
Which I think you both would probably agree in.
I don't agree.
Jeffrey
with that.
Dahmer or some sociopathic serial killer guy was constantly and continually indulging in like psychopathic murderous thoughts, and then he was
you're setting up the.
Well, that's the whole point, but that's the setup, right? Is that chances are most highly immoral people preceding their highly immoral actions are probably thinking a lot of highly immoral thoughts, right? It probably doesn't come.
Yeah, but that's correlation. But what I'm saying is we're all
it's not
thinking.
correlated. That's causal. It's the chains.
I'm saying we're all thinking lots of highly immoral thoughts and having lots of highly immoral fantasies.
But
and so yes, some of us act on them. But I don't think the thoughts are immoral themselves.
It's like a dual layer thing, right? Like thoughts will penetrate the first layer because they do. Like you hear about a gay thing, you hear about a trans thing, you hear about a conservative thing, a political, whatever. Things will penetrate that first surface. Like, oh, you hear a thing. But there's a difference between taking that and then taking it one level deeper and now seriously contemplating the thought. That's the difference. So with Glink here, I don't know if he's arguing for, I don't know what specific immoral, we'll say violence, right? There's a difference between like you watch a violent program or somebody mentions like a terrorist bank, like, oh, wow, that's whatever, versus taking that thought and being like, if I wanted to kill the most amount of people possible, where would I bomb in the United States, right? That's like a different type of engagement with that thought.
Are you honestly saying that you think it's immoral to think about that?
No, I don't agree with Glink's position at all. I'm just explaining what his position is.
Yeah, I think it's immoral to indulge in it. Yeah, because you're creating more of a space for it in your mind. You're creating a larger fantasy out of something that you initially just arose out of your head. But now, if you believe in free will, I guess that's where this conversation.
And what I'm afraid of, what I think is that you don't know if that's how it works all the time, or what if you don't make space for it? What if that makes you more likely to snap and act on it? We don't know the answer, and so since there is not always an answer that we know, then like.
So Blake, I think what Mr. Girl is worried about is that what you're essentially saying is that it almost comes off as like the criminalization of any thought that could theoretically lead to an impure action. So there's two huge problems that come with this. One is sometimes it's fun to engage in a little bit of mental debauchery without actually like going all the way. This might come out like say in the bedroom where you do like edgy like race play, rape play or whatever stuff like that. Like you wouldn't want to do this in real life, actually rape somebody, but it can be fun to like engage with that in a fun way. Or in violent video games, it'd be fun to tear people up, kill people, cut their throats, but it's just a video game. And there's two problems. One is, do we lose the ability to engage or indulge in that a little bit for fun in a deliberate but controlled way? And then two, do we run into the issue where if we illegalize these thoughts, now people are repressing stuff or pushing stuff away and not actually adequately engaging with a thought that might round out their character more or give them something to reflect on that will have like a bigger impact somewhere else in their life. So say somebody constantly has these visions of like, I think I want to kill my mom, but they just like push it away and push it and they don't ever think about it. And someday they just snap and they murder their parent instead of like thinking like, okay, why do I want to kill my mom so much? Like what the fuck is going on? And then they reflect or whatever. So it's those two things. One is the criminalization of fun thought. They could be a little bit immoral, but just like fun. And then the second is people are just going to repress stuff, ignore it, pretend it's not part of their psyche. And then that's just going to like lead to a whole bunch of bad shit when you repress stuff and it eventually explodes.
I'm not advocating for criminalization or legalization of thoughts. I think actually we could probably agree on most of this because I actually think you should be aware of your thoughts and be honest with them and confront them. But where Mr. Girl and I differ is that he's like saying these thoughts arise, so whether we indulge in them or not, it's not a big deal. And I'm saying these thoughts arise, we should be aware of them. And like you said, like ask the question, like, why am I thinking this way? Why is this a thing? Okay, and it's not something you can criminalize.
Yeah,
I think it's
agree with what you're saying. I think you guys both agree. You're just hung up on what that word indulge means. When you say indulge, you're thinking of a reckless, hedonistic engagement with a thought that could theoretically lead to your destruction. When Mr. Girl says indulge, even though he uses the word indulge and he fucking shouldn't, when he says indulge, he's probably talking about an honest, vulnerable engagement with a scary thought that you're doing in a responsible but deliberate way, but not where you're going down a path of like absolute destruction. Is my guess.
Well, I guess I think part of that comes with what you do after it. So like if you hear about this comic that Flamenco looked at with this 15-year-old having sex with somebody, and you're a teacher and you're deciding how you're going to manage your relationships with your students, and you don't look at it, and you go into teaching unaware that you're actually highly aroused by the idea of 15-year-olds fucking their teachers, that could set you up for failure. Whereas if you do allow yourself to indulge in the thought and you enjoy it and you jack off to this comic 100 times in a row every day, then you, from that, could take moral actions. That might make you decide to do something like, you know what, maybe I shouldn't, since I'm specifically interested in 15-year-olds, maybe I shouldn't teach this grade. Or maybe I shouldn't be a teacher at all.
Why is
or maybe
it so binary,
I need
though?
to, maybe
it's either, in your mind, you're saying either you completely ignore it and pretend it doesn't exist, or you just go all in. And I think the better route is to be like, why? Question it. Question why you think that. Why is that arising? Why do you feel that way? What is the deeper reason? It goes deeper than that.
That's not what I'm talking about, motherfucker. What I'm talking about is even if you engaged in it in the way that you are framing as the most immoral, where you're hedonistically masturbating to this material about teachers fucking students, that still could have a positive outcome on your life and on the students.
It could, Mr. Girl, but you need to have a responsible engagement with it, right? Like, let's say that you're a teacher and you do look at one of these comics, and now for like the next 2 weeks, you get on fucking, you download Tor or whatever, and you're going through child porn, and you're like, holy shit, this, like, that's probably not a good engagement with the material, right?
Well, downloading child porn is an action, and that's
no, fuck. I don't care about that. We're not. That's boring. Okay. Let's say you have a way to view it telegraphic or some. Who cares? We're not talking about that crime of child porn. I'm just saying that you can indulge in a thought and then engage with that thought, probably irresponsibly, right? It requires some deliberate level of responsible engagement, right?
But can you give me an example that doesn't involve the slippery slope of then taking actions that we both agree are immoral?
Dude,
you just thinking about jerking off to child porn constantly. What if they just go to bed every night? They're like, oh yeah, I want to fuck 14-year-olds. Oh, and they just do that constantly, and they jerk off to it, and they don't ever think about it, reflect, interesting. You don't think that could lead to maybe potentially a problem down the line if they're in their head and their fantasies thinking about that? Yeah,
I agree.
There needs to be some deliberately responsible engagement with the thought, right?
Look, if you're going to divorce thoughts from actions, I think it's also consistent to divorce thoughts from consciousness, and that's the step you're not taking. We are not our thoughts. I don't know
what the fuck you're talking about. Here's
Destiny,
my problem.
Do you think people are their thoughts?
I don't think this should be the conversation where you try to define what a person is. That's really complicated.
Do you think you are your thoughts? Are you defined by your thoughts?
It's the same question.
Are you defined
Here's my problem. Here's my problem. Here's my problem with the framing of going to bed looking at child porn, blah 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 blah. Is that you're attaching a subsequent behavior or thought pattern or whatever to the question of, is a thought immoral? So the thought itself, I don't think.
Okay, hold on. Before we loop on this, we all agree on this. Okay, here's the issue, okay? Everybody agrees right now. If you could do heroin one time, that would be awesome, right? Like, you get like the crazy euphoria of doing heroin, and you get to have that awesome experience. You get to have it once. That's so cool. That would be a cool thing. If you could do heroin one time, that would be awesome. You can't say no to this unless you've just never done a drug before, okay? But the problem isn't that you'll do heroin one time. The problem is that every time you do heroin, you are fundamentally altered as an agent, as a thinking person, to wanting to do more and more and more heroin. That's the issue.
I'm not looping. You are framing you are attaching a bunch of other shit to the one immoral thought to make it immoral.
But what I'm trying to tell you is that I think Glink and most people, and I think I would hesitantly throw my lot in here, is that you cannot completely divorce your thoughts from your actions. It's not that like we go into a chamber at the end of the day and now we can take apart our thoughts and blah, 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 and then we step out of that chamber.
Yes, but we don't know.
But, yeah.
Right, and so the question is fantasy, since we almost usually fantasizing about doing things that are wrong or selfish somehow, like is fantasy itself, fantasy itself leading to immoral behavior most of the time? And I don't think that's true. I think fantasy is part of being healthy.
I would say
Okay,
it
well,
depends on the
this is
fantasy,
the
and then you get
this is
into a
the
moral
disagreement you guys have. So I'm gonna
black
go
and white.
play Elden Ring more and listen to you guys. Have fun. Be careful.
Thanks for stopping by.
Bye.
Bye, Dustin.
We're probably not going to overcome this now, and I apologize if this conversation has been frustrating, if I've played a hand in it, but some of these are deep questions, because where we're at right now is basically this. It's like you're saying these fantasies are not, there's no morality attached to them. And I am attaching a morality to some fantasies. And that's really where it is, because then it does turn into a metaphysical, spiritual conversation.
Boblax wants to come in.
I'll bring him in.
Bring him.
All right. I'll bring Boblax in.
I like Boblax.
I've never met him, obviously.
Hey, buddy.
Hi. I think he's still.
He's not on the call yet.
Oh.
Chat, how y'all doing tonight?
There he is.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes.
What's up?
What's up, everyone? So I was watching this again, and I'm like, I've heard Mr. Girl have this discussion at like so many times, and I only found out about his content like less than a month ago. Dude, why do you want to talk with everyone under the sun about if it's okay to think kids are hot? It's just like everyone under the sun. You literally had that discussion with Sky Williams. Like, why? Like, I'm curious.
Well, you say, obvious why I brought up with Sky Williams, because he's accused of fostering an environment of debauchery and child abuse. I think that the topic of thinking kids are hot is a good example of it's the place where people on the internet are most comfortable in engaging in thought policing. So I'm very against thought policing. The idea of thought crime is very scary to me and kind of anti-human. And I think that something is happening online, and I do think it is in response to Discord, mixing adults with kids and all these inappropriate interactions, where we are now becoming hyper kind of anti-sexual in order to, for good reason, to try to protect kids. But it's not. I think it's well intentioned, but I think it's kind of sick. So that's why.
I mean, with all these discussions, I'm pretty sure everyone has agreed that, like, the thought itself isn't the crime. It's what you could potentially do with those thoughts if you don't put it in check. And you're saying it's okay to have those thoughts, but other people are saying, including myself, if you have those thoughts, that's like the first step to realize that maybe you need to improve something. Right? So the thought itself isn't a crime, but...
No, Glink genuinely believes that the thought itself is immoral.
Well, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but that's...
You don't have to. He'll just say it for you right now.
No, I think I have a deeper understanding of where we are, and I think my position now is that in this hypothetical abstract that you're creating, in which thoughts exist in a vacuum and are not influencing someone's actions, that there is not necessarily morality to them. But we don't live in that abstract vacuous universe. We live in the universe where thoughts are arising constantly, and we choose which thoughts to be comfortable with and which ones to understand and which ones to block out.
Okay, so to bring it home, you're saying if you jerk off to too much lolly, then you might molest a kid.
No, I'm saying that'll either you or people around you will be suffering as a result of it in ways that you don't fully understand, and ways that we can never fully understand. But because it is because you're indulging in something that is on some level immoral, yes, then it does have implications in reality. That's what I
Yeah.
So you're indulging in thinking about something immoral, but thinking about it is not immoral. It's only immoral because of what could happen.
No,
afterward.
it's immoral. It's immoral because you're choosing to explore that fantasy. You're choosing to explore it, not because the thought arose in your head. You didn't control that, but the fact that you're choosing.
Is it possible that if you don't explore it and then you don't know this about yourself, you could set yourself up to do something immoral later? Like maybe it's immoral. So it could be immoral to not fantasize about fucking kids.
But I have an even better route to take, which is, and this is why I think you are. This is why I think you're interesting, and this maybe Boblax can also answer something for you. I think what Mr. Girl is doing is that he's bringing out of this, like pretty much very few people on the internet, politically or otherwise, actually have strong moral foundations or principles or believe in anything other than just like a very simplistic view of the scientific world that we live in. And what Mr. Girl is basically saying is, well, that being the case, and that being also how I view things, then pleasure and sexual pleasure and these kinds of things should be explored and should be indulged, so long as people are not victimized and suffering as a result. And I think that is exactly where the conversation is naturally going to go. And most creators, content creators, don't have any actual response to why that's wrong, because they don't believe in anything. Where was I even starting this point again? That
you're saying that my view of life as lumps of meaningless flesh is empty, and yes,
but it's also honest, and you're being honest where most people are not. And that's why it's an interesting discussion, because it's like, exactly. Is that the world we live in, or do we want to live in a world where there are morals and where we believe in some sort of greater purpose other than the flesh and blood, meat sacks?
Mr. Girl's honest in some ways, but in some ways I feel like he's not. Like, I want to talk about the label no map that I gave you that you very heavily disagree with. I still don't understand why that label's wrong. Non-offending, minor attracted person. You said you're attracted to the minors and cuties, and you haven't offended as far as I know.
How's that inaccurate? Okay. MAP is a euphemism for pedophile. They are the same meaning. I understand that you're taking the acronym very literally, but they are using the word MAP. Anyone who identifies as a MAP also identifies as a pedophile. And the term no map just means I'm a good pedophile. It means I'm attracted to kids, but I'm not going to do anything about it. I'm not going to hurt them.
So a no map. If you're a minor attracted person, but not a pedo, shouldn't you take back the label of minor attracted person so you can differentiate it between the two?
No, minor attracted person is only used by pedophiles. They are synonyms. They're the same thing. So pedophiles were like, I don't like being called a pedophile. It feels dehumanizing. I'm going to come up with this alternate name, a map. So anyone who says they're a map, they are a pedophile. They're the same thing. But it's just a nicer word.
I want to make sure of this because I don't want to like slander you. I think you do agree definitionally you have been attracted to minors.
Yes,
non-offending.
But I have been attracted to minors, but that is
sorry.
I have been. And I always will be. There will be times in my life where I'm attracted to people under the age of 18, now and forever, I think. However, that's not what a minor attracted person describes. So if someone tells you like, "Hey, I'm a map," they don't mean like, "Oh, I got turned on by cuties once." They're saying I'm a pedophile. They're saying that it's a sexual orientation to them. They're saying this is who I am.
Maybe we should add another letter to it. No VMAP, so non-offending, very minor attracted person. Whereas you would be only somewhat
medium. Medium, yeah.
Medium.
Yeah, I think you're just taking the acronym a little too literally. I think it's really just a nice way of saying pedophile.
All right. Well,
so that's why I don't apply the term to myself, because But
it's not typical to be attracted to minors, so I'm just trying to find a label to call you that isn't like slanderous, but also is accurate. Right.
So that's another issue, is that I believe that it is typical to be attracted to minors from time to time, even often.
Even if it is theoretically typical, which I don't personally believe, but we can agree to disagree on that. The label would still, but just because it's more common, I feel like the label would still be apt. Like, for example, it's common to be born a male, and it's common to be born a female, but those are still labels that we use to identify people for the traits they have. So I just think personally that no map. Yep.
So if I said I was attracted to Arnold Schwarzenegger's naked body in Terminator when I was 7, would you want to say I'm sometimes attracted? If that's the only thing you know about my sexuality, other than that, I'm straight. I date women. I watch straight porn. Blah blah blah. Would you think that I should change my orientation label to encompass that one incident?
Well, if we
Like,
you
am I
know,
bisexual?
Well, it's a
the
spectrum.
the
right?
Kinsey scale exists. You know the Kinsey scale, right?
Yeah,
Where it's
exactly.
like-
and so what?
yeah,
so what
so
I'm
you'd
saying,
be like a
yeah. So
1
every
or something, for
right. So
example.
everybody's somewhere on the scale. We've
Yeah.
all had
But
atypical.
and normally
We've
I wouldn't.
all.
Mhm.
Well, okay, I just want to push back. We've all had atypical sexual attractions. So if all you know about me is that I said the cuties were hot once, that's the only time that we know of it specifically that I've been attracted to minors. So I don't think it makes sense to change my entire orientation label to
Yeah.
make room for one thing that happened.
No, I wouldn't say that would be your like primary label or whatever, and I wouldn't even say it would be apt to bring up in most conversations. But you are talking about, you know, being attracted to minors and stuff a lot on your YouTube channel. So in these particular instances with these conversations, I feel like for myself, explaining you to like other people in a very charitable and accurate way, I feel like that label has been accurate. Just like
that's fine. If you
like,
think
for
if you think
example,
if you so
like
so
for
if you think
example, wait, let me finish this. Like for
so
example,
if I talk about gay rights a lot on my
Okay,
channel,
never
are you
mind.
going to start telling people I'm gay?
That's not
what?
See,
well, you don't just talk about the topic. You said you were also been attracted to minors. If you're talking about gay topics, but you're openly straight.
Have I ever talked about being attracted to minors other than once when watching cuties?
But you seem to really go out of your way to like advocate that it's okay to be attracted to minors. So
I've got a question.
as like a passing thought. So I felt like
Rottenmoth
maybe the
asked.
cuties wasn't
That's
the
fine.
only
If you think-
example.
if you think-
but if it was
if you
only
think-
cuties one time in your life, like one time, because I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
you've mentioned to me before that you've been consistently attracted to kids
No,
on
I don't think
multiple occasions.
I don't think
Well,
I've
that's-
ever
Yeah,
said
You said
I'm
that on
consistently
Reddit. You
attracted
said
to
you
kids
said
on
that on
multiple-
Reddit before Cuties ever came out that you have been attracted to minors in the past. Maybe it's not super consistent or whatever.
Well,
but it
I
has
think we
been
should differentiate
a trait.
between minors.
Now,
we should differentiate
Mr.
between
Girl-
minors.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Didn't you make a song about being a pedophile?
Okay. I'm not
Well-
really interested in being dogpiled, so I'm going to respond to Josh first, and then we can talk about the
Yeah,
song
and I
called
also
"I'm a
had
Pedophile."
something
got it,
else
man.
I wanted to
You got
say, but I'll let you
Okay.
finish and then I'll finish my thought,
Okay,
and then we can.
listen.
Oh, that was a
I don't
joke,
I don't think it's super honest of you to frame yourself going around calling me a pedophile.
I'm not calling you a
first of all-
pedo. I've never called you pedo. Only no map.
Okay, do you understand that no map and pedophile are synonyms?
I feel like I'm personally using it in different ways.
You
Like,
may
you understand
personally
how
use
I'm using
you-
it, right?
Okay, do you want to Google no map right now and see what the definition
It
is?
stands for non-offending minor.
I'm
attracted
aware.
person.
I'm aware of what the acronym stands for, but do you want to Google it and see what the actual
Okay,
meaning of the
and this
word
goes
is?
back to the core thing. You said you're Glink said you're open and honest, but you're not honest about this label. Like, this label is technically true, but you're not. You don't want to
I
take it
think
on
I know-
in any capacity. Now, I understand
Dude,
not taking it on
the
as your
word-
main. Let me finish. I understand not letting.
don't wanna let you
not.
finish. I wanna
No.
answer
Oh
this
my
question.
God! I've been trying
you
to get to this
acknowledge-
point ever since I called in, and I just can't. But go.
You've
go,
already
finish.
said the point 3 times.
No, I
You're saying-
haven't. I've been building up to it. I've
Alright.
been trying to finish it,
Okay.
but you're not letting me
Let's-
finish.
Let's let him finish his point.
Okay,
and then
go ahead.
Mr.
Make your
Girl-
make your
I'm
stand
not
done,
using
Freddy.
Let's
no
just keep
map.
the stream ball back
I'm
to
not.
Mr. Girl right
I'm
now, by
not
the way.
using no map as your primary label. I'm just saying it's an aspect of yourself, and I bring it up because of these specific discussions you have. It's like if I bring up, like, I don't know, Augie has black hair, right? We wouldn't say Augie's primary defining trait when we first talk about him is black hair, but if we're talking about hair color and constantly having discussions on YouTube about hair color, then him having black hair would be relevant for those discussions, and that's why I'm calling you no map in those discussions. And I wanted to ask you if you think that in the way I'm specifically using it, it's fair and accurate, because I don't want to slander you. Now you can, that's my whole point. Now you can continue.
You already know that I don't think it's fair and accurate. That's why you're calling me dishonest. So first of all, you're not actually asking me that. That's a lie. You know I don't think it's fair or
Well,
accurate.
I do think it's
That-
accurate, and I want to
Well, let
hear
me-
why
can
you
I-
think it's not accurate. Go ahead. and
That's
explain
fine.
it. Yeah,
Okay.
Go ahead and
Okay.
explain it.
Can I just answer you without you?
Yeah.
interrupting me now?
I
Okay.
just wanna say
So
that.
you're saying you want to know if I think it's fair or accurate. You know that I don't think that because
But-
I've told you that before. Well, so let me just
Okay.
finish. We both know that I don't use the word no map to describe my sexuality. We both know that I've reacted badly to you using it to describe my sexuality.
Yes.
So you already know that I don't think it's fair or accurate. So the idea that you're trying to figure that out is not true.
No, I apologize. I should have rephrased the question, and I'll rephrase it later.
No, that's fine.
I'll
just respond to what you already said.
Yeah.
I don't.
Continue.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Second of all, the ethics of defining other people's sexual orientation labels for them. I don't. I guess I do that with Steven Crowder sometimes, because I think he's kind of gay. But other than that, I think it's something I refrain from doing, and probably something that I think you should refrain from doing.
Okay.
Okay. So 3, the charge that I'm dishonest, because if I were honest, I would use the label in the way you use it, rather than the way that it is actually used. So it's used as a euphemism for pedophile. So I should call myself a pedophile for being attracted to minors occasionally or once or whatever. I disagree with that for a couple reasons. One, there is not really much of a utility in calling yourself a pedophile unless you hit a certain threshold of attraction to children. So I would say it has to be.
I agree. But
okay, so that's why it would not have a purpose of utility in my life to go around telling people I'm a pedophile, except in a rap song. 2, the other problem is to call someone a pedophile or to diagnose somebody with any sort of disorder or disordered sexuality, they need to hit a certain threshold of rarity. And so a lot of what my content is about is telling people, hey, a lot of straight people have gay thoughts. A lot of adults have pedophilic thoughts. A lot of peaceful people have murderous thoughts. Basically, an attempt to humanize myself and humanize others by being willing to cast myself in a light that is ugly but very human, in an attempt to help people empathize with themselves, accept each other, and embrace that ugliness or darkness. So that's another reason why it wouldn't make much sense for me to say and go along with what I believe is your puritanical moral policing that is inherently dehumanizing, to say anybody who thought the girls twerking and cuties were hot should therefore spend the rest of their lives calling themselves a pedophile. And then lastly, okay, well, I know it's not what you're saying, but it's implied. Lastly, I know you're using no map separately from pedophile, but you really shouldn't, because they're synonyms.
I have a lot to respond to, but I'll let you finish. Yeah.
I'm sure you do. If you don't believe me that they're synonyms, you can Google the term no map or map and see where it came from and how it's used. And you'll see that you could swap the term map or no map out with the term pedophile every single time, and the sentence will have the same meaning. So they're literally just the same word. And then lastly, it's not really fair to pedophiles. Like, there are actual pedophiles who live their lives miserable in fear of being discovered and ousted or killed because of their thoughts, not because of their action, non-offending pedophiles who know that they're never going to be able to act out their sexual or romantic fantasies and are basically just going to live this delusional life fantasizing about marrying a 9-year-old for the rest of their lives, and they'll be very lonely and suicidal people. They have support groups, and I interviewed one of them, and I don't know if you saw it. To call myself a member of their group, I don't want to be one of these fucking TikTok kids saying that I have Tourette syndrome because I make weird noises or I yell swears out sometimes. So, or people saying that they're autistic when they're not actually autistic. I don't like that
either.
I'm sure you don't. So I don't want to put myself in a group that I'm just not in. It's a group I can understand, just like I can understand murderers or terrorists or any number of Nazis, any of the people that I purport to be able to empathize with. And be honest about the common experiences and thoughts that I have with those people without saying I am one of them.
Okay. Are you done?
Can I say something really quick?
Oh my god!
Wait.
Holy shit. Okay, first off, I would like to say,
first, I don't want to become
when you're having a discussion with someone, it would probably in the future would be good to not go on 5-minute monologues making a bunch of different points, because there's like 8 separate points that I would have loved to respond to, and I feel like the conversation would have flowed a lot better if we did it one by one.
When the premise of the conversation is that you're a little dipshit calling someone a pedophile.
No, I want to have a legitimate discussion.
I think most people you call.
Stop getting mad, please. Can we have a normal discussion without you getting mad?
I am genuinely mad at you. I think if you repeatedly call someone a pedophile on Twitter or
I'm not calling you pedo, and I would love to get to that point if you didn't make 5-minute monologues 24/7.
Whatever. If you want to call someone else a no map over and over again, I think you'll find that their response is probably going to be about 5 minutes long. I think that's something you should probably just get used to. If you're going to keep doing it.
No, because you made like a million different points in one sentence. And I would have there's so much I want to respond to in my head.
Let's hear you respond to that and then
a million different things.
Let's just get into that.
So first I want to go with the disclaimer, just like general advice is like for discussion is to do that. First off, I think during your monologue you mentioned how there's a difference between people who are primarily like attracted to kids all the time and people who have passing thoughts. And I think it is a very important thing to distinguish between the two. And that's why I have elected to use no map as the people with passing thoughts, and then
understand why you've elected to incorrectly use a term
and you think it's incorrect, which is why which is why what I meant to ask you is not if you're comfortable with the label, but rather, which was my mistake, but is rather to say, is there like a different label I can use or something? Because I feel like there should be like a faster way of explaining passing attraction to children versus primary attraction to children. And I think that distinction is important, and that's why I went out of my way to call you no map instead of pedo, because I am trying to be as honest and accurate with my opinions of you and stuff as possible, just going strictly based off what you say and not any outside influence, and just trying to understand and have a discussion, which is why I'm trying to separate the two, and you do agree that there is a separation of the two. So what I was asking you is, if no map isn't the accurate term to separate primary attraction, which is pedo, and then passing attraction, which is what you are, what would be the alternative? That's normal. What I was meaning to ask.
I don't think he's
normal, and I don't think it's normal though.
See, this is the problem. Okay, that's the problem.
That
is the problem.
Regardless if it's normal or not, I think even if it's normal, it's important to have a label. It's normal to be male, but there's still the label male. It isn't just you're normal. Like a lot of people are white, but we don't call white people just normal skinned people. You know, like
I would say it's so ubiquitous that there isn't a word for it.
I'll take like 1 minute, I promise.
Okay, thank you.
Because this is why I think this is frustrating for maybe both of you. And
I don't think we need to have a label. I don't think you need to label a person based on a fantasy they had.
Yeah. See, Mr. Girl, I think you guys would both acknowledge that this topic is becoming more and more prevalent. And Mr. Girl's approach is, to be charitable, let's try to understand these people without using labels, because labels are dismissive and it implies that it's this rare abnormality. But Mr. Girl's position is that it's not this rare abnormality. It's something we all have some level of like connection to or attraction to or whatever. Therefore, let's do away with these labels or rethink how we use them, because this is something that is only going to be more and more relevant.
Well, I think the label has utility if you're like thinking about fucking and dating kids all day. Obviously, you're a pedophile. I think there's utility in calling yourself a pedophile or other people calling you one. But I don't think there's a utility in what comic did you read 8 years ago? Let's slap an orientation label on you because of it. Like, people just have fantasies. We have a broad variety of fantasies. And a lot of them are about things that are weird or bad. And I think those are feelings that we have to manage. And if we want to enjoy them, we can enjoy them. And if we want to hide from them, we can hide from them. But
I just think it would be. I think I see you have all these discussions, and obviously a lot of repeat points come up as you discuss the same thing with multiple people. And I just personally think that if we had a definitive label for people like Mr. Girl versus actual pedophiles, right? Regardless if it's common or not, if we had that label, it would be much easier to have these conversations instead of Mr. Girl having to explain what how he thinks about kids. To every single person, right? I think the label is useful.
I think we fundamentally disagree
whether that label be no map or something else. I don't care. I just think
Josh, here's the problem.
problem is labels,
Josh.
as Mr. Girl sees it.
Josh,
Let's let them
you
finish
think-
up, and then we'll have interjections afterwards. I want to
Josh,
let them
Josh,
get
the
a
pro-
conclusion first.
All right.
Okay, I think here's the conclusion, Josh. You think that my sexuality is abnormal, and I think it's normal.
Okay, but that's besides the
Well, no,
point.
hold on, so let me finish.
Okay,
Let me finish.
please.
Okay, I think my sexuality is so normal that it is okay. Yes, you want to change the name of my sexuality based on a couple things you know about me. So,
your entire sexuality. One aspect of it, as I said before. If you
yes, you want to attach a label to me as a person because of one aspect of my sexuality, which I don't think is fair or makes. I don't think that's fair, and I don't think that makes sense.
I think it logically makes sense.
Two, I think my sexuality is so normal that I think it is just human. It's not that I think it's like white people where it's like 60% of the country or whatever. I'm saying it's everyone. So I think it's just having a sexuality. This is just part of being human and having a sexuality. You think that there are some people like me and some people who aren't like me, and I don't think that. I think everyone is like me. And so that, to answer your question of why I don't come up with a special word to describe the way I am, is that I think everyone is that way.
Literally everyone.
That's the answer.
Literally everyone on the planet. There can't even be like one person with like a mental thing where they can't be attracted to people who are.
Yeah, sure. Then I think we should give a label to that person. But I'm saying that that it's so normal that it's like we'll say normal enough that I don't think we need a word for it. Like what do you call a person who has 10 fingers?
Okay, let's coin a new label
There isn't a word.
Adult attracted person. App. I'm an app. Adult only attracted person. AOAP.
Yeah, so again, this just seems like virtue signaling. This seems
I
like
don't think it's virtue signaling. I think the label is legitimately important for these discussions. So you don't have to.
I know you do. I know, but that's because you think I'm different, and I don't.
Okay,
and that's the answer.
As I said before,
that's the conclusion. Is that
we have to agree to disagree on the percentage of people who have these thoughts or not. Regardless, I think the label is useful, even if it's the vast majority of people who have these thoughts like you. Just like how the label straight is useful. Vast majority of people are straight. Are we just going to call it normal? I don't have a label. I'm just normal
that's
orientation.
Fine if you think
guys.
That's fine. That's fine if you think. That's fine if you think that. Are you able to empathize with and understand my reasoning if I think that 99.9% of people have all had thoughts about having sex with lots of different people, thoughts about killing people, that to then label that 99% of people, I'm a murder fantasizer, or I'm a violence fantasizer. To me, do you understand why to me that doesn't make sense, even if it makes sense to you?
No, I don't.
Can I answer?
I feel like at the end of the day, everything has a label. Even normal, if we break it down, has a label.
What is the
carbon-based life forms. We have the label of carbon-based life forms.
Josh,
every human is carbon-based, but we can still have that label if we're talking about science. And in these cases, we're talking about sexuality. Specific words are important. Language is valuable.
Word for somebody?
Yeah, but
what is the word for somebody who has 10 fingers?
Maybe there should be a label for it. I think there might be a scientific term for it. There might be a scientific.
There might be one. What is the colloquial in use term that you use to describe somebody who has 10 fingers?
Okay, 10 fingers, but the different, or someone with 10 fingers, but or an extra finger.
No, but so there isn't one. There isn't. You don't have a label.
To me, there's a difference. Can I express my opinion?
I understand.
This is not going anywhere. Let me interject here.
I understand that there's a difference.
Or can I explain my thoughts on why it's different, or are you just going to say factually it isn't different? It's all opinion at the end of the day.
Explain your thoughts.
I understand your opinion. Josh, I get your opinion. I'm trying to get you to understand my opinion. That if
and I want you to understand mine.
If being turned on by cuties is the same as having 1010 fingers,
I'm not. It's not.
All right.
Okay.
If it were,
I would love to know to explain the difference. I would love to explain the difference if you let me see.
I know why you. I know
Holy
why you
shit.
think it's different.
I know why you think I'm going to dissect your brain and explain it back to you. No, let's explain
you just dissected
our points.
You just threw your brain up out of your mouth. So okay, go ahead.
us explain our points with the I listen.
Augie, I think you should moderate more
Shut the fuck up! Literally, shut the fuck up! Holy shit! Holy shit! Let me finish a sentence. Oh my god!
Boblax, explain. Then we're gonna go into interjections because Moth and Glink want to get in.
Okay,
and I
I'll say two more. I'll say two more things, and then I'll give Moth and Glink time because I'm respectful. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, this whole conversation is so respectful.
Shut the fuck up! Mute that motherfucker! Mute that motherfucker! I'm tired of him interjecting when I'm trying to make two simple points. Holy shit! Sorry for losing my cool, but it's oh my god.
Sorry, this guy just won't admit he's a pedophile. I'm so sorry, guys.
No, that's not my point, you motherfucker! You motherfucker! Okay, this is the issue I have with you. Every time you respond to me, you try to redefine what you say. Every time I have responded to you, you can look back at the VOD. Every time I've responded to you, I've responded to what you say. I've responded to what you say, and I don't try to redefine what you're saying. I just say my opinion. And the issue with you and how you speak is that you respond to all of my points by trying to recontextualize my answer and then argue a straw man instead of actually fucking just responding to what I say. And it makes this conversation go on way longer than it has to. And it's so much fluff. And it's fucking frustrating to deal with.
I won't admit that I'm a no map. Okay.
And number two, now the point. Right, the difference between and then I'll let everyone else speak. I might actually leave. I will listen, but or maybe I'll mute. Fuck it. Okay. The difference between someone with an extra finger and then someone who's slightly attracted to kids but not fully attracted to kids is the second one is more psychologically complex, and only by a little bit. But the it takes more words to say than just someone with an extra finger, and it's a psychological based thing, so it takes a little more of an advanced brain to understand. I'm not saying it's rocket science, but just it takes a little bit more explaining than someone with extra fingers. Everyone can understand that immediately. So a label is useful for taking slightly or more complex things and putting it down to one word just so it's easier to have conversation, not to put a label on you or be like, no ma'am, but just so it's easier to have these types of conversations and have everybody on the same page instead of having these long, exhaustive discussions about semantics, which is what you have been engaging with so far. Everybody else can go. I need to get water.
All right. Let's go to interjections.
Can I just retort for 10 seconds?
10 seconds, yeah.
Okay, if you think you're right, then I understand why you think it's about semantics. But for me, the conversation isn't about semantics, it's about human nature, because we're trying to define what is rare, what is unusual, what is even noteworthy. Is it noteworthy that somebody has 10 fingers? Like, no, it's not noteworthy. So I'm saying that I don't think that whatever I said about cuties, or whatever I've said after about cuties, or girls or little boys, whoa, Josh, let me fucking think. I don't, Josh, please, Josh.
Quick, Mr.
If you're making a whole channel of it, clearly the distinction's important.
Wait.
I've been making content for a long time. This is only a small portion of my content. Now listen. What I'm saying is, I don't think it is noteworthy. And that is my argument. It's not about the label or semantics. It's saying that it's just part of being human.
Hey, Destiny.
And so,
sorry.
Wait, can I just do one quick thing, and then you guys can do your
God.
Just one quick thing.
Of course.
I suck at moderating. I suck at this.
No, you're good. It's not. This isn't even a moderation thing. Okay, I promise. You're doing a great job. Okay. Wait, Bo Blacks, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. It is of my opinion that we have a collective fiction around this indignation related to like child porn, that people feel like they have to take a strong position on it because they get a bunch of social credit for it. Can I make you a bet right now? I'll give you 10-1 odds. Okay. On $1,000, I'll pay you $10,000 if I'm wrong, on whether or not Max gets caught with either any underage girl or child porn in the next 2 years. I'll give you over 700 days to see if that bet comes to fruition.
I don't think that. I think the likelihood of that.
Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. Wait, what?
I think the likelihood of that happening is low.
Why?
Because I'd like to give him the benefit of the doubt and think that he only has a passing thought and attraction to children, rather than a full-on, attraction to the point where he will actually go out and do something. And that distinction is important.
Sure, but if it never manifests,
these labels are important.
If it never manifests in like child porn or abusing a minor, who the fuck cares?
See, this is where I want to say something really quick. Boblax, you're frustrated because you want to use labels because you feel like they're useful, and they are. But Mr. Girl, what he's trying to do, he's trying to move the conversation forward past the labels. And that's fine, because he's saying, you know, at the end of the day, we're animals. We have these instincts, we have these drives, we have these desires. Where the conversation has to go from there, if you still think there's something wrong with what he's saying, is that there has to be a moral argument, which I believe there is, against, you know, certain behavior, certain actions, and certain fantasies. In order, it can't just be a label of, well, this is, the problem is labels don't actually engage with the morality of it.
Yeah, the other thing is, if you're willing to concede that maybe I have the same sexuality or sexual makeup as 99% of people, what percentage of those people do you think would be comfortable with being called a no-map, or who would identify as a no-map, even with your convoluted definition of it?
It
So if it's a label that
I'm taking a very literal.
yeah, but what percentage of people do you think are going to call themselves a no-map, or accept the label, or want you to give them the label?
Maybe because the
or
social stigmatization of that label has been for pedos to use it as a replacement. So maybe not, but maybe they could make a new label, and that label would be important because it helps just define an aspect of themselves, whether or not it's common or not. And having that label, I think it's important to have this conversation continue going smoothly, not to virtue signal or anything, just so
it is to virtue signal. It's obviously the only reason to label me is the only reason to label me is to define yourself in opposition to me.
Yeah, no, that's
God. I just want to
interject here. I'm trying to give everybody like a chance.
Look,
to, like, cut in
Boblax,
here.
I think you're frustrated, but I understand why you're frustrated. But the thing is, labels are not an adequate, even if you come up with a label, and even if Mr. Girl agrees with it, hypothetically, it still doesn't, Mr. Girl's objective here is to move past the label and say, like, okay, well, aside from these labels, and if we redefine our understanding of each other's desires, what is wrong with this thought or this action or whatever? That's where the conversation has to go. But you're keep trying to bring it back to labels. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're trying to, it's almost like you're being conservative and just like, okay, let's just keep things in the realm of labels. But the way things are going with all this stuff, with these kinds of conversations, with this pedophilia and whatever you want to call it, maps, no maps, all these new labels that are and are going to keep being made, is because this phenomenon is becoming more common, and it's becoming more of a established thing. It's becoming normalized, really, is the thing. And you don't want it to be normalized, and I understand that, but you need to have more of a reason than it's this label that I don't like, you know?
I'm not talking about the social stigma of the label. I'm just talking about factually, our understanding of holy shit, my voice is like just dead. I apologize.
It's okay.
Get some water.
Yeah, take a deep breath. You're fine.
I've taken a deep breath. I just will need water. Okay, you guys can continue to talk. I'll be back and respond to that in like a minute.
Just don't be too hard on yourself.
Take it easy, yeah.
Listen, I have to piss like a racehorse, so I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Actually, that would be a good idea, because I kind of gotta get it too. I've been drinking a lot of water.
Okay.
Hey, me too.
All right, let's just take a small intermission.
Quick pee break, and we'll all be back.
Yeah,
All
I'll be
right.
really quick. Bye.
Sure thing. Sure thing.
Mr. Medicare is in the chat, by the way.
Well, guys, it's just me. Just remember, guys, you are not your thoughts. There is no you. I think Boblax is too caught up on the labels because he's trying to define what he views as the other. But Mr. Girl's point is that it's not the other. And I accept that it's not the other. But that's when it gets into philosophical.
Did everyone else leave?
Yeah, they did. The floor is yours.
All right. So I do want to establish to the audience, a lot of people probably don't understand. I'm not angry because of what Mr. Girl is or what he's advocating. Well, I don't like it, but that's not why I screamed. It's because I'm frustrated with the way he's not the way he's talking to me as in I'm offended, but just like it's impossible to get my thoughts out when he keeps interrupting me, then trying to say what I said and remaking it and then making a straw man against it, because it goes completely like, I feel like I'm as much as he disagrees with me, I feel like I'm responding to his questions directly like a normal human being, and I feel like he is responding by taking what I say, recontextualizing it in a way that he can get angry at, and then arguing something that I'm not. Like, I never called him a pedo, and then he just started going on this rampage about like how it's not okay to call him a pedo. Yeah, but I didn't call you that, so let's go back on track and respond to what I said instead of turning it into something else. And I know like other people online and in society or whatever do that, but I'm not those people, and I would like to have the conversation within the confines of me versus him instead of him trying to try to dissect what I am actually thinking. Like, just don't try to like redo it in the way. Don't try to psychoanalyze me mid-conversation. Let's just have the conversation face value, listen to the words I'm saying, and then respond back. And that is why I'm mad, not because of anything else. You know, obviously I don't like pedophilia, etc., and I have my own thoughts. And I feel like I'm not as conservative as people are saying. I'm pretty sure I'm open to these types of discussions, that I can listen to other people's point of views.
Can I ask you something? I
feel like he's not doing the same with me.
Boblax, can I ask you something?
Real quick, when you say you don't like pedophilia as in passing after criticizing me, are you implying that you think I'm a pedophile?
No.
No! Oh my god! Can you... I was literally talking about how I'm frustrated that you imply what I think instead of just taking my words at face value.
Then why did you mention pedophilia right then? Then why did you mention pedophilia?
Maybe if you listen to the context of the conversation, you would understand, and maybe you should just... Oh my god.
Boblax, though, let me ask you this. Do you have a moral stance against...
I should have fucking muted you guys.
Do you have a moral stance against pedophilia in the abstract? As in, not somebody, you know, molesting a child, but just indulging in that fantasy, let's say. That's kind of what we've been talking about in this call.
So I said at the very beginning when I called in, I don't think it's a thought crime to think these thoughts, but if they turn into... But I think it is a warning sign, and it is a signal to reel back. Yeah. But if you don't reel back, I don't think that's an issue as long as you don't like continue going forward.
Yeah. Okay.
I think we all agree on that.
Well, I think Mr. Girl's position is something like, we're not sure about the best way to deal with these thoughts. So who are you to say that not indulging in the fantasy isn't the best route to, keeping people from being harmed? I think that's his position. And my position to that is, even in this hypothetical scenario, to be very charitable, where nobody is harmed, and that is just a thing that people do, and then nobody's harmed as a result, which I don't even think is a thing. It still manifests in other ways to engage, to ways that aren't so direct, to engage in thoughts and indulge in thoughts that I think are harmful or I think are immoral based on, and that leads into a more philosophical, spiritual discussion or whatever you want to call it, of like why some things are immoral and why some things are moral. But even if it doesn't result in more children being molested, I think people engaging in those thoughts and indulging in them causes more human suffering, causes more evil, whether it's in the person thinking them or it rippling out to affect other people in different ways. That's kind of how I feel about it.
Yep. I think at the end of the day, we all have good intentions. I don't think Mr. Girl is out here trying to, create a pedophile army or anything like that. I do want to clarify that.
Thanks, man.
And I do think he has good intentions, even though I disagree with them, and I would love to discuss it without going over the top. But it was just hard, this conversation. I'll say what I said before, Mr. Girl, when you were gone. Basically,
I heard you. I heard what you said. I was listening the whole time. I have my headphones.
Okay. I assumed you weren't. That's why I was kind of dismissive about what you were saying earlier. Anyway, to put a bow tie on the label thing, I'll just say one more thing to say my opinion. You can disagree, whatever. I'm just gonna say my opinion. Glink is right in that, we're learning a lot about psychology, and a lot of new labels are coming out, whether it be, gender identity, gender roles, or whatever. And I think it's important to acknowledge those differences and stuff like that. But I think labels are an important part of that. Like, for example, I don't know what it's called, but the dictionary for U.S. medical terms is evolving all the time because our knowledge of the human brain is evolving all the time. So certain terms go outdated, certain terms get introduced or whatever. And I just think having a term to differentiate between like actual pedophilia and what Mr. Girl has, regardless of how common it is, even if 99% of people have it, I think can be an important label. Even if it's not commonly used, it would probably only be used in the context of conversations like this. But I think the existence of that label is important, and I elected to use no map. But if Mr. Girl's not comfortable with that, I will stop calling him no map, and I'll just say he's occasionally attracted to kids. Is that fine to say? Like, is it what I meant to come in here and say is not to like fight with you, but to ask like what would be an appropriate way to describe that, regardless of how common
my sexuality.
it is. Yeah.
By the way, Mr. Girl, your camera's not on. I don't know if you know that.
Beyond normal. Because something can be normal and also be specifically defined at the same time, but not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, I wouldn't use a label to describe my sexuality or that aspect of my sexuality.
Or a definition. Maybe not a label, but a definition. Like a quick definition.
I don't think it merits a definition. I guess that's what I'm saying, is I don't think it's significant enough to merit a definition any more than my attraction to older women or older men or
but there are
animals or whatever.
Okay, hold on. Wait, Mr. Girl.
No, hold on. I'm just saying, I don't think you need to make a label for fleeting thoughts and attractions, or even semi-significant thoughts. And I don't use orientation labels anyway for that reason for myself. And again, when you say things like, you may not understand this, but I feel like you do. When you say things like, yeah, we just need a differentiation between real pedophilia and whatever Mr. Girl has, you are effectively calling me a pedophile. And you may think that because you're making this distinction that it doesn't come across that way, but it does. It just feels like you're just.
I do know it comes across that way, but that's why specifically I came in here to ask you what is a different label or a definition that I could use that is still accurate, but doesn't imply that you're a full pedo.
Honest.
Want to be
you can say Mr. Girl is a really honest guy.
That's what I said. It's true.
Yeah,
here's the thing, though. Here's something I just noticed. Here's something I just noticed, though, Mr. Girl. I'm perfectly fine. Well, I'm perfectly fine meeting you there and not attaching labels. I'm not even trying to define it and saying it's the other. But I noticed when it comes to any sort of metaphysical discussion or purpose or meaning to life, you're so quick to ascribe the label as, oh, you guys are religious? Oh, you believe in Jesus Christ? Oh, God? Those are also labels that you're throwing on me because it's something you don't understand.
True. See, labels are useful.
I'm against all
labels.
Well, when it comes to defining,
I don't personally see labels as a negative thing.
Well, I think it's negative when it comes to defining people and their worldview. But Mr. Girl, if you don't
like that label, but I guess maybe you don't like the label religious. We can use something else if you want. I'm just trying
now you're just Bo-Blacksing me in your perspective.
No, I'm saying what I mean when I say religious, and I think Augie understood what I meant, is like, do you believe that there's shit like happening that we can't see or that's beyond science or not?
Yeah.
And like, so I'm not trying to use it. I'm not trying to use it as like an insult or to
okay, but I think that's fair. But I think that question is already more interesting than saying, oh, you guys are religious? Okay, because religious is a label. It's like, oh, I can write you off now. Rather than like, I can engage with the possibility that there might be more going on than this like physical 3D dimension.
Write you off by questioning whether or not you're religious or not. To be fair, I just think he was trying to understand where are you coming to these conclusions from. Is it like
so he can throw a label on it and say, I don't have to regard your opinion as mattering because you're just a religious God believer.
Well, I'm not trying to say to dismiss your opinion. I'm trying to find out if we have an irrevocable disagreement about the nature of reality that's going to make it so we can't continue the conversation. I know we do. It's not to dismiss your opinion, though. I wasn't asking that question over and over again. Can you answer this without making an appeal to spirituality? Because I'm dismissing your opinion. I'm trying to show you that at the end of the day, because I'm an atheist and I don't believe in spirits, then I think that I might just be living in a different world than you, and we might not be able to come see eye to eye. And so at that point, if the answer, if you guys had just been able to say no, it does have to do with spirituality, or it does have to do with actions, then we could move forward and say like, okay, so because I don't believe in spirits, that's why I don't believe that a thought can be immoral. And then we can talk, and then all we can do from there is you can share your view, and then I can contrast it with my view. There's no reason to argue though. If your fundamental worldview is different from mine about the existence of like a metaphysical world or spirit world or a god or whatever, at a certain point, a debate is no longer the right format for the conversation, and you should just share your perspective, and I can share my perspective. We can contrast them without arguing. That's why I was asking you, not to try to debunk your
Why are you
views.
comfortable saying atheist instead of person who doesn't believe in God?
Because atheist means person who doesn't believe in God.
Exactly, which is why the label is useful in this conversation. Which is why I feel like the way you were responding to that question is exactly how I feel about your label, and I know the label no map is negative. That's why I want to find a more neutral or positive way.
It's not that it's negative.
It's
not that it's negative. It's that it means pedophile.
Yeah. So that's why I'm asking. Can there be like a new like? Would it be okay if I just say you're like passingly attracted to kids when I talk about you in the future? Is that a fine definition, or would you be mad at it? Like, can you just give me?
I will be mad at you if you say that, because it makes it sound like.
He's saying everyone is. That's what Mr. Girl is saying.
Yeah, I think everyone is. So it makes it sound. So what you should say is he thinks everyone is passingly attracted to kids,
including, and then I put it brackets, including himself. Would that be fine? Because
I think the ship. Listen, I like you. That's part of why I'm mad at you is because I also like you, and if I just didn't like you or I just dismissed you, then you wouldn't piss me off.
By the way, I'm legitimately trying to find a common ground. I'm not.
I know.
I don't know if you believe that or not, but
I believe that you are doing that, but I think you're also doing some other things that will make you angry if I tell you what they are. But I think that I think the ship has sailed on you talking about my sexuality in a way that doesn't irritate me. So I'm pretty sure whatever you say about my sexuality from this point going forward is probably going to annoy me. So yeah.
Okay, Boblax, can I say something to you? Can I say something to you?
Yeah.
I think I'm on this. I think I agree with Mr. Girl that what ultimately where this conversation is going to lead to, and where I think it has to lead to, is where we contrast our worldviews. Because I don't think he's being inconsistent with his worldview, and I think the reason he's so popular is because most people realize that. Most people who think the same worldview, that, again, like I would say this materialist, science-based worldview, strictly speaking, and that's all there is to life, then any number of things are up to being normalized or being okay. And, to Mr. Girl's credit, he's still against, suffering and like victimization and all that. Mm-hmm. But yeah. I think where anyone who's against his positions needs to ask themselves why they feel that way, why they believe it's wrong on a metaphysical level, on a spiritual level, philosophical level. And I think the discussion between Mr. Girl, if he's willing to hear those out, then that's an interesting discussion, because it's like, well, my experiences of life have led me to believe this because this, and that, and then his have led him to believe this. What I think is missing is people being honest with the fact that it is nothing unscientific about what Mr. Girl is saying. I don't think it's unscientific, but my point of view is that there's more to life than just science, than just, again, three-dimensional stuff.
I agree, and I have thought about it, and I do have these deep opinions on it that, believe it or not, doesn't come from what other people think, but actually have come from what I think or whatever. And I just would like to have those open conversations without Mr. Girl getting triggered at
but that's
the verbiage I use, which is why I'm asking not what label, but what verbiage I should use to describe what I'm saying in a way that won't bother him. That's what I'm asking.
If you just stick to my behavior, say he said the girls and cuties were hot. I feel like that just is description enough for everybody to understand.
I'll do that.
That's a fact. I said that. I stand by it. I said it because it was the fucking truth.
Okay, I'll use that. That's all I was looking for. we can move on now because I just really didn't want to like get away from this conversation without me knowing what to say. So because then I'll like continue to describe you in a way that is triggering to you, or more importantly, you see as inaccurate. I just want to be as accurate as possible. I want to criticize you while being accurate to what you're saying, right? I don't want to criticize you by putting stuff in your mouth.
I'm fine with you dumbing down or simplifying the things I've said or stances I've taken, things I've actually said and done.
Yeah,
I prefer to be described by, and that's my problem with orientation labels.
We need to have a character limit. I need something shorter. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. So shorten the things I've said and done, rather than
that's what I meant by label. I guess maybe our definition of label was a little bit.
Can I make one point that's slightly detached, or slightly a tangent, but still related? A case for why the strictly scientific based materialist worldview sucks. Because I think that leads to an empty, vacuous existence in which people have no purpose, don't feel they have a purpose, and don't feel that their life has any meaning. And that I think it also opens the door to normalizing all kinds of strictly pleasure-driven, hedonistic lifestyles. And if our society, if the West or whatever this thing we call society wants to continue and be prosperous in the future, I think we need morals based on an objective truth. That's what, and that just seems to be the way things are right now, is that most people don't have morals based on an objective truth. I'm not even saying one religion or one religious text needs to be the root of all this, but some sort of objective truth and morality derived from that, linked with conscious experience and acknowledging conscious experience, that we're rational creatures, we're not logical robots. That has to be understood. And if it's not understood, we're just going to be lab rats, basically.
Yeah. And I mean, Mr. Girl, you're a man of science, right?
I like to think so.
Okay. Yeah, I like science too. I think it's cool. There's literally like so many studies on how pornography destroys your brain. So what do you think of that? Like, what?
I guess I just don't. I just think they're wrong. I guess I think that like you can use video games in a way that destroys your brain, or you can use it in a way that makes you smarter. I think the same thing with pornography. It can help you. It can hurt you.
How does it help you?
I think it's more. I would say you can have a relationship with pornography that's bad for your brain, but I don't think it's pornography itself.
At what point? Okay, like hypothetically, you could say the same thing with
let
heroin.
Let her respond to that since it's between you.
Well, what do you mean by destroy? I think my chat wants to know that.
I'm trying to like articulate it properly. So I've read up on studies, like and stuff. My memory is shoddy, I'll admit, but I've seen like it'll.
Do you want to cite? Like, do you want to look for a study now? And like, I mean, we're having like a 5-hour conversation, so do you want to look for a study and just like show it to everybody?
I can. I mean, in the meantime, I mean, Glink can.
Okay, then let me just say one thing. Like you could say the same thing with heroin or with any drug, and that's what I'm calling porn a drug. It's like, okay, hypothetically, you could manage heroin to such an extent that, hey, maybe it's not destructive. And it's like, yeah, but we'll acknowledge that certain drugs are far more potentially dangerous or just have such a vast like negative impact and such a small use, if any at all. And so I think it's on you to prove or to explain rather why porn, what are the positives of porn that balance out or make it manageable enough to where it's not this negative.
It feels good. I mean, the positive of porn is obvious. It feels good when you jack off to porn.
Okay. So if your only goal, and if all you value is pleasure and dopamine chemicals, then that makes sense. But if you value more to life than that.
It doesn't have to be, that doesn't make any sense. That's like, what I just ate an orange. Did I eat this orange because I was hungry? No. I ate it because it felt good. Yeah. The fucking succulent sweet juice squirting around the inside of my mouth makes me feel
heroin
great.
Feels good too. Heroin feels good too.
Now, and does that mean that all I care about is sucking on the bits of pulp that come in your mouth when you squish them between your teeth? Is that all I care about? Link, I'm just this hedonistic like loser. Like, no, I just did it because it felt good. But for you to convince me that I shouldn't eat an orange, you have to show me the downsides to it. So I disagree with you. Porn it's obvious why people watch porn. The question is it harmful enough that you shouldn't watch it, or dangerous enough? You're comparing it to heroin. What's like, yeah, heroin produces euphoria, but can also kill you the first time you use it if you do it wrong, or just like even if you do it right, I think. Mm-hmm. So I don't think that is a good comparison.
Even if you, well, okay. I think there are certain substances or drugs or activities where it's like, it feels good, but the effects of it are still negative on your life, even if it can't kill you or doesn't kill you, right? It's like, I don't think something feeling good is enough justification for it to be a good thing, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. If it's hurting your life, then I agree. But see, all the things that you think it does that are bad to your life, I think it could also do the opposite. So I think porn can help you learn how to talk to the opposite sex or same sex or however you're interested in. I think porn can make you less nervous about stuff like dating and help you make connections.
And that's based on the experiences you've had and experiences of people you know, right?
Well, and just theoretically, it just makes sense. It just makes sense to me that watching people
nowhere if both of you are just arguing based on what your experiences is, because both Glink's and Mr. Girl's experiences are like the opposite, right? Glink's saying porn. Well, actually, do you have like a personal experience with porn? Like,
yeah,
like,
I mean, I've shared it before. I don't have like some crippling addiction or never had something like that awful, but my first experience with jacking off was to porn via the internet, the Wii Internet channel, when I was 14, and.
The Wii?
Yeah, and that started a habit of, porn, masturbation, orgasm. It's like a kind of
PMO, baby.
PMO, yeah.
PMO.
And I think that's, while that's a funny little story, my whole point, the reason I'm interested in this topic is because this story is more and more commonplace as you go into younger and younger generations who they grew up with this access. And I think, to Mr. Girl, not trying to like dog on you here, but your opinion that, oh, well, where's all the harm from this? Like, I haven't seen that much harm. Right. It's like, but maybe Mr. if you understood more people's experiences, you would see that where the harm is.
It seems like listening to this, though, like he's conceding that it can be an issue. He's just saying that it can also be a positive, right? So, like,
yeah.
But both of you are just saying these things just based on, like, shit that's happened.
Yeah, but, okay, right? but then you go into like studies or like hard data or whatever. Which
okay, well, let's get into that.
Okay, well,
oh sure, let's break out the studies, break out the data.
Because we keep talking like vaguely about studies and stuff, but like I feel like it's just useless if you don't actually go into it.
That's fair.
If we've hit a dead end and you wanna go into the data, then yeah, I'm happy to peer review some of your studies here.
I'm not even a big like look at the statistics, the data. I don't like arguing that way because it's so. I don't know. It just feels like we're not having a real discussion, but let me see if I can find one, I guess, but it's just like
might be time to bring Flamenco in if he's around.
Let me message him.
No, I'm not a scientist, obviously.
All right, I messaged him. Why does chat think I'm bored or uninterested just because I don't talk? I'm just trying to listen. Like, I don't understand this.
It's just your face. Like,
do I have a boring face? Like, I'm just listening.
It looks like you're checked out to some people.
I'm checked in.
Checked in? Moth
yeah.
All
right, well, I sent Flamenco the message, so we'll see what he has to say.
Okay, so here's one that I actually used in a video, and it's called, the study is called Prelude to Passion, Limbic Activity by Unseen Drug and Sexual Cues. And I think it's, let me look it up to see.
Any woman, no, I'm not lying.
Okay. So I'll just link this for you guys as a reference.
All right, let me take a look at this.
There it is. And then if you scroll down, it shows, there's an abstract and all that. And they have like these figures comparing the activation parts of the brain of cocaine with sexual stuff. And then they did studies on people, or they assessed like porn use over time.
Okay.
Let me make sure.
Wait, is this in that? Here we go.
Link in the Discord chat.
Yeah, I looked in the Discord.
Okay.
All right. See if I can get this on screen.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same.
Related to passion, limbic activation by unseen drug and sexual cues. Is there like a specific like citation you wanted to read or anything?
I actually haven't read the study fully myself.
Oh, okay. Well, let's take a look.
Should have prepared.
We exploited the fast temporal resolution of event-related functional magnetic resonance MRI to test the brain in response to unseen cocaine, sexual, aversive, and neutral cues. Okay.
Wait, hold on. Is
So
there like, there's nothing like pornographic in the article, right?
No.
All right, so we don't get taken off the air. You know?
And I think I have another one too that might be more to the point. Sort
Brain
of,
response to unseen cocaine cues predicts future effect to visible versions of the same cues. I don't know what that means. Our working hypothesis is that drug and sexual cues acquire the ability to trigger brain reward circuitry through simple Pavlovian conditioning. Pavlov's classic experiments, blah, blah, blah. In our view, the hair trigger brain response of cocaine users to unseen drug and sexual cues reflects Pavlovian learning, but with a powerful evolutionary thrust.
Okay, here's a better one.
Oh, we're dismissing this one?
No. But I have one that I think is going to be more digestible.
right.
About gray matter volume differences.
It's tempting to directly compare the magnitude of the brain response to cues for a natural reward versus an unnatural cocaine reward. Clinical implication. Okay, well, let's just look at the conclusion, I guess, because I don't know what the fuck any of this means,
Here's
really.
another one. So this one is titled Gray Matter Volume Differences in Impulse Control and Addictive Disorders and Evidence from a Sample of Heterosexual Males.
Analytic approach. Okay, so we're just not talking about this one anymore. I can't understand what this says.
When I let me clarify here. When I was like, "Yo, can we like talk about like the studies or something?" Like, is there like a specific like data point or something that you can like point to that like says that porn is incredibly destructive to your brain or something like that?
Okay, the one I just linked
like,
is about how people with porn
right.
addiction have reduced gray matter in the brain, which is like responsible for a lot of
wait,
frontal
the porn reduced their gray matter, or it's a correlation, or they're saying that that it's a longitudinal study showing that using porn shrinks your brain.
In this group, sources were negatively correlated with GMVs in the anterior circular.
Well, it sounds like you're just saying that people with smaller brains can get addicted to porn more easily, which that seems possible, but I don't think that means that porn shrinks your brain.
Okay, can I just argue this let me step outside the studies for
Sounds more like porn.
Because I'm not an
blinks your
expert on
brain.
analyzing studies. I think there's plenty of studies that are.
Well, I
done
think
on
there's
this.
plenty of studies, not a fucking argument.
No.
So if you
I'm
want
just.
us to all
I know.
look at a
But that's why
if you
I
want
don't
us to
even.
all look at it. Well, then don't say it. Just don't. Say
I think it's something.
So are we looking?
Okay, let me
Are we
explain
looking
it
at this
way.
new study that you gave us, or what?
You could look at it if you want to.
Well, is that what we're doing? I don't understand what we're doing.
What are we doing right now?
You guys asked for studies.
You
I
both,
linked
you
two
both
studies.
said there's
Well-
tons of studies showing a bunch of shit, and then it turns out there aren't any. So
I'm
now
just trying to
you-
like, okay, when you
you've
say there's a
opened
bunch
Pandora's
of studies
box.
that say like this is okay, what I'm saying is like, okay, we vaguely mentioned throughout the course of this debate studies that exist that point to the fact that like, porn has some sort of effect on your brain that's like scientific, right? So what I was saying was, well, like, what specifically are we talking about, right? And then Glink just linked a study that like talks about gray matter in the brain. So I guess
Okay,
Well,
so
okay.
but the study he linked just shows a correlation. It sounds like it just shows a correlation between having less gray matter and being addicted to porn. Not that porn shrinks your brain. So both of you saying
say it
porn
shrinks your
destroys your brain, and there's studies showing that porn destroys your brain. I don't know what you're talking about, and you haven't shown us.
Well,
that.
could we agree?
I think if there was such a study, you'd probably be able. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Could we agree? I think this is something we could probably agree on, or if we don't agree, I would be interested to hear your response. Okay, it's sort of just a logical understanding of like, okay, this is something that's established, whether it's scientifically or whatever literature you want to reference, that the highest form of reward system, okay, the highest stimulation that the brain is capable of is sexual. Do we acknowledge that? The strongest feelings you can feel, the strongest desires you have, and the strongest like releases of endorphins, chemicals, dopamine, whatever it is. I don't even know all the neurotransmitters involved, but whatever that is, sex is the highest one. That I've heard that numerous times taking biology class, chemistry, whatever the fucking class was, and I'm pretty sure that's true. Do you guys acknowledge that?
Yes, sir.
No.
No, you don't. Okay.
I think that's true.
I think it's
know.
possible.
Okay. Well, let's just
I
operate.
feel like that's true. I'm gonna make.
Let's
a totally
agree that
false
orgasms are very
Orgasm.
powerful.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, we agree.
So that being the case, when you have a plethora of options to look at every night, instantly accessible with the palm of your hand, to watch these audio visually stimulating videos.
Yes,
and such.
porn. Yes.
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 Okay. So it activates your audio. You're not reading a book. You're not looking at a poster only. It's a moving video of people fucking. Okay. Which naturally triggers the imagination, gets your brain stimulated, gets you very horny. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's that. And then this goes back to the whole indulging in thoughts versus actions things, because I would argue a step further, and this is pretty reasonable. We've all had experiences with this. When you're horny and you're watching porn, the next thing you want to do is jerk off to it. Right? Okay.
Sure.
And so then you jerk off to it. You get the nice, good, feel good chemicals in your brain. Then you go to sleep, or you go on with the day, whatever you're doing. Okay. Now you see how that's like comparable to a drug where, oh, it feels good to get a shot of tequila or a shot, whatever the fuck the drug is. Therefore,
it
it's
feels good
rewarding.
to go for a walk in a park. It feels good to listen to music. It feels good to play video games.
Yes,
like
and some things,
yes,
right. But the difference is, porn is a stimulus that is completely detached from. It's a stimulus that is simulated and detached from a purpose. It is something like,
as opposed to Call of Duty.
I don't think. Oh, I would make the argument that to a much lesser extent, I don't think games are a great use of time. But I also don't think that they're as stimulating or as rewarding or as releasing as many chemicals in the brain as porn, as jerking off to porn does. And that's
really,
just,
I have infinite access to both. I spend much more time playing video games than looking at porn.
well, yeah, you spend more time. Maybe you spend more time playing them, but the way that you use, it's like when you use porn to jerk off, you're looking for that dopamine release as a quick hit of something, as like a drug. You're using it more like a drug versus video game is more like an activity.
I'm looking for dopamine. I think I'm looking for like coming. It's like the pleasure, the sexual pleasure of coming. I think even without dopamine, I'd probably still jerk off quite a bit. I'm more interested in like the sex part, not the high, or the emotional high.
Fine.
Like I feel like dopamine just makes you like calm and happy.
But the two are related in this case. And as they become, so this is what I mean by stimulus detached from its purpose. Okay. When you have sex with someone in real life,
you're losing me. There's no purpose to anything. You know that I don't believe that. So we don't have common ground here. So if you just want to say,
okay, when I say purpose, hold on. I don't mean like
do you want to
just
like
no.
like say you're.
No, I don't mean deep existential purpose.
I don't believe in any purpose.
You don't need to believe in any purpose. You don't need to believe in any purpose. What I'm saying is, okay, how do I explain this in simple terms? The experience of watching something on a screen and jerking off to it, you acknowledge that's different than the experience of fucking somebody in real life, right? Okay. And it's different because the experience of being with someone in real life, having sex with someone in real life, is something that there comes many layers of more complexity to it. It's not just a simple thing that you're turned on and you jerk off and you come and it's like that. which is like a drug. A drug is like a process that you do, and then you get high off it. But when you deal with their feelings, you deal with their bullshit, you deal with their body, their imperfections, all these things. And porn is a distortion. It's an extraction. It's an abstraction of that entire experience. And so the pervasiveness of pornography, what it does is that it trains your brain to view sex as this abstracted experience. Because how does it train your brain to do that? Because the experience of jerking off to porn every night, like anything, is a Pavlovian response, is a something that's going to reinforce a behavior, and it's a reward system that reinforces a behavior.
Yeah, but I don't have sex for the same reasons I look at porn. They're completely different.
Yes, but you're fine.
Like horniness is a part of wanting to have sex, but it's only a component of it. Like you said, there's so much more to sex than just getting off, that for me to want to have sex, I have to want to. There's like a whole social component and like an emotional part and an empathetic part. There's like a mental connection. When I just want to get off, I look at porn. When I want all the other shit, I have sex. But what you're describing is creating a situation where you actually are involving another person when all you want to do is like blow a load. And like, but you don't have to do that. Porn can save other people from having to be involved every time you want to fucking.
And the more pressing issue with porn, as I see it, the pressing issue with porn, as I see it, because of its accessibility and pervasiveness, is that people growing up like me, like other people, this comes back to experience. When they start developing these sexual feelings and they see an easy outlet with porn, which it is, what you're saying about, well, I can detach the fact that I'm horny versus I want a connection with someone, because they're two different things. They are two different things, but they're also part of the same process. You know, you want someone sexually, there's a level of you're horny and you want to do things to them, and you also care about them afterwards. But porn leaves that afterwards part out. In fact, it replaces it for a lot of people with just feelings of
good. That's the whole point.
And that's also why it's not why it's good. It's why it's a perversion. It's a distortion. It's a warped perception of reality, because that's why I say detached. It's just the stimulation, and there's no person behind it. There's no love behind it. And I think that's a perversion of, if anything is sacred, I think love for someone else is. And so, yeah.
Okay.
Does that make sense to anybody else?
It makes sense. I just don't connect with it because I don't believe in that anything is sacred.
Vito wants to come in. What do y'all think about that?
Yeah, bring him in.
Oh, and Flamenco. They're just both okay.
Yes, please. I think Vito is going to be very, very helpful in this whole anti-sex.
Oh wait, should I bring in Flamenco or Vito or both?
Both.
All right.
Both.
Does anyone else object to this? No. All right.
Both, I guess.
We're both in.
Hey, baby.
Hello. Am I here?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're here.
What AIDS fest am I in here now?
What's up? Welcome.
I'm fucking defending you, bro.
I know.
I'm your lawyer.
Oh,
lawyer.
God. Okay,
Hold
well, I'll go tie the noose real quick now.
Mr. Girl's gonna explain to you why it's good to jerk off to Lolly or something.
All right, I want to put this out there. I've been listening to this for a while, and it kind of feels like you guys are swimming around in the ether, and you don't really know even what you're arguing about at this point. Now, at the beginning of this debate, was there a specific topic? Was there a specific line, like, is X bad? Or no? It's just the porn debate?
You know, we have different
just the porn
perspectives,
debate.
but it's not even really a debate. It's more like a discussion, and I think we know where we are. I know why.
Oh,
Mr.
God,
Well, that's kind of
bad.
the problem. Is I feel like you guys are definitely going over a lot of the same ground. Where obviously anything can be a drug if you do too much of it. I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that. And you're saying that you think it's more dangerous a drug, and Mr. Girl thinks it's less dangerous a drug. That seems to be where we're at.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I think I have reasons for saying it, and he has some reasons for his, but
Yeah.
Well,
We
I
got
would
more.
just say I think maybe now is the time to try and reframe it as, okay, you think it's a horrible drug. Mr. Girl thinks it's fine. It seems more the topic is how should society view porn? Is there too much of it? Do we need to scale back? Would you advocate for banning it outright? Do you want to encourage people to seek less of it? I think you guys should start moving towards what you think the solutions are. in terms of if porn's a problem, what
Let's
does that
bring it
mean
back
and
to
where
reality.
do you want that to go?
Let's get practical. Let's get physical.
I want to hear some practical, not just, oh, maybe your brain will shrink. Okay, well, then what do you want to do about it? What do you want to see happen?
Well, I think what you just said actually is exactly what I want. So maybe mission accomplished. I want people to view it as a drug and treat it like a drug. I don't even think it should be illegal, by the way, because I don't even know if I think any drug should be illegal. But I want people to treat it, view it as a drug. That's what
people do, though. Then that's going to be my argument. Is I think everybody knows. Yes, if you spend 7 days a week jerking off frantically, obviously it has reached the level of an addiction. But you can be addicted to anything. You can be addicted to chocolate, video games, whatever else. So
what about once a night?
I think once a night is totally reasonable for masturbation. Do you think that's excessive? I mean, these are good questions. Yes. What is excessive porn consumption? How would you define that? And are you going to define it as around once a day?
I define it with functionality. So, like, if it's disrupting your work or love life or social life, then I think it's too much.
Pretty much like any addiction, I guess. Then
I would define it. You know, this comes down to like what you believe is the right way for you or whatever. And I believe there is a, universal morality. But that aside, where I would say it's crossing the line is I think jerking off to porn at all is a negative. I don't think that's good because I think it reinforces an objectification.
Yeah, but he's asking about practical shit.
Well, no, I think that is interesting. Do you think any time you view pornography, no matter what it is,
and I'm jerking off to it,
so you have to jerk off to it in order to qualify. So anytime you jerk off outside of a loving relationship, outside of sharing that.
Not anytime you jerk off. I think if you're just jerking off to your imagination, and even like there's a spectrum to it, right? Like I think if it's just a still image, like a poster on your wall that you're jerking off to or something, right? I don't think that's like nearly as bad as jerking off to a video. Well, it is bad, but nobody's perfect. And like, I've done that I'm not here saying, oh, I'm better than you guys. I'm just saying, I recognize that there is something, insidious going on when you jerk off to pornography. And I don't like that. And I don't like indulging in it. And I have reasons for that. I'm not saying I'm better than you.
I would make the argument. You're saying that, is it okay to jerk off to thoughts I have in my head? You see no issue with that?
I think that's generally fine. Yeah. As long as you're not jerking off every day.
I would make the argument, sorry to interrupt, that I could think of way more fucked up things in my head, way worse than any poster.
You can, but here's the thing. Your imagination is where it is, okay? Whatever parts of the brain that activates. But when you see something visually in front of you and you hear it, there's a very different experience there versus just imagining it. And it's a more stimulating experience. And I think science can measure that.
Sounds like a very, kind of abstract internal external, where if your sexuality comes all from yourself, you can fantasize about cutting guys' heads off because that's still more pure than getting it from an external source. That's what I'm kind of hearing from you.
It's not that it's more. No, I don't think that's good either. I'm not saying because it comes from yourself, it's fine. I'm saying because it's just using your imagination and not a screen, the experience is going to be naturally less stimulating. And I would say it's not overstimulating, whereas porn is a point where I would say it's overstimulating.
So you're worried that porn. What if? Isn't it you don't think there's any way to have any sort of pornography that's not like overstimulating, like just watching two people have boring missionary sex? You think even that is just too much for the human brain to handle?
It's like, well, where does that lead to? I think that's the thing. And this is...
Well, no, not where does it lead to. Where does that... We keep doing this, well, it could lead to something else. I'm asking, like, is there any kind of porn that would be morally or just... healthier? Is there any kind of porn that could be healthy?
That could be healthy. I don't know, because I don't think it's
healthy.
I don't think it's healthy. No, I don't see a reason why it is.
I'd love to hear from Moth on this. Moth, what were you about to say?
Oh, I just said I don't think that it's healthy.
You don't think any kind of pornography is healthy?
No.
Okay, and why do you?
What about jerking off to something that's not explicitly pornography, like a music video or like a movie about like people dancing in like a dance group?
That'd be interesting. I mean, well, people do that all the time.
Does anybody here think masturbation is immoral? Just self-pleasure in general?
I have a caveat with that. I don't think it's outright immoral, but I think the more that you masturbate, the more you're doing self-gratifying behavior, and the more kind of narcissistic or selfish it is, the more like you're just driven by desires of the self rather than, other people or like something else, something more.
So sexuality is something that intrinsically must be. Is it to share it with someone else?
I think so. Yeah, I do think so. Yeah.
I think masturbation, while it isn't immoral, I don't think it should be done in excess. Like, so let's say, like, you're just like it's ruminating, you can't get it out, and I mean, like, out of your head, and you're like, you're really horny. Then
so masturbation should be an action of last resort. Like, oh my god, I'm so
shitting.
horny.
It's a way. It's how you shit out your impure thoughts.
Yeah, basically. But I don't think it should be done in excess, because too much of a good thing could be a bad thing.
But I think the common stance of most psychiatric professionals is that masturbation is a very healthy way to relieve, I don't know, sexual desires, stress, whatever else. Yes, like anything, you can take it too far. But I don't think. I think most of the psychiatric community would say masturbation is absolutely healthy, in moderation, of course.
In moderation,
I would say I would say because of the pervasiveness and accessibility of porn, which is a pretty recent thing in the past 20 years or so, we have not even yet come to grips with its actual impacts on society. And I think what we can observe about people, I mean, this is also proven that people are having less sex on average than they were whatever decades ago that they've done these studies on. And, people in general are just more, I think, isolated and depressed socially. I think porn has had an impact on that because it is an outlet that just allows you to take these desires. Like you said, okay, I have these sexual desires. Well, like, it's like, oh, I could go out to, a bar, meet someone, make an effort to, like, maybe even if it's just casual sex, let's say, make a connection with someone, or I could just jerk off to porn. And that was not a possible option 30 years ago. Not in the way that it is now. Not in the way that it's a video with thousands of pages,
Sure, but I mean, the argument's going to be, you're saying that people having less sex is a negative, and I could point to, well, you go to the bar, you meet someone, maybe you'll share a wonderful experience, but it might also turn into a pregnancy, an STD, someone is unsatisfied, it turns into a rape type situation.
And for that reason, I'm not even pro casual sex.
Sure.
Yeah, me neither. Could I piggyback?
Yeah.
Sorry. Just like a small little piggyback off of what Glink is saying. It's like, because like pornography all throughout history, it's like, especially like, in more recent history, like, you had the Playboy magazines where you like bury in the forest, you go and find it and like jerk off and then go back or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. So, and
you guys don't still have that? I still have one. No, buried porno.
I just think it's because, all throughout human history, we had to like, kind of make an effort towards like finding a sexual partner. And now it's like you can get that sexual gratification instantly. We don't know how that's going to affect us down the line. Like, you're just like, oh, right. I could make the effort of having sex. Or I could, watch this and then, recharge, watch another one. You don't even have to leave. Like, I think like down the line we're going to find out like how incredibly unhealthy that is.
Well, here's what I'm going to say is I would absolutely agree that there's probably an over-focus on pornography right now. I do think people are consuming pornography at rates that could be unhealthy, and it is leading to a lot of addiction. That being said, I think we're in a better place now than we maybe were, I don't know, early on in our history where, the religious groups would tell you don't masturbate, and any sex before marriage is a vile sin. If you look upon a woman's body with lust, you are morally corrupt. I think there's a middle ground to be reached. Obviously, we're now in the upswing of a very bizarre and fast-moving sexual revolution. And it's the digital revolution is making all sorts of things move much quicker than maybe they should, and maybe we need to rein it back in. Yeah, but I feel like I'm hearing from like Glink and Moth is kind of an advocacy to return to more Puritan ways of you shouldn't have sex before marriage. Maybe you shouldn't look at any pornography. So you would agree no sex before marriage?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm
Okay.
saving
Jesus
myself.
fucking Christ on a cracker.
Hey, that's my choice. You know, if you want to go do that, it's my choice to save myself.
Blank, are you in the same boat as that?
This is where it gets complicated because I do think that there is a better way to be. There's always a better way to be living. But I don't think we should go back to saying, well, because this book says so or this pastor says so, that's why you need to, do things the good way. I think there is a good way to be, but it's based on a very direct conscious experience that we all share. And it's based on nature and human nature. And there's parts of human nature that are more loving and more caring for people, more empathetic, whatever words you want to use, that are just about selflessness. And there are parts of human nature that we can indulge in that are all about the self, that are all about self-indulgence, momentary pleasure, fleeting things, fleeting feelings versus long-lasting feelings. That doesn't require any religious text or person to speak down on you, yet I think it's as true as anything is. So
I would like people to have more personal connections, absolutely. But I don't necessarily buy that the thing that's creating these divisions is pornography necessarily. I think there's a lot of factors going into the fact that people are becoming more detached. Social media, lack of, honestly, incomes are dropping. The ability to go out to a bar or a restaurant with a girl is becoming exorbitantly more costly.
Dating apps are pretty bad too, I think, because they skew the dating market in a very weird way. Commodify it.
I think we've lost a lot of community spaces has been a huge thing.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're talking about religion, it used to be, a lot of people you met people at church. You met people in a church group, or, we used to have athletic programs more. You'd meet somebody, I don't know. Just, we've lost a lot of these community centers where people were able to more easily meet. And maybe I don't know if pornography's, I could see how it could potentially be hurting, where you go, well, I don't even need to go find a girl. I can just jerk off, and that's fine.
All right.
But I don't know
Speaking
if
of
we're
which,
exaggerating the harm.
I'm going to go jerk off. I'll see you guys later.
Boblax. Oh.
Godspeed, Boblax.
I have Keemstar wants to comment.
Oh my god.
I've wanted to talk
right.
to Keemstar for a long time.
Okay.
Have you never talked to Keemstar, Mr. Girl?
I've never met him.
All right,
he's-
I
he's
just
a
added
guy.
Keemstar.
I guess.
Meeting so many people today.
Yeah, must be a good. Whoever came
Everybody
up with
loves
this discussion.
this topic.
I'm just
Everybody's
I'm
come
just
in.
Nobody.
Yeah. See, it's an interesting
Ow.
topic.
All
Hey,
right,
Keem,
we
nice
got-
to meet you. I've always wanted to meet you, man.
You guys are fucking weird. Every single one of you.
I've
God
been
doesn't
my
like
whole
you.
life. God
At
loves
all. At all. Like,
Wait,
what the
who?
fuck is the debate? Why would anyone give a flying fuck, right? Like, what is this shit? What are you guys talking about?
porn.
Can you be more specific?
Have you been listening?
I fucking turn in for 2 seconds, and I got this motherfucker just trying to sound smart. Like, well, actually, I don't think the division is fucking pornography. Fuck off, bro. Fuck off. This
What are
is
you
stupid.
talking
You're all
about,
stupid.
Team?
Every
What are
time
you
I see
talking
these
about?
fucking stupid debates, you're 2 seconds to be talking about, well, fucking.
What's
pedos
your
are
view,
okay
Keem?
or some shit. My view is you're all fucking weird.
No.
Fuck off.
Okay, that was the
Boblax.
stupidest thing
All
I've
right.
ever dealt with.
Keemstar, everybody.
That was
Team with
that
the
was-
classic
Debate is
Team
lame
with-
and gay.
That was
What's
pretty.
wrong
That
with
was
you
pretty.
fucking
That was
idiots?
pretty.
Oh, you guys are
disappointing.
having a discussion. I don't like
You know
discussions.
that was the equivalent of like getting horny, like, oh, Keemstar's gonna join, Keemstar's gonna join, and then feeling the immediate regret of like, oh fuck, he just blew his load and left.
I thought he would make like a
Alright, listen.
point. I thought he would like have
I have
something to say.
I have a couple topics I want to talk about. I want to
Sure.
talk about Lolly with flamenco
Oh god.
Yeah.
Okay.
because, as we all know, flamenco pleasured himself to materials involving depictions of a minor.
I'll be back, but I'm
sometime
still
ago.
listening. I'll be back.
God.
And
Not according to
I wanna
like
say-
multiple people apparently though. So
I want to say, okay, well, you were accused of doing that and you confessed to it, but now you want to walk that back. That's fine.
No.
Did you pleasure yourself to images of a minor?
No, I don't think so.
So what's this whole thing about? It just
Do you want me to
didn't happen?
look?
People are saying that it is, but people are also saying that it wasn't. So I don't
How many
know.
people are saying you?
All right.
Okay.
Well, Manco,
Apparently veto. So I don't know.
no, I haven't said anything. Well, I have said I've looked into it. I guess the question
Vito
is
said the character is 15. Vito said the character is 15.
Wait, what?
The question is, did you ever beat off to that manga that you had favorited on an old hentai account? And you can plead the fifth.
Probably, yeah.
I'm not gonna, okay. Probably.
So if you probably did that, that means you.
And I'll clarify that if you read that manga really carefully, even though all the characters are supposedly in college, there's one panel that establishes that the main character may be a 15-year-old anime girl.
Oh,
which
I had no fucking clue about that shit.
I am gonna.
Oh
say,
yeah, if you had, so you're saying if you had known that, you would never.
It would be a little bit. It would be a little bit more weird. Yeah, I think.
It'd be a little more weird, but would you? Are you saying you wouldn't have? So if you had known that, are you saying that if you would? Are you fucking saying if you had known that, you wouldn't have done it?
Yeah, probably.
You would have been like, ooh. This is,
it's a little weird that they're explicitly stating that. Yeah, I'd be like, that's a little weird.
I will say on Flamenco's behalf, I want to be clear, the only way you could know that is if you read to the very end of this, 200...
Yeah, I didn't, write a book report about it.
Vito, which page?
It's page, one... I think it's, page, 189 out of 200. That's the only way you could have figured out their math, and you would have had to do the math in your head of what age.
Okay. The way that I kind of see this, and I think this sort of plays out into other things, because I think this sort of plays into what Mr. Girl was saying.
Yeah.
Before is you see a really really hot woman, and she's 18 years old, but then you find out she's mentally 5. You're not a creep for being attracted to them before then, but you are a creep if you take advantage of that person. You know what I mean? And I think that
you raped an anime girl, but you didn't know anything.
I think it's fundamentally that's the problem. I would say. I don't know.
Okay, so you're honestly telling us that the same image on a piece of paper you jerked off to happily, but if you found out that this next to the image the number 15 appeared, then you would not do it.
I'd feel pretty weird about it.
No. Let me finish. You're saying you wouldn't do it at the same image, and you're still sexually aroused by the image, but you'd stop because the number 15 made you feel weird. But if you could hire the artist to come over to your house and change the number from 15 to 18, then you'd feel comfortable doing it. That's what you're fucking maintaining to us right now.
Yeah.
This is the biggest fucking virtue signal I've ever heard in my entire life.
I don't think it's a virtue signal.
You fucking psycho. It is absolutely a virtue signal. Why don't you just take a pen? Why don't you import it into Photoshop?
I think it's the explicit statement of I think it's the explicit statement of this character is 15 or something. That adds a little bit of just weird. Why is that being added? That adds a little bit of weird shit into it. You know what I mean?
I can almost understand where Flamenco's at, Mr. Girl, and I'm going to tell you why.
Because to bring it to a real world example, I think I think
let's not bring it to a real world example. Let's stick with talking about jerking off to cartoons.
I know. But to bring it to a real world example,
you're going to inject some fucking morality thing or some kid being abused.
I'm not injecting any abuse. I'm just bringing up a thing that happened in real life. The people that were getting really 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 excited about Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen turning 18, they're gonna be legal now. It's just that's a little weird because you're this person's 17, I can't do this. This person's 18, I can do this, and this is 35-year-old dudes. I think them being
the question
17 or 18
are you attracted
isn't really
to the age?
Yeah,
part of it.
Well, it's that, and also the only thing that's stopping me from openly sexualizing these people is that they're under 18.
Wait, that's the same thing that you just fucking said. You just said you would jerk off to the same picture, but the only thing stopping you from doing it would be the number next to it says 15 instead of 18. And then you said, let's bring up an example of other people doing the exact same thing that I just said I'm doing right now.
No, because they were saying that, we get to now openly sexualize them. It's not completely fucking weird.
I think Flam is saying it's a mental block.
Wait, no, stop.
Go ahead.
You're saying we all understand if the number at the end of the book had said 18 and everybody found out, you jerked off to drawings of an 18-year-old, everybody would be okay with that. They'd say, now you can openly sexualize an 18-year-old. But if the number next to the character is 15, then you're saying it's weird. That's the exact same thing as Mary-Kate and Ashley being 17 versus 18.
Except it's
just the number. Nothing's changing except the number.
The weird part about it is the open sexualization of them.
I think it's the sexualizing.
What the fuck
number.
does this have to do with you privately jerking off
the age,
to pictures of a girl? Okay, so you're saying if you have a picture of a woman who's 30, say she looks like she's in her mid 30s, she's like she's a well, I don't fucking know, a nurse, and you're jerking off to pictures of her, but then on the next panel it says this woman who looks like a nurse, she's 35, she's actually 7 years old.
If you continue doing that, it'd be a little weird. No, I would say.
Yeah, so if you saw that, you'd be like, oh my god, my brain just rewired itself and I've been jerking off to a picture of a 7-year-old. I hope my friends on YouTube don't fucking find out about this and dogpile me, because now I'm a pedophile. This is so insane.
Well, again, I think it's like if you like take a look at that, internalize that, and then go ahead, then it becomes a little bit more weird.
That is an interesting point, because that's kind of where me and Mr. Girl disagree. Is like at a certain point there is a choice to be like, okay, well, do I continue with this fantasy knowing the implications of it are, as like a minor or someone. And by the way, I want to say something too. 100 years ago or whatever, like our parents or their parents' generation, it was not weird to like marry a 14-year-old. Like a 20-year-old or something to marry a 14-year-old, or even something crazier than that, big age gaps. But I do think a distinction worth making is like when it is the sexualization of a minor is the problem, where it's like, okay, when our grandparents' generation was doing that, they did that because there was a practical aspect to marrying someone young and having kids and raising them on a farm, whatever the case was. But I think that, again, it goes back to like the distortion thing and the pornography thing. It's like, this is when it's a sexualization of minors, I think that's a problem. And then Flamenco, what you're saying, I think that's a good point. You're saying I have a conscience and I don't want to indulge in this.
We add qualifications to things that we add like things that stop us from doing things that we would otherwise maybe be more okay with when given like further information. I think like a good example is you might find like a person really attractive,
it's
but
fictional. It's not real information.
I know, but
it's
I'm giving an example.
Somebody wrote on a page. You're giving an example in a real world that does not apply. You are virtue
I think I am.
Do you know that you're lying, or do you really believe
right.
this?
Wait,
I really do believe.
Flamenco, hold on. Let me ask you this, Flamenco. Do you think? I think Flamenco, though, Mr. Girl would say, even though it's just fictional, even though it's just on a page, right? It still matters.
Stop! Make it stop! We're having this is big controversy. Was a guy accidentally jacked off to a picture of a 15-year-old high school student? That's what all this is about?
But he doesn't want to continue down that road. That's what Flamenco's trying to say.
Well, I wouldn't even be upset, honestly. Like, this is, as I've said before, it's like a boring bitch schoolgirl fantasy. If a guy jerks off to Sailor Moon, even though Sailor Moon is technically, like 15 or 16, like, we know she's not drawn like a little kid. There's no problem. I think Flamenco is saying, if the story is focusing on, oh, look at how young she is, let's fuck her young body, then that would be uncomfortable regardless of if she's drawn like a older.
Wouldn't be uncomfortable. No, it wouldn't be uncomfortable. It's fine.
I think it would be uncomfortable if the dialogue says, "I can't wait to fuck this little kid." I'd be like, "Whoa!"
That's the fucking point. There's no fucking point.
The context matters. The context matters. I think that's
the point of jacking off to Lolly is the fantasy of fucking little girls.
I don't want to hear the point of jacking off to Lolly.
So the last fucking thing I want, if I'm jacking off to Lolly, is for the Lolly to be like, oh, by the way, she's technically she's 18 and this is all perfectly above board and consensual and legal. Everything's fine. It's like, no, if I'm jerking off to nasty, filthy fucking shit, I want it to be nasty and filthy. What the fuck is going on? What is happening?
Maybe
I feel
sometimes
like you're gaslighting me.
I think it's reasonable.
You just said that like the reason why you want to fap to something is because it's degenerate and gross. But if you don't know that it's degenerate and gross until afterwards, and then you stop doing it, then I guess
you are hereby absolved of your sin.
I don't care. I genuinely don't care.
Look, Flamenco is just there for
the only people you said you wouldn't have done it if you knew
the only people that are actively going about me for for this, the only people that are going after me about this are people who already didn't like me to begin with. Their opinion means like next to nothing to me.
There's
the way to think about it, Flamenco. That's a healthy mindset.
I think Flamenco doesn't think that he's reduced to his desires sexually, and if he can make
desires, namely, holy shit,
he's not reduced to that. And Mr. Girl is saying, fine, just indulge in it because those desires are part of you anyways. And I'm saying they might be something that arises in you, but they don't have to define you, and they don't have to be indulged, and it doesn't have to be the road you go down just because you feel that way at one point.
No, but Flamenco can be attracted to the body of the character, but he can be unattracted when the manga starts going into, look at how young she is, this is a fucking sex crime.
God.
And that is a bridge too far for him. I think that's reasonable, no?
I think that's reasonable.
Now the comic doesn't do that.
I think you're all fucking insane. I think it's insane that you guys can't conceive. You guys can't conceive of the idea that you could jerk off to Lolly and then have it not be one of the most important things you've ever done, or have it not be a huge part of your life, or have it not be worth talking about years later. But like, no, it's just totally unacceptable. I find this all.
I don't think he should be shamed for it in the way, whatever way that it happened.
It's not even fucking worth talking about. I would be like, if I found out that if I found out you jerked off to Lolly 4 years ago or 4 days ago, I would be like, cool. I wouldn't. Yeah,
of course you would be like.
It wouldn't.
I don't have a problem with
it
either. Like,
it wouldn't even occur to me to talk to you about it.
Wait,
I wouldn't even say.
I would talk to you about it in private.
I can understand why someone personally would find. Like, let me put it this way: if you saw like a picture of a hot chick, and you're like, "Yeah, that chick's really hot," and then on the next page it goes, "And she just drank a bucket of vomit. She just drank 10 fucking buckets of vomit." And you go, "Ew, I don't want to jerk off to that anymore because it's fucking weird."
Yeah, that's gross. But
it's also gross if you're fetishizing, you know,
a 15-year-old cartoon character isn't gross.
I can understand that somebody is just like, I'm just morally opposed to it, and it fucks me up to think about it. That being said, Boy Soprano, I'm going to give it a solid 8 out of 10.
Okay.
Solid read.
I'm going to fucking shoot myself now.
It's not even that bad. One of them's 15.
You're going to shoot you. You realize how fucked up that you're going to shoot yourself because we're telling you it's okay that you jerked off to something.
It's one I'm being completely sarcastic, and two, it's the overall like situation that spawned from it, not necessarily like this conversation.
I know. I feel bad. I'm
telling Mr. Girl because I think he actually thinks that I'm like actually gonna fucking off myself afterwards.
No. I think that it is true. This situation with you has been wildly overblown. Now your prolapse fetish, I don't get it, but hey, no, I'm just fucking. I know you don't. I'm fucking.
even fucking.
We don't have to go there. Nicholas Dioria once in. What do y'all think about that?
I would bring him in.
Adding to okay.
Can I say one thing about the
Glink has to remove somebody because we have too many people in here. So
Keem. Oh yeah, I mean
Keem.
Hold on a second.
Bye, Keem.
You know, if I wasn't exposed to pornography, I wouldn't even know what a prolapse is. So there's an example.
Yeah, that's healthy. Now, if it happens to you, you'll know how to deal with it. Is have someone lick it, apparently.
I removed Keem.
You want to talk about my sex doll?
Did you get it yet?
Oh my god.
What? Did you give it a name?
My sex doll is here.
But...
It already has a name. It's named Renee.
Renee?
Does it come with like a personality, or do you have to project one onto it?
You have to project one onto it.
Okay.
What color's her hair?
Brown.
What are her aspirations in life?
Did you get a white one, you fucking racist?
To get fucked by me. She's white.
You couldn't even get like an Asian one? Oh, you fucking
nice.
racist.
Oh god.
I believe Boblack's called that normal colored before, just to clarify.
Normal colored.
Yes, exactly. She's the norm. She's default. She's default race.
She's default race.
Default race. All right, before this becomes too much of a shit show, what's going on here? Why do you want to be in here, Nick?
I have a question because I'm trying to follow this along. Hold on, let me mute my Pokemon game in the background. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
So, Mr. Girl, so when Flamenco is explaining that he feels bad after finding out that the girl is underage in the stupid Lolly comic, quote unquote, which really technically isn't Lolly because Lolly's not 15-year-olds; it's prepubescent children. But whatever.
Yes. Important distinction.
Agreed.
Yeah. So So you don't understand why Flamenco would feel like revolted or whatever. He would just feel bad after realizing that the little number on the screen is 15 and not 18.
Here's my thought process. There's a few disconnects. It could be that he doesn't feel bad. He jerked off to it anyway. He doesn't care, and he's lying right now.
Mm-hmm.
It could be that he thinks he feels bad, but he doesn't. He's lying to himself. He's virtue signaling to himself, essentially. And it could be that he genuinely feels bad and like doesn't understand why or what's going on, and he actually feels like he's taken advantage of a nice 15-year-old cartoon character.
If there's
or
any
he feels
actual
like,
person, I think it's just the like mere fact of it.
I'm just going.
Like,
This is just my thought process.
I'm
it's fine
explaining.
if you yeah. Or it could just be that you feel I've been roped into some perverted thing that says something about me or would say something about me if I did it, but it's not me. I don't like this. Stop, abort. Yeah, it could be that. That's my thought process. I feel like it's most likely that he doesn't really care, doesn't take it seriously, but there's so much social stigma that he's like, well, I guess maybe I do take it seriously. I don't know. He's like confused, and then he's just sort of confessing.
Well, can I
to
ask a
friend.
question to kind of clarify some things?
I would rather you let me do this hypothetical.
Yeah, go nuts.
first.
Go nuts.
Okay.
Yeah. I want
All
to.
I want to jump into a bit of a hypothetical here. Can we jump back to when Flamenco was in his heyday, like back to Y2K a little bit? Just go all the way back.
Yeah.
When he was a young lad, let's say about the age of 20.
Just getting on the wooden horse for the first.
Let's say 21. Yeah, 21. He's going to a bar. He's hanging out with some friends. He meets a nice girl. She's pretty hot. Things get good. They go back to his house, and then oh shit!
I like it.
This girl who told me she was 20 is actually fucking 16 years old. But my state's 16. It's all legal. Flamenco finds out that this 20-year-old girl is actually 16 and he wants to throw up in his mouth. He didn't break a law, but could you understand why he'd be upset to know that?
Absolutely.
So is your issue, your disconnect, simply because it's drawn?
Yeah, because so in real life, a 16-year-old who can pass for a 20-year-old is kind of an unsettling thing. Like, I've met teenagers who act like they're much older, and usually it's a sign that they're, like, neglected, they're making all their own meals, they're, like kind of more worldly than they should be at that age. And so having that, like, character swap actually means the person in front of you literally is a different person than you thought. Whereas on the page, if it's drawn, it doesn't really change the meaning of it in that same way. Would you feel weird about the age,
though? Not like that they're a different person. Maybe they've lied to you. You wouldn't feel weird at like, holy shit, this is a young person.
If I were trying to have sex with a 20-year-old, then I wouldn't want to have sex with a 16-year-old. Are you asking me if I would have sex with a 16-year-old at age 20?
No, I'm asking you if you're 21 years old, you think you've had sex with a 20-year-old. Are you mad because you felt lied to that this girl was actually 16, or is this like age something that you know what, in a roundabout way, I'm asking if you would have sex with a 16-year-old at 21.
I think the age of consent should be 17.
Mm-hmm.
Would I want to have sex with a 16-year-old? Probably in a certain situation, yeah. But would I actually
as a 21-year-old, right?
Or as a 30? I'll be 37 in a couple of weeks. I would probably
think there's
still
a situation where you'd be open.
But I have sex with. I'd have sex with an 18-year-old. I know that.
Yeah.
A 17-year-old probably depends on the 17-year-old. A 16-year-old, I would have to be really horny and probably
like
not be able.
Quote. It depends.
Like
on
it would have to be. It would have to be.
17-year-olds.
It would have to be legal, and I would have to be extremely horny and not have any chance to really think through what I'm doing, because it's weird to do something that I think should be illegal. You know?
All right. Well, from Flamenco's perspective, I assume anything under 18 gives him the. Is that true? Like you're just not down with that?
Of course, anything under 18 makes you disgusted. That's true, isn't it, Flamenco? It's all virtue signaling. It's all virtue signaling. It's a drawing. I would jack off to a drawing of a baby.
No,
baby.
No, because like
I would jack off to a drawing of a baby.
Wait, can we clarify what's the Can we define drawing? Can we define drawing? Are we talking about a fucking stick figure? Or are we talking about like a hyper realistic, photorealistic picture?
No, like a 30-year-old woman, and I write the word baby next to it.
Let's say standard hentai.
Standard hentai,
standard
lolicon,
hentai that's
depiction.
depicted as a child, like where they have like, childlike features.
A baby. I don't think it's immoral. You're asking, would I be interested in it? Probably not.
Do you guys have?
Would I feel like?
You're
oh,
saying
this
you
is
wouldn't
too
feel
wrong?
bad if it happened.
No,
You're not
I would.
saying you
I
would
wouldn't feel
seek it
bad
out.
about jacking off to any drawing of anything.
Would any of you feel bad? And if so, you should explain why with moral reasons, because that's where this conversation inevitably leads to every time, whether you believe there's an objective morality or not.
I think that with like drawing stuff, like the reason why people can jack off to hentai is because our brains are able to take abstract imagery that isn't like photorealistic humans, and we're able to like project human qualities onto them. This is the reason why, like we think dogs are smiling at us sometimes. Even when you get into that sort of thing, you are projecting humanity onto it, even though it's not a real thing. And then if that thing is something that looks like a kid and you're jacking off to it, it kind of gives some weird vibes, because like, okay, wait, am I projecting?
Wait, so do you think it's wrong to play Call of Duty then, because you're projecting humanity onto the millions of people that you kill?
I'm not getting sexual gratification from playing Call of Duty.
I am.
What about Call of Kid Fuckers?
What about Call of Kid Fuckers? Did you play that?
I never played that. I didn't get invited to the beta. Sorry.
So it's okay to fantasize about getting violent gratification from humans that you're projecting humanity onto and killing them. But if you think about jacking off to a picture of a 15-year-old, I don't get it. I don't get it.
I think it's harder to fake. Like, I think it's harder to fake. You know, oh, I want to kill this person in a video game versus like sexual things. Like try as however. Oh wait, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Like try as however I might. If I try to jack off to gay porn, I'm probably not going to enjoy it. You know what I mean? There's no amount of effort. There's no amount of effort.
He loves adult women, guys.
Here's a good distinction.
No amount of effort that I can put in to like. There's no amount of effort that I can put in to make me want to like jack off to dudes. But I also don't want to kill people. I can differentiate the two though when I'm playing a video game. I'm not like actually killing this person. I might be pissing this person off. I might be like bullying him a little bit, but I'm not killing them.
You know, not everyone, or maybe nobody, has an inherent drive to kill other people, but everyone has an inherent drive to have sex. That's the difference between porn and video games, as I see it.
With men.
Dude, honestly, fuck it. I'm gonna fucking go halfway on Glink's point here. I think we should ban anime porn. I've heard nothing positive that's come from hentai.
You know what,
and
guys?
porn.
You know what, guys? Fuck
So,
it.
you know what?
Fuck it.
I think
You know
regular
what?
porn stays,
You know what?
but I got Glink for the rest
Fuck
of
it.
this one.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm going to throw caution to the wind and just virtue signal even harder than I already was. Fuck it.
Oh, it's not
We
even a
should make it
virtue
illegal.
signal. I just hate all those fucking people.
Kill all anime people. Look, I think let's take it down. We're getting heated. Look, it's a very complex discussion.
Nick,
Mr.
do you
Girl,
really think we
I
should
feel
ban
like...
drawn porn?
No, he doesn't.
No, I'm being a dick. No,
He's
no.
being a
Okay.
dick.
Do you think we should ban illustrated depictions of children?
I would argue yes. Depending on like how realistic they are.
I think we should only jerk off to pictures of ourselves.
Yeah,
I think Mr. Girl's down for
that.
I think we should ban anime in general, not like just porn related to it.
I think we should ban regular porn and only have anime.
I'm pro anime.
It is the superior pornographic source. Yeah, team anime.
I think we should go after the weebs.
I mean, just given like the I unironically agree with Vito just because of like the amount of like weird dark shit that happens in the IRL porn scene.
Everybody who gets a
Twitter
Twitter made on them on fucking
point.
Twitter is like an anime fan. I've noticed it. Every single creep in the gaming community loves anime. It's gotta be it, dude.
Everyone just likes anime, okay? It's like
anime.
when everybody on the planet likes a thing, yeah, some manner of that population is going to have predilections.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
gonna
like
have
saying
to
people who
jack
eat
off to the
cheeseburgers are all
filthiest,
sexual.
most disgusting shit I can find to cleanse
you
myself,
made the point.
to get this, to
But the
wash
thing
the
is-
soap out of my mouth after talking to you.
You should
Fuck.
jerk off to Keemstar.
Mr. Girl just can't. Mr. Girl's like, ew, you fucking vanilla normies.
Wait,
what the
was it
fuck?
Mr. Girl's take that he would jerk off to the fucking picture of a baby, but he wouldn't do it to like pleasure himself? Like I don't know.
To prove a point.
Wait,
to prove
what?
a point.
To make a political
I'm
statement.
I still think that sounds.
I said a drawing of the baby.
My point is, you're saying you're not attracted to the baby.
I still.
I'm not. No.
Nobody has given an actual. Go on.
I'm saying whatever stopped Flamenco in his hypothetical, whatever would stop me. Okay, whatever would stop me from having sex with a 16-year-old I brought home from a bar by accident. That is not there when it's a drawing. When it's just myself, I would be like, oh, I guess I learned something about myself. I'm jacking off to drawing.
I still think.
I guess I like jacking off.
Hold on, wait. Flamenco learned something about himself too. Let's just take him at his word. Maybe what he learned is hold on. What he learned is. Okay, hold on. Maybe what he learned about himself, is maybe I'm not comfortable indulging in this fantasy. Maybe that's what he learned about himself. It's not inevitable that he's going to feel like, I'm okay with this.
That's true.
Mr. Girl,
that's why I'm saying I'm having trouble understanding it, because I would just be like, oh, well, yeah, whatever age you tell me it is, if I like looking at it, I'm going to jack off to it. If it's a drawing.
Maybe
again,
Mr.
But when you were talking about the picture of the baby, all right, you want to go, Flem?
Yeah, like I said before, I think the fundamental problem with it though is just, again, we're able to project human qualities onto inanimate objects or like non-human things, and I think that like given that adds like maybe a little bit of like a disgust factor or something, you know what I mean?
See, that is reasonable from Flamenco. He's saying he is able to, when you take an anime character and you humanize them, you start applying human traits to them that, though it might be irrational, your brain is still going, well, that now feels to me like a real person.
Yeah.
And feeling that is a real 15-year-old is causing him discomfort and disgust.
All right.
I guess
you're being very aggro, and you think everybody's like trying to gaslight you on this.
Yes, I do. And when you say that, when you talk to me that way, it makes me freak out, and you know that. You're trying to make me freak out. Right?
Flamenco. I have a question.
Can I please jump in?
Really quick.
I would never do that.
Flamenco, do you believe?
I would never.
Do you believe? Is your worldview that there's an objective morality, Flamenco? Like, do you think all your actions and your thoughts matter on some level?
I think that they're weighted a little bit differently, but yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
All right, Nick.
That's where you and Mr. Girl disagree.
I got cut off at like a really weird point.
The baby.
We got to go back to the baby because I got cut off at like jerking off on a. Okay, so fucking.
I get it.
Right.
My husband having.
Wait. Nick go and then.
Yeah. All right. So you said that you would jerk off like to a picture of a baby that's drawn, obviously, like a drawn image of a baby.
Let me
but
clarify.
the way you're describing it is
saying,
like it's out of spite.
Yeah. I'm not saying I would actually seek out a picture of a baby to jerk off to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
My point is, I wouldn't. But that would be out of. I guess what I'm saying is I don't think that a lack of interest would stop me from jerking off to a picture of a baby, not disgust or immorality. So I wouldn't be like,
my
oh, it's
point
so
is you're
gross
not attracted to babies, so you're not seeking them out. If people are seeking out pictures of prepubescent drawn women that look hyper realistic, I'm going to assume that they're attracted to prepubescent women.
I don't think that's fair.
Well, Mr. Girl, I think we're having a problem because you are speaking of moral disgust. You're saying you would not have moral disgust.
I wouldn't even have.
I'm sure. No. I'm sure I could draw a sex.
But in the scenario,
you know?
Yeah, sure. But in the scenario we're talking about, he's already established he's turned on by the picture. It's the information about the picture that's making him turned off. That's why I'm calling it might be virtue signaling.
It could put something in
because
your head
because
I
throws you off.
A baby of any kind is disgusting, and it should really
that's fine.
Turn it off from
yeah, well, good for you, motherfucker. But that's my point. Is what I'm talking about is that there's no way you're going to draw. There's no way you're going to show me a picture that I'm aroused by, and then be like, "Hey, that's actually a baby." I'd be like, "Well, no, it's not a baby," or I don't know, whatever. I don't care. I don't care what you call it. I'm jerking off to it, and so that's how it feels. So he's jerking off to a picture of a girl. Wait, he's jerking off to a drawing of a girl who has breasts and an ass and whatever else we like in girls, and then he finds out that she's 15 in the next panel, and then he's saying that would make him not do it, and he's like, "Oh, I didn't know, guys," and I'm saying it doesn't fucking matter. I just don't see how that can matter.
It's just like this just isn't for me.
But do you think it matters when they look like kids? Because we were talking about lolicon in general before. When they look like
so that's a different.
They walk
but
and
that's
talk
a
and look
different.
like kids.
it's a way different thing.
Okay, so I just wanted to.
Gross, but like,
yeah,
it's. I think it's really gross, and I can't see how anyone would want to do that.
What's gross?
But I don't think it's lolicon.
You can't see how anyone would want to jack off to a picture of little girls.
No, because I'm not attracted to little girls.
You have to be attracted to something to understand.
I can't understand.
Yeah,
like for a pedophile maybe, but like I'm not.
Do you understand furries? Like, do you understand?
You think everybody who looks at lolicon is a pedophile?
I think we should ban furries as well.
I can understand why people would, but I think it's evil.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not saying all lolicons are pedophiles. That's simply not true. I just think that's
they're
weird.
obviously
I'm
not.
Well, I'm saying and I mean I'm not saying it's as bad as child porn, and I hate when people make that comparison because even though they look like children, it's drawings, whatever, but it's not child porn, and I mean that's just my take on it. I think.
I mean, it's not child porn in that like a child isn't being harmed, but it's like literally like a depiction of what a child looks like. When we think of drawing, it could be anything from a stick figure to like a perfectly drawn fucking portrait.
But see,
this is virtually indistinguishable from a picture.
This is why this conversation is interesting, is because let's just take the hypothetical though of in this scenario where no one is being harmed and even nobody in the future is being directly victimized from that type of sexual attraction. Mr. Girl's point is there is nothing morally in the way of that. And unless you have a response as to why it is morally wrong, then there's really no counterpoint. Like that is the logical conclusion to draw from a worldview devoid of morals.
Specifically with the lolicon stuff, I think the main problem with it would be that the normalization or even acceptance of like people actively giving themselves gratification to that might lead to like temperaments of bad world outcomes that might come down later.
Yeah.
Which like can come off as a slippery slope sort of thing. But
no, what it means is everything matters.
I don't necessarily think that I don't necessarily think that like things down the line like leading to other things and acceptance of other things is necessarily like a fallacy argument. I think it's
I like incest porn.
It's not a fallacy if you think that everything matters in some way and everything has an effect. I don't think it's a fallacy. I think it's just the truth.
I like incest porn.
Now I would also say that I think that like the normalization of that versus like the normalization of like actual CP is a completely different thing too.
Yeah,
like, I think like we can acknowledge that like they're different and one's more morally reprehensible than the other.
Yeah, but I find all of these things bad. I think if they fucking... I don't know, I saw a tweet the other day where they were talking about making like AI-generated child porn to flood the market and get rid of real child porn. And I still would be like... I wouldn't like that either. I wouldn't like drawn child porn, quote-unquote. I wouldn't like AI-generated child porn.
I think the only reason that I would ever be okay with something like that is that if it had a tangible, like, actual correlation between that and like reducing actual
but even
CP
then it wouldn't be like
produced.
on the open market. It would be given to people who would need like treatment.
Because the main problem with like actual
I like
child pornography is that it's impossible to produce without harming children. So if the AI generated stuff is like so fucking ubiquitous and undetected, like undifferentiatable or whatever, that like people stop producing child pornography and it has like that like shown fact.
Well, let's be clear, it will be. Like they already have.
Well, I mean, like it has to have like this like AI CP creating robot like hits the market and then suddenly. The amount of like actual CP gets reduced by like 50%.
Hold on. I'm not saying
I
it will
like
definitely...
incest porn.
You know,
Mr. Girl. How is that helpful?
No, you don't know. You don't get it.
Here's something to consider. I have an actual serious response.
I like incest porn.
Yeah, we know you do. Great. I have an actual serious response.
Hold on.
Wait.
I think he has a real point.
What do you want to make, Mr. Girl?
I like incest porn. Well, this is like the end of The Aviator. I can't say anything except I like incest porn.
Then he didn't.
I like
incest porn, Mr. Girl.
Okay, wait. I want to say something before I forget.
Wait. No, I want to say. Let me finish what I'm saying.
You're just saying.
If you say I like incest porn, I'm gonna get mad.
You're great.
Now you're definitely gonna say it.
I like incest porn. I like drawn.
It's all about shock factor.
Hold on.
And narcissism.
Stop trying to fucking guess what I'm going to say. Stop it. You know how many times I've heard people say, like, well, I would be against simulated child pornography unless it was proven to reduce harm to actual children. In that case, it would be okay. You know how many times I've heard somebody say that sentence in my life? Stop it. Just stop. I want to talk about this. I like incest porn. I like drawings of incest porn. And I like it. But I don't like actual incest. So I don't look at my look at my family members and think I want to fuck my family. I don't want to fuck my family. If I have kids, I don't think I'll want to fuck my kids.
What's the aspect of it that I like?
But if you're looking at incest porn,
let
me just finish, and then I want to hear your rebuttal, Nick. It's a fantasy, and so I think drawings, to a great extent, and pornography to some extent. You like jacking off to drawings or photos of like really fat women, or like a lot of people are into like trans porn, but they wouldn't date or have sex with a trans person in real life. A lot of pornography is not really linked to your real life actual sexual behavior. It's a fantasy, and I think fantasy and thought and rumination, and not just in the world of porn, but I guess we're talking about porn and sex, and it feels like more obvious here, or more obviously contested. But like the shit you think about is not the same as the shit you do, and it's not even the same as the shit.
But it's related.
That I don't even think it is related. I guess that's what I'm saying. Is it's I'm sure it's related in some way, but I don't know how, and I don't think any of us knows how. And I don't think that me looking at incest porn means I'm any more likely to fuck my family than somebody who doesn't look at it. I just think it's like everybody's got their kinks or fetishes or certain kinds of porn that they like. I mean, it's not the only kind of porn I like. Let me make that clear. There's a lot of other shit I'm into, but this is a good example. This is a good example of something I'm just not interested in real life. But I am interested in the fantasy of it. So I think that you could be interested in like Sailor Moon.
Yes.
Or Lolly, but not
Sailor
actually be
Mercury.
interested in real kids, because real kids are different. It's almost like the fantasy of being a pedophile, but it's not real. Like when you look at a real kid, they're like a real person. Like you see them like being dumb or looking around or curious.
I want to object here really quick.
You have an urge to take care of them. When you see when it's like a little girl in a schoolgirl outfit, it's you're not jacking off to them. You're jacking off to the artist. You're jacking off to the author's fantasy.
Here's something though.
You know what I'm saying? Like if you whisper in my ear about a story about little girls and I jack off to your whispering, I don't think that means I'm attracted to little girls. It just means like I'm attracted to like a smutty, filthy, dirty fantasy. It's almost like you're jacking off to the fact that you're jacking off to it.
Because it's taboo.
Here's something to consider. I want to say, I want to say one thing.
Mr. Girl, respond and then come to me.
I'm probably going to leave after this, but I just want to. I have to make a point here about what Mr. Girl is saying. That like there's this compartmentalization of like, well, there's the world of the fantasy that you can look at, you can access through art, whatever, and then there's the real life world, and you could separate these two things. And the problem, as I see it, is as more people are raised with the internet, with access to this endless information, with all these fantasies displayed and accessible, the distinction between the real world and the world of fantasy is decreasing by the day. The boundaries between what we are able to imagine and what we're able to interact with. I mean, you guys right now are on my screen right now, but you're also real people. But it's very easy to just like, view you as these abstract people, characters on my screen, and not treat you how I would somebody in real life, obviously. But the point is, our environment is becoming more and more the realm of fantasy. So what matters more is what kind of world we want to live in, not what kind of world, it's not all an inevitability of pleasure and dopamine and just seeking whatever is going to be the most pleasurable, selfish experience, self-gratifying experience. It's also about what kind of world do we want to live in? Do we want to live in a world where it's common for people to just jerk off to anime, robot, children bots or something? I don't want to live in that world. I don't want to live in a world where that is all that matters.
So you might as well put down.
Well, there's a better world possible. But on that note, this has been a great discussion. I really enjoyed this. Let's do this more. I appreciate you, Augie, for hosting this. Thank you, Moth, for joining. Mr. Girl, appreciate your insight as always. I think you're an interesting person.
I think you are too.
Wish you guys the best of luck.
Link, where do I find your content?
GLINK on YouTube.
Fantastic.
Just search that. Yeah. All right. Peace, guys. Okay. I'm just going to leave this convo because here, I'll remove Augie, the fake Augie. All right, guys. It's been good. I actually do have to go though. And this has been great. I've enjoyed this, for the most part. I do want to read a little bit of the chat, and then I'll just peace out. Hi, Glink. Oh, thank you, DBZ Goku. Always looking cute. Oh, you guys are great. I was reading some of the chat, but I'm obviously not going to respond to you guys as I'm, in the middle of talking to them. But there were some things I wanted to give a comment on. Let's see. It's not comfortable, or does he realize his unpopular opinion, even if he does enjoy it, doesn't want to admit it? Clink, I think that's a good convo to have. Set your mic to mono, please. I know, I don't know how to fucking do that, man. I have this, thing. I need to figure that out. I'll figure that out next time, I promise. But I appreciate you guys watching and tuning in. Yeah, I think we're good. All right, guys, this has been great. I think I'll turn this into a video. Okay.